Chapter 197. Ning Shu listened as 2333 spoke without panting. He made it sound so easy, as if it was really an easy task. What kind of broken system was this? Ning Shu said, I'm scared. What are you scared of? 2333 sounded surprised. Ning Shu took a deep breath, I'm scared of ghosts. Why would you be scared? You're just a spirit. You just happen to gain some power. Besides, aren't you a spirit yourself? 2333 sounded very calm. Ning Shu, fuck, I don't know what to say. A human can scare a human to death, let alone a ghost. Fuck, it's a ghost. Ning Shu roared in his heart, you don't understand how humans are scared of ghosts. 2333 was silent for a moment and said, I really don't understand. Ning Shu, don't worry, it's okay. Ning Shu, paralysis may be around you, but you can't see it, and danger may kill you at any time. This kind of feeling is indescribable. 2333 system, you're actually a defective product. Ning Shu said calmly, how can you be a mainframe like this? You must be a pig. Nonsense, I was designed by the master himself. How can I be a defective product? I'm the most advanced. Wait, what did I just say? 2333 immediately shut up. Ning Shu caught the 3 words master. What master? Ning Shu asked, what's a master? You heard wrong, I didn't say anything. 2333 quickly said. Ning Shu immediately refuted, I heard you say that you were designed by the master. 2333, I didn't. Ning Shu, you did. Ning Shu and 2333 argued for a while, but 2333 refused to give up. Ning Shu looked at 2333 and gave up. After a while, Ning Shu forgot what he was talking about with 2333. He couldn't remember. She remembered that she was talking with 2333, but now that memory was gone. Who erased her memory? This, Ning Shu quickly called 2333 and asked, what were we talking about? Did you erase my memory? 2333 immediately said, you think too highly of me. I can't erase your memory in seconds. If you don't remember, then forget it. There are some things you shouldn't know. Ning Shu, fuck. But this feeling was very scary. He didn't feel anything and his memory was erased. Ning Shu felt that he was unlucky to meet 2333. It was the most unbearable pain in his life. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. When she woke up the next morning, Ning Shu was listless and had bruises under her eyes. The other 3 people in the dormitory also woke up. They didn't look good and were also in low spirits. Ning Shu looked at the 3 people. Zhang Yuyan was a tall girl with a perfect body. She had a proud expression and a beautiful face. She was sexy like a rose with thorns. Zhang Yuyan's biggest dream was to become a superstar. She was also the first person to die in the story. After her was Su Manyu. Su Manyu was an elegant girl. She had the pride and arrogance of a rich family's daughter. However, when she looked at others, her eyes were filled with disdain. Su Manyu despised Zhuang Yutong the most. She was also the one with the best family background in the dormitory. The female lead, Lin Qian, was a petite girl. She was very beautiful. Her petite body was full of vitality and youth. Lin Qian was lively and kind to everyone. She was the only one in the dormitory who didn't dislike Zhuang Yutong. They would occasionally talk, but they didn't have a deep friendship. The clothes of the original owner were very simple, even old-fashioned. Ning Shu didn't care. He put on his clothes and walked down the stairs. When he was about to put on his shoes, he heard a high-pitched scream from the bathroom. Ning Shu didn't even put on her shoes. She opened the bathroom door and saw Zhang Yuyan sitting on the toilet bowl. Her face was filled with fear and her beautiful face was distorted. She looked at the mirror on the wall and saw that it was covered in blood. There were messy handprints on the mirror. The bloodstains slowly gathered together and formed a woman's face. The bloodstains seemed to be sweeping across everyone. They were filled with endless coldness and resentment, which made people's hair stand on end. Ning Shu's back was covered in cold sweat. Ah! Zhang Yuyan, who was sitting on the toilet, screamed. She didn't even put on her pants. She jumped up from the toilet. Her scream shocked everyone. Their hearts spasmed in an instant. Zhang Yuyan's face was pale. She was terrified. She pointed at the toilet and said, something grabbed my butt. Ning Shu was speechless. Who would be so immoral? Crawling into the sewer toilet to grab someone's butt? The bathroom was very quiet. Only the sound of people chattering could be heard. Ning Shu took a breath and moved over. He carefully looked into the toilet. It was very clean. There was nothing. Ning Shu turned around and shook his head at Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan's face was very pale. She looked like a rose that had been ravaged by a storm. She was listless. Her usually sharp eyes were dim. I felt it. Zhang Yuyan held up her pants. Her body was trembling. I felt it. It was very painful. Ning Shu thought for a moment. He walked over and pulled up Zhang Yuyan's pants. There was nothing on her white and tender butt. The wall. The blood on the wall is gone too. Lin Qianqian pointed at the mirror. The mirror was as clean as before. There was no blood at all. It was as if they had been hallucinating. The four of them came out of the bathroom. Their faces were pale and terrified. Lin Qianqian said, it was just a hallucination. It's okay. Zhang Yuyan looked at Ning Shu and Su Manyu and said agitatedly, hallucination. Did all four of us hallucinate at the same time? You, did you see it just now? Zhang Yuyan pointed at Ning Shu and Su Manyu and asked sternly. Su Manyu and Ning Shu both nodded. The atmosphere in the room was dead silent. Ning Shu coughed to break the silence. I think we need to take some precautions. Whether it's a hallucination or reality, we need to be prepared. The three of them didn't say anything when they heard Ning Shu's words. Perhaps they didn't care about Ning Shu at all. After all, Ning Shu's presence was the weakest in the room. Even if he spoke, no one would listen. Lin Qianqian's expression didn't look good. She said, we still need to investigate what happened. Maybe it was a prank. To put it bluntly, Lin Qianqian didn't want to take the responsibility of attracting evil spirits because of her suggestion. Lin Qianqian was also feeling uneasy. After Lin Qianqian finished speaking, everyone in the room fell silent. Finally, Su Manyu said, maybe it's because of what happened last night. We're too nervous. Chapter 198. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a tombstone by the side of a lake. The tombstone was already covered with lush weeds. A woman dressed like a married woman, followed by a man in black, carried a food box. They walked to the tombstone, put down the food box, and took out the offerings. The woman grabbed the grass on the tombstone and cried, Miss, this servant is so pitiful. You shouldn't have died like this. This servant always felt that you didn't die. You shouldn't have died like this. Yuelan couldn't believe that such a lively person would die like this. She just fell and died. Yuelan couldn't forget the stunned faces of the people present at that time. That kind of shock was like a person who should have been a scourge for 1,000 years suddenly died like this. This kind of feeling was too unreal. The square-faced secret guard comforted Yuelan, don't cry. Miss will be sad to see you like this. Yuelan wiped her tears and said to the secret guard indignantly, so what if I'm crying? So what if I'm crying for my miss? Don't tell me you won't allow me to cry for my miss. I know you were ordered by the master to protect miss and don't have deep feelings for her. But I grew up with Mississippi. Can't I cry? The secret guard's face became even more square. He silently took 2 steps back and looked at Yuelan wailing. Finally, he couldn't help but say, don't cry. You're pregnant now. Yuelan cried until she hiccuped. She wiped her snot and said to the tombstone, Miss, as you wish, this servant actually got together with the secret guard. His face is so square. What if the child is born with a square face? It's fine if it's a boy. But if it's a girl, what should this servant do? Miss, this servant is so pitiful. Secret guard, someone is coming. Don't cry. The secret guard said to Yuelan. He stood in front of Yuelan and pulled out his sword, looking at the incoming person vigilantly. The person who came was little radish-head Suyu. She held the offerings in her hand and behind her was a white-clothed genius doctor. Sister Yuelan. Little radish-head Suyu shouted at Yuelan. Yuelan smiled at Suyu, thank you for remembering Miss Death anniversary. She's my senior sister, my dearest person. I will naturally remember. Suyu took out the offerings. Yuelan glanced at the godly doctor. His face was cold and his entire body was emitting a cold aura, making it hard for people to get close to him. Yuelan originally wanted to exchange a few pleasantries, but in the end, she gave up talking to him. The godly doctor bent over and placed 2 incense sticks in the ground. He squinted his eyes and looked at the tombstone. There are still people thinking about this woman even after she's dead. Gong Wumei stood on the treetop and looked over. His eyes were fixed on the godly doctor. Your disciple caused me to be in this state. You have to cure me. Bah, what did my young miss do to you? You're a man, and you're saying that you were harmed by my young Mississippi. My young miss has a delicate body, how could she harm you? Can you have some shame? Yuelan spat at Gong Wumei. Gong Wumei's peach blossom eyes swept over Yuelan, causing the secret guard's nerves to tense up. He protected Yuelan behind him and said to Yuelan, others have angered him. Do you really want to compensate your family's young miss? Gong Wumei looked at the godly doctor. If you're not willing to cure me, I'll dig up this woman's grave and whip her corpse. Hearing this, the godly doctor's face was indifferent. He nodded his head and said, then cure her. The godly doctor turned and left. Gong Wumei sneered and followed the godly doctor. Suyu took out some pills and gave them to Yuelan. Sister Yuelan, these are to protect the baby and nourish your body. Take one every day. It's good for your body. Thank you. Yuelan took the pills and stared blankly at the tombstone. Mu Yanlua's name was written on it. Let's go. Yuelan said indifferently and turned to leave. The secret guard followed beside Yuelan. The light breeze blew their voices far away. I won't think of taking revenge for young Mississippi. I just want to live a peaceful life according to young Mrs. wishes. Yuelan, don't worry. I will protect you and the child well. Why is your face so square? I was born with it. Young Miss said that your face is special. The world was in chaos. Gong Wumei and Yan Nanzhu were fighting each other. Gong Wumei re-established the demon sect and Yan Nanzhu made it her life's mission to destroy the demon sect. Killing could be seen everywhere. The battle between good and evil was intense. When Ruhua's team grew stronger and stronger. Everywhere they went, there would be bloodshed. They killed many of the corrupt officials, tyrants, and greedy businessmen that Wen Ruhua mentioned. It caused serious chaos and even affected the stability of the country. The imperial court sent Situ Qingyu to suppress the bandits. Situ Qingyu and Wen Ruhua took the responsibility. The war affected many places. Some places even took the opportunity to revolt. The mobs rushed into the government offices and broke into the houses of the rich. Qi Sheng died in the hands of the mobs. He was the only one who didn't have the ability to fight and was the first to die. When Qi Sheng died, the world seemed to dim. The regent, Luo Junyan, took advantage of the chaos in the country and rebelled. However, he failed. The emperor killed Luo Junyan. The emperor had been wary of the regent for a long time. Now that he had walked into the trap, it was just right. When Situ Qingyu, who was still fighting, heard the news, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was stabbed to death by Wenruhua in a daze. Wenruhua's team grew stronger and could even fight against the imperial court's army. However, Wenruhua was killed by her own subordinates. Just like how he killed the bandit leader, Wenruhua was killed by her ambitious subordinates. It was as if the entire world had been reshuffled, wiping out those who had great luck. The entire world was in a state of chaos and chaos. People were restless. The godly doctor stood in front of the bamboo house. Suyu said to him, "Master, I want to go out and practice medicine." "Go." The godly doctor said indifferently. He looked up at the gray sky and said, "Be careful. The people outside are not what they used to be. A child like you should be careful." "Master, are you really going to let me go alone? I'm still a child. I want you to go with me so I can take care of you," Suyu said. The godly doctor said coldly, "There's no need. It's not suitable for me to go out now. Doctors don't treat themselves. My body can't hold on for much longer." "Master." Suyu looked at the godly doctor. "I'm not going out. I want to stay and accompany you." The godly doctor looked at Suyu indifferently. His face was frighteningly pale, without a trace of blood. It was as if he was transparent. One could even see the blood flowing slowly in the veins at his temples. "Master!" Suyu cried out. "Master, you'll be fine. Life and death are predestined. Heaven's will is unpredictable," the godly doctor said indifferently. He turned and walked into the house. From the corner of his eye, he saw a woman watering the herbs. She called out to him, "Master." Chapter 199. A few days after the bathroom incident, nothing unusual happened. It was as if what happened in the bathroom that day was just an illusion. Everyone in the dormitory showed relaxed and comfortable expressions. Lin Qianqian was still energetic. She went out with her boyfriend until late at night. Zhang Yuyan had a part-time job as a model and was busy with work. Su Manyu's family was rich, so she went shopping when she had nothing to do. Ning Shu was the only one in the dorm during the day. When there were classes, Ning Shu would go to class, but she couldn't understand a thing. She wasn't the original owner. The original owner was a very smart student, but she couldn't do the same. She tried her best to reduce her presence in class, afraid that the professor would ask her to answer questions. Ning Shu felt that it was necessary for her to study properly. In the past, when she stayed in the hospital, she did not study. When her life was threatened by the disease, her survival was challenged. Naturally, she put everything aside and only thought about surviving. Ning Shu found that the original owner was really poor. There was no money in her meal card, and she didn't have any money on her. Ning Shu had no idea how the original owner survived. There were also some pickles in the box. Ning Shu didn't mean to mock her. Life was hard, but she still tried to live. The original owner could have graduated from university and had a good future. She could have made her parents proud, but because of a joke, her life ended. Every ghost story was caused by people looking for death. Ning Shu called 2333 in her heart and asked, "System, do you have any learning pills that can save me the trouble of studying high school and university?" She was here for a mission, but if she kept asking questions, she would be exposed. "Yes, you need points to exchange," 2333 said cheerfully. "Exchange. Okay, 5,000 points for a high school pill, 10,000 points for a university pill. Do you want to exchange?" 2333 asked. "Why is it so expensive?" Ning Shu's heart bled. "It's daylight robbery. It's abnormal if it's not expensive. Everyone else is studying seriously and honestly. You only need to take 2 pills and save so much time. You call it expensive? Why don't you go to heaven?" Ning Shu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll do it." As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, 2 white pills appeared in his hand. They were exactly the same as pills. He placed them at the tip of his nose and sniffed. There was no smell. Ning Shu hesitantly mixed the pills with water and swallowed them. He smacked his lips and didn't feel anything. He really didn't feel anything. Fake goods. Ning Shu was still suspecting that the medicine was fake when he started to feel dizzy. Then, the world started spinning. The side effects of this medicine were too great. Ning Shu endured the dizziness, climbed onto his bed, and fell unconscious on the bed. Hey, Zhuang Yutong, wake up, wake up. Why are you sleeping in broad daylight? Wake up. Ning Shu was awakened by someone. When she opened her eyes, she saw a ferocious-looking man with disheveled hair and a pale face. His face had been slashed by a knife and was bleeding crimson blood. His pupils were dilated and somewhat empty, containing boundless and deep-rooted hatred. Ning Shu quickly sat up and hugged the blanket. He almost stuffed his fist into his mouth to stop himself from screaming. Ning Shu used the blanket to cover his head. Although it was a bit deceiving, Ning Shu really saw such a terrifying scene. Ning Shu shuddered as she felt the chill all around her. Waves of yin qi invaded her pores. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Zhuang Yutong, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuyan pulled Ning Shu's blanket away. Are you sick? If you're sick, go see a doctor. When Ning Shu saw Zhang Yuyan, he froze for a moment. He looked left and right, but didn't see the female ghost. It was said that when people woke up, it was easy to see things they weren't supposed to see. The position of the female ghost was where Zhang Yuyan was standing. Was this female ghost by Zhang Yuyan's side? Ning Shu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His heart was beating fast. If this happened a few more times, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Zhang Yuyan looked at Ning Shu with disdain and said, Lin Qianqian said there's a party tonight. You should go too. What party? Ning Shu asked. She was invisible in this dorm. If there was an event, the three of them would never invite her. Zhang Yuyan was a little impatient. Whenever she was annoyed, a wisp of black fog would appear between her eyebrows. Zhang Yuyan looked at Ning Shu with disdain and said, It's just a normal university gathering. Do you want to go? Don't worry, I won't make you pay. Someone will pay for it. Ning Shu nodded and said, I'll go. Ning Shu was a bit scared to leave her alone in the dorm. Was the female ghost she saw just now the pen spirit? Ning Shu thought for a moment and asked, Zhang Yuyan, have you felt anything wrong recently? Like you're not feeling well? No, nothing at all. Zhang Yuyan crossed her arms and looked at Ning Shu arrogantly. Ning Shu couldn't see if the female ghost was still by Zhang Yuyan's side. Zhang Yuyan told Ning Shu about the party and left with her purse. Ning Shu's limbs were weak. He sat on the bed for a while before he got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Ning Shu turned on the faucet. A pungent smell of rot instantly wafted out. Ning Shu looked down and saw dark red blood flowing out of the faucet. The smell was disgusting. Ning Shu threw the faucet out. The blood splashed on the wall, making the smell even worse. Ning Shu's scalp was going to explode. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a woman slowly appear in the mirror. It was the same as what Ning Shu had seen before. Ning Shu immediately looked around. There was no one in the bathroom, but the female ghost in the mirror was still there. The knife marks on her face were slowly rotting until her face was unrecognizable. She opened her mouth and roared. She seemed to rush out of the mirror and jump at Ning Shu. Ning Shu used his hand to block and turned to run. Suddenly, he felt an extremely cold presence invade his body. It was so cold that his body was numb. Ning Shu's heart was filled with hatred. Motherfucker, I have no enmity with you, but you still want to harm innocent people after your death. You deserve to be beaten up by the Taoist priest. After a while, his body gradually recovered. Ning Shu opened the window to let in the sunlight. Even with the sunlight, Ning Shu still felt no warmth in his body. With this kind of yin qi invading his body, even if he wasn't pushed into the artificial lake, he wouldn't be able to survive for long. Ning Shu thought for a while. He wanted to see if this body could practice peerless martial arts. If he could cultivate qi jin, it could also heal the body that was invaded by yin qi. To Ning Shu's surprise, although this body's aptitude wasn't very good, it was not as good as Mu Yenlua's in the previous world. Chapter 200. Because of the gathering that night, Ning Shu found the original owner's clothes that were relatively nicer to match. It didn't look too old-fashioned. In this society, one should respect the clothes first before the person. Ning Shu found the place Zhang Yuyan had mentioned. It was a high-end KTV. If it was the original owner, she wouldn't have attended such an event. She couldn't afford it. The waiter brought him to a private room. The lighting in the room was dim. The magical lights on the ceiling flashed all kinds of colors. When they shone on their faces, it looked strange. When Ning Shu entered, he didn't cause any commotion. There were both boys and girls in the room. There were some drinks and fruits on the table. Lin Qian was singing with a boy. They looked at each other affectionately. Ning Shu walked over to the dormitory group and sat next to Su Manyu. Su Manyu stared blankly at Lin Qian and Ji Qingyuan who were singing. Most of her attention was on Ji Qingyuan. Su Manyu turned her head and saw Ning Shu sitting next to her. She immediately moved to the side, obviously not wanting to sit next to Ning Shu. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. "Girl, you don't have to go that far. She's not a virus." Zhang Yuyan sat to Su Manyu's left. A few boys were trying their best to talk to Zhang Yuyan, trying to please her. But Zhang Yuyan didn't care about them at all. She looked very arrogant. The air in the room wasn't very good. Ning Shu didn't even have a sense of presence. It really didn't matter if she was there or not. Ning Shu looked at the fruits on the table. He picked the ones that weren't broken. Cut fruits like watermelons were very dirty. There were even rumors that there might be drugs on them. Ning Shu picked up peanuts and melon seeds to eat. After Lin Qian and Ji Qingyuan finished singing, Su Manyu, who was sitting next to Ning Shu, immediately stood up and wanted to sing with Ji Qingyuan. Lin Qian also generously gave up her boyfriend so that Ji Qingyuan could sing with Su Manyu. Ning Shu could tell that Su Manyu liked Lin Qian's boyfriend, but Lin Qian didn't seem to know. Lin Qian sat beside Ning Shu. She first opened an unopened can of beer and took a sip before noticing Ning Shu beside her. She smiled at Ning Shu and said, "Zhuang Yutong, you're here. Have fun later." Ning Shu nodded. Although Lin Qian was talking to Ning Shu, her eyes were fixed on Ji Qingyuan and Su Manyu. Especially when the two of them got too close to each other, Lin Qian's expression darkened. After Ji Qingyuan and Suman finished singing, Lin Qian immediately went over and grabbed Ji Qingyuan's arm. She pulled Ji Qingyuan over and sat him down. She then placed the beer next to Ji Qingyuan's mouth and said, "Have some. You've been singing for so long." Su Manyu gripped the microphone tightly. She stood there alone, watching the intimate scene between Lin Qian and Ji Qingyuan. Ning Shu stood to the side and watched. What a scene of jealousy. Ning Shu looked at them and felt very worried. She didn't know what was hiding in the dark and wanted to capture everyone in the dormitory in one fell swoop. These people were still here thinking about these romantic things. Ning Shu didn't know how to deal with spirits. Perhaps the system store had something that could deal with evil spirits, but she didn't have the right to access it yet. So she still had to rely on herself. Ning Shu wasn't interested in this activity at all. If it weren't for the fact that he was alone in the dormitory and had to face the pen spirit alone, Ning Shu would never have come. Ning Shu was deep in thought when he felt a pair of hands touching his thigh. Ning Shu turned his head and saw a guy pretending to be serious. He didn't even look at Ning Shu, but one of his hands was touching Ning Shu's thigh. Ning Shu lifted one of the guy's fingers and pulled it in the opposite direction. The guy cried out in pain. Everyone looked at him. He laughed awkwardly, but his gaze towards Ning Shu was unfriendly. The gathering only ended when it was time to close the dormitory door. The four people from Ning Shu's dormitory were walking together. Lin Qian, who was walking in front, suddenly stumbled as if she had tripped over someone. She screamed and rolled down the stairs. In the end, her forehead hit the wall, bruising and bleeding. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qian had already rolled down the stairs. Everything happened so quickly that Ning Shu didn't even have time to react. Su Manyu and Zhang Yuyan were also confused. Ji Qingyuan, who was walking in front and talking to someone, ran back. He anxiously asked Lin Qian, how are you? My head hurts. My legs hurt. Lin Qian wanted to move her legs, but the pain made her tear up. Su Manyu, why did you push me? Lin Qian asked Su Manyu as she endured the pain. Su Manyu was confused. She then said firmly, I didn't push you. You rolled down the stairs yourself. Ji Qingyuan glared fiercely at Su Manyu. His handsome face was cold. Did you push Qian? I didn't. I really didn't. Faced with Ji Qingyuan's questioning, Su Manyu felt wronged. I didn't push her. Why would I push her? I didn't do anything. Ji Qingyuan frowned and picked up Lin Qian. Blood flowed down Lin Qian's face. I clearly felt you push me from behind. You pushed me down. Lin Qian endured the pain. I really felt someone push me from behind. Manyu, why did you push me? Lin Qian seemed determined to get to the bottom of this. She didn't even care about the wound on her forehead. Su Manyu said in annoyance, I said I didn't do anything. Am I the kind of person who doesn't dare to admit what I did? If I really pushed you, then I'll die a horrible death. Did you see me do anything? Su Manyu, Ning Shu, and Zhang Yuyan asked. Zhang Yuyan shook her head and said, everything happened too quickly. I only saw Lin Qian roll down the stairs. Ning Shu also shook her head. She felt like this thing was standing right next to them. Maybe it was next to her, or maybe it was next to Su Manyu, or maybe it was next to Zhang Yuyan. They couldn't see her. Maybe she was smiling viciously. Ning Shu believed that Su Manyu didn't do anything. He also believed that Lin Qian wasn't lying. He just didn't expect that Lin Qian would be the first to get into trouble. Let's go to the hospital first. Ning Shu interrupted. Ji Qingyuan carried Lin Qian out of the KTV. As he left, he glanced at Su Manyu's face and said coldly, I'll get to the bottom of this. Su Manyu's face instantly turned ugly. Her eyes turned red. She was so angry that she turned around and left. Obviously, she wasn't going back to the dormitory. Zhang Yuyan glanced at Ning Shu. She brushed her thick wavy hair and said to Ning Shu, since they're not going back to the dormitory, I'm not going back either. Zhang Yuyan left after saying that. Ning Shu thought, fuck you. After all this time, she still had to stay in the dormitory alone tonight. Chapter 201. As soon as Zhang Yuyan left, Ning Shu felt her surroundings become cold. She felt a chill on her face. Ning Shu wondered if that thing was touching her with its hands or licking her with its tongue. However, she couldn't see anything. She could only imagine the scene in her mind. Ning Shu was scared to death. Ning Shu hugged her body and recited the formula of a peerless martial art in her mind. At the same time, she tried to circulate her qi to resist the yin energy in her body. Why did she feel so cold? The other three didn't have as big of a reaction as Ning Shu when they came in contact with the otherworldly item. Ning Shu hurried back to her dormitory. To be honest, Ning Shu didn't want to go back to her dormitory. However, since that thing would follow them wherever they went, she might as well go back to her dormitory. Tap tap tap. Ning Shu heard footsteps behind her. Ning Shu didn't turn around and quickened her pace. Ning Shu sped up, and the footsteps behind her became hurried. Suddenly, a hand landed on Ning Shu's shoulder from behind. Ning Shu's heart spasmed. She grabbed the hand and threw him over her shoulder without thinking. The man who was thrown to the ground groaned and screamed in pain. Ning Shu used the dim light of the street lamp to see who it was. Wasn't that the boy who touched her thigh in the KTV? How bold of him to chase after him. The boy stood up with his hands on his waist and bared his teeth. Ning Shu looked at him and found him to be ordinary. Ning Shu, who was used to seeing beautiful men, felt uncomfortable. Ning Shu was used to seeing dozens of beautiful men. She felt that this guy was really ugly. Why are you doing this to me? The boy asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu said coldly, you attacked me from behind. I was just defending myself. Ning Shu didn't want to say anything more to this guy. She turned around and left. The boy chased after her. Ning Shu said, I was wrong about the KTV. I heard that your family is very poor. Be my girlfriend. I will pay for your living expenses. Ning Shu stopped and looked at the boy. The boy asked happily, do you agree? My name is Song Ming. It's so late. Do you still want to go back to your dormitory? Let's go outside. Song Ming pulled Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu took a step back and coldly looked at the boy called Song Ming. I don't sleep with the male lead. How can I sleep with you? This boy called Song Ming just wanted to trick her into bed. Ning Shu sneered. She stretched out her leg and kicked Song Ming's crotch. Song Ming immediately covered his crotch. It was so painful that he wanted to die. Ning Shu grabbed his collar. Don't have any ideas about me. In the future, if you approach me with such dirty thoughts, I will directly cripple you, beast. Ning Shu loosened her collar, turned around and left. Song Ming held the wall with one hand and covered his crotch with the other. He grimaced as he looked at Ning Shu's back. Ning Shu returned to the dormitory. She turned on the light and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. However, when she thought of what happened during the day, she was afraid that the faucet would bleed. Only their dormitory's faucet was bleeding. How could such an unscientific thing happen? Fortunately, there was no bleeding today. Ning Shu washed up, closed the window, pulled the curtains, and turned on the light. Ning Shu climbed onto the bed and sat in meditation. Ning Shu knew that the pen spirit would come. This kind of thing was used to provoke the fear in people's hearts and make them collapse. It used magnetic fields to do strange and frightening things. Humans' fear of ghosts came from invisible and mysterious forces. Ning Shu began to practice her peerless martial arts to dispel the fear in her heart. Pang! The window that Ning Shu closed was blown open by the wind. The lights in the dormitory were instantly extinguished. There was no light in the dormitory at all. Even outside the window, it was as dark as ink. Nothing could be seen. The wind blew against the window, making a pa-pa-pa sound. The curtains were blown into a ball. Ning Shu sat on the bed as still as a mountain. If she did not open her eyes, she would not be able to see anything. Ning Shu muttered in her heart, I can't see anything. I can't see anything. I'm not afraid at all. I'm not afraid. Ning Shu even smelled a rotten smell. Her whole body felt as if it had fallen into icy water. Even her head started to feel dizzy. Ning Shu clenched her teeth and closed her eyes, refusing to open them. At the same time, she tried to circulate the qi gene in her body to resist the cold. Hiss. A deep roar sounded in her ears. It was the sound of a woman crying. It was very close, but also very far. Ning Shu even felt something dripping on her body. It was warm, like blood that had just flowed out of her body. Ning Shu still did not open his eyes. He felt the temperature in the room drop again. Ning Shu felt as if he was standing naked in the snow in the middle of winter. His muscles started to shiver. Why won't you open your eyes and look at me? Why? The voice was both poisonous and filled with endless coldness. Ning Shu circulated the qi gene in his body, trying to resist the pen spirit's influence. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu did not know how long he had endured. When he opened his eyes again, it was already daytime. The window was wide open, and the curtains swayed gently in the breeze. It was another beautiful morning. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the dormitory. If not for the numbness in his body, Ning Shu would have suspected that the previous night had been an illusion. Ning Shu sat on his bed for the whole night. Ning Shu yawned and felt particularly tired. She got out of bed and opened her cupboard. She found a neatly folded piece of clothing in the cupboard. It was a bright red woolen coat. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. This shirt did not belong to her. The original owner did not have such a beautiful shirt. The color of the shirt was very beautiful. It was an eye-catching red, and wearing it gave off a cold and elegant feeling. Whose shirt was placed in her cupboard? Ning Shu suspected that it was Zhang Yuyan's. The shirt fit Zhang Yuyan's style perfectly, proud and elegant. Ning Shu thought for a moment and picked up the shirt. When he touched it, Ning Shu felt something was wrong. The shirt was wet and sticky. He put his hand to his nose and sniffed. There was a rotten smell. Ning Shu immediately understood that the pen spirit had placed the shirt in her cupboard. Ning Shu suddenly felt something cold approaching him. Waves of yin energy entered his pores, and a thought appeared in his mind. For this reason, why not try on this beautiful shirt? Ning Shu took the shirt out of the cupboard. There were muddy water stains where the shirt had been placed. The shirt was very heavy, and it had not been wrung dry after absorbing the water. Ning Shu laughed coldly. He took out a pair of scissors and cut the shirt into pieces. The temperature in the dormitory dropped a lot. A strong wind blew from the window, blowing the pieces of the shirt on the ground. The room was filled with a disgusting rotten smell. Chapter 202. After Ning Shu cut the clothes, the pen spirit started to get agitated. The wind blew the window back and forth heavily. The glass shattered, and glass shards flew everywhere. Ning Shu's ears were filled with the ear-piercing sound of electric current, which almost pierced through her eardrums. Ning Shu covered her ears and squatted down, closing her eyes. The pen spirit was angry. Ning Shu felt that there was nothing to be afraid of even if it was a ghost. It was just like 2333 said, it was just a spirit, and it was a little more vicious. As long as she could overcome the fear in her heart, there was nothing to be afraid of. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ning Shu opened her eyes. The dormitory was quiet. Other than the shattered glass on the floor, there were no pieces of clothes. However, the cold presence followed her like a shadow. Furthermore, there was a chill around her neck. Ning Shu suspected that this malicious spirit was strangling her neck. Ning Shu channeled the qi jin in her body and opened the door. The dorm manager was standing at the door. He looked at Ning Shu with an unfriendly gaze and asked, "What were you doing just now? Why is the glass in the dorm broken?" "I'm sorry. I used too much force when I closed the window, and the glass shattered. I will fix it as soon as possible." Ning Shu did not argue and apologized directly. The manager saw that Ning Shu's attitude was good, so he told her to fix it as soon as possible. Then, he said to Ning Shu, "Someone is looking for you downstairs." Ning Shu was a little surprised. Who would be looking for her? Ning Shu went down the stairs and saw Song Ming standing under a tree. When Ning Shu saw this person, she did not look happy at all. Ning Shu turned around and went back to the dorm. When Song Ming saw Ning Shu was about to leave, she quickly ran over and grabbed Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, "Why did you run when you saw me?" "I'm not running. I just don't want to see you. Don't wander around in front of me, or I'll really cripple you." Ning Shu's eyes were cold. She didn't want to be entangled with this person. How could he be a good person if he stuck his hand into a girl's thigh the first time they met? Based on Ning Shu's temper in the past, he really wanted to give this guy a whip. Perhaps he wouldn't put his hands between other girls' thighs only because he saw that she was dressed in a rustic manner and came from the countryside without any backing and was easy to bully. He thought that she wouldn't dare to stick her nose out. How could such a cowardly person be a good person? Last night, he had already thought that Song Ming was ugly. Now that the light was bright, he looked even uglier. His face was full of pimples, and there were even pimples on his chin. Ning Shu, Song Ming looked at Ning Shu. This girl was dressed a little ugly, but she had a kind of simple beauty. She was probably still a virgin, so he made the first move. Last night, I said that you would be my girlfriend. Have you considered it? Song Ming's eyes swept across Ning Shu's chest. Ning Shu was someone who had experienced several worlds. She was very clear about what kind of tricks this man in front of her had in his heart. Ning Shu thought about it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Ning Shu grabbed Song Ming's collar and said coldly, "Stop wandering around in front of me. You want to do this, old lady? Look at your ugly face. It's so ugly that I can't eat. It's so disgusting that I lose my appetite." Song Ming's expression was ugly. He pulled away Ning Shu's hand that was grabbing his collar and shouted angrily, "What are you so proud of? You're just a country bumpkin from the countryside. Do you really think that you're popular? I just saw that you were living a difficult life and wanted to help you. You really think that you're something?" There were really scumbags everywhere. The pen spirit didn't find these disgusting men and scare them to death. Instead, she only knew how to hurt innocent girls. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected, women were good at making things difficult for other women. The 4 girls in the dormitory might have some small problems, but they had never hurt the pen spirit. However, the pen spirit wanted them dead. From all the signs, the pen spirit was probably killed by someone when she was alive. Then, she was filled with resentment and wanted to kill someone. Ning Shu looked at Song Ming and sneered. He raised his leg and kicked Song Ming's lower body. Song Ming's eyes were about to pop out. Tears came out of her eyes. She cried out in pain and bent over to cover her crotch. This was the entrance of the female dormitory. There were many girls coming and going. The girls pointed at Song Ming. Song Ming's face was red. The pimples on her chin were a lot bigger. It was very disgusting to look at. "You, Zhuang Yutong, you." Song Ming pointed at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said coldly, "I've said it before. If you walk around in front of me in the future, I'll beat you every time I see you." Ning Shu turned around and left after saying that. Back in the dormitory, Ning Shu started to pack up and prepare to go home. There was no way he could stay here. Also, from Zhuang Yutong's memories, he knew that the witch in the village was quite capable. She could solve all the strange things in the village. In the original plot, Zhuang Yutong wanted to go back to find the witch. However, before she could do so, she died. Ning Shu decided to go back. Ning Shu was unwilling to give up and summon 2333. Is there really nothing that can deal with this malicious spirit? Ning Shu, didn't I tell you? 2333's voice was helpless. You are not qualified to open the shop. If you do, there will be many things that can deal with this spirit. The problem is that you are still too weak. Why can I exchange for aphrodisiac and learning pills? Ning Shu asked again. Ning Shu was not used to the system calling him trash. Even if you throw these low-level items on the ground, no player will pick them up. I use my authority to exchange for them for you. 2333 said. Ning Shu roared in his heart. If these are low-level items, why do they cost so many points? Why? Why? Even though it's a low-level item, it's still something from the system store. It's still very powerful. Alright, stop talking to me. I don't have enough energy. Bye-bye. 2333 said and ignored Ning Shu. The feeling of being cheated lingered in Ning Shu's heart. She always felt that she had been cheated by the system. 2333 meant that she was nothing more than a low-level player now. Who knew what plane she would disappear in? After packing his things, Ning Shu planned to ask for leave from the counselor. Ning Shu was afraid that he would fall into the artificial lake like in the storyline, so he deliberately avoided the artificial lake. After asking for leave from the counselor, Ning Shu walked out of the administration building. As she was walking, she suddenly heard a sharp honk from a car. Ning Shu turned around and saw a van rushing straight towards her. It was getting faster and faster. A gust of yin energy entered Ning Shu's body. It was so cold that Ning Shu's body became numb. It was as if something was holding him tightly, not letting him move. Ning Shu used her qi and quickly avoided the van. The van rushed into the grass and crashed into a tree. The tree was directly knocked down. The front of the van was also smashed into pieces. Chapter 203. Ning Shu looked at the wreckage of the van, and his heart raced. He shook his numb arm and looked down to see the black fingerprints on it. Something had grabbed him earlier, and that was probably the ghost claw. Ning Shu walked over and saw that the van owner had fainted. He immediately called the police. The hairs on Ning Shu's back stood on end. She broke out in a cold sweat. This pen spirit wanted to kill her. The more it was like this, the more Ning Shu hated it. Everything had a cause and effect. The pen spirit could not harm people like this. The original owner, Zhuang Yutong, had never harmed the pen spirit, and she had no grudge against it, but it still wanted to kill Zhuang Yutong. Let's see who will take care of who in the end. Ning Shu chased away the chill in his body as he walked back to the dormitory. When Ning Shu opened the door, he saw Zhang Yuyan, who had returned at some point, climbing up the window. She looked very dangerous, and it seemed like she was going to jump out of the window. Zhang Yuyan's face was filled with despair like she had encountered something scary. Her eyes were blank, and she looked like she had lost her soul. Her movements were slow as she stood by the window. The dormitory was very cold, and he could hear something roaring. The hatred and coldness were suffocating. Ning Shu quickly ran over to grab Zhang Yuyan's hand. He wanted to pull her down, but he could not. It was as if someone was trying to push her off the balcony. Zhang Yuyan, wake up. Hey. Ning Shu took a deep breath and used his qi to pull Zhang Yuyan down. Zhang Yuyan fell on top of Ning Shu, and Ning Shu could not stop coughing. Zhang Yuyan had already fainted. Ning Shu carried Zhang Yuyan onto the bed, and he saw a ghost claw mark on her other wrist. Zhang Yuyan's body was very cold. Her body was trembling and her face was pale. Ning Shu covered her with the blanket and then covered her body with her own blanket. She took Zhang Yuyan's hand and rubbed it. Ning Shu was now a martial arts practitioner, and martial arts practitioners were full of vitality. He hoped it would be of some use to Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan's face was very pale, and she no longer looked as sexy and proud as a rose. Ning Shu sighed. These girls were really unlucky. Curiosity killed the cat. Sometimes, one shouldn't play with fire. It was one thing for Lin Qian to be curious, but she even dragged them down with her. In the end, only Lin Qian survived. Ning Shu sat on the edge of the bed the whole time. In the middle of the night, she couldn't take it anymore, so she leaned against the edge of the bed and fell asleep. Zhang Yuyan, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly sat up and lifted the blanket with a numb expression. Ning Shu was awakened by Zhang Yuyan. Seeing Zhang Yuyan like this, she knew that she was being controlled again. Ning Shu grabbed Zhang Yuyan tightly, but Zhang Yuyan's strength increased, and she slowly dragged Ning Shu to the window. Ning Shu thought, fuck you. Let's see who wins today. Ning Shu exerted all his strength, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge as he pulled Zhang Yuyan back. Zhang Yuyan turned around, her face incomparably malevolent. It was so rotten that it was impossible to see what she looked like. One of her eyeballs was about to fall out. It was only because a bit of flesh and meridians were holding it that it did not fall to the ground. Her entire body was incomparably disgusting. Ning Shu even felt that his hand holding Zhang Yuyan had become wet and rotten. Ning Shu looked down and saw that Zhang Yuyan's hand was rotten. He could even see white maggots crawling under the rotten skin. Ning Shu was so scared that he almost let go. He closed his eyes and said in his heart, "I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all. This is a trick. This is Zhang Yuyan's hand. I can't let go. I can't let go." It wasn't that Ning Shu wanted to save Zhang Yuyan out of kindness. It was that Ning Shu was fighting against the plot. In the plot, Lin Qianqian was the only one left. Everyone else was dead. Saving these people was the same as saving himself. Ning Shu gathered his strength, and the muscles in his arms were trembling. He held Zhang Yuyan's hand tightly. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu felt his hand lighten. Zhang Yuyan fell to the ground with a thump. She no longer looked hideous and rotten. Ning Shu placed Zhang Yuyan on the bed and shook his trembling hand. Finally, the sun rose. Ning Shu was exhausted. Zhang Yuyan, who was lying on the bed, started to have a fever. Ning Shu touched Zhang Yuyan's forehead. It was burning. Ning Shu took out Zhang Yuyan's phone from her bag and called her family, asking them to pick up Zhang Yuyan. She was going back to her hometown. She couldn't stay by Zhang Yuyan's side. By the time the Taoist priest arrived, most of the people in the dormitory would be dead. She would have to rely on herself. Zhang Yuyan's family arrived quickly. They thanked Ning Shu and took Zhang Yuyan away. Ning Shu took his luggage, locked the dormitory, and headed to the bus station. Ning Shu was on the bus. Along the way, Ning Shu was afraid that something might happen, so he was constantly cultivating his peerless martial arts. He was constantly circulating his qi, emitting a strong qi and blood force. The strong yang qi could make these ghosts stay away from him. There were many accidents along the way. The bus either had a flat tire or went the wrong way. The old driver even got lost. Ning Shu knew that the spirit was following him. Ning Shu swapped seats with someone and sat behind the driver. Ning Shu turned his head. He could even see a ferocious face reflected in the glass. Ning Shu looked away expressionlessly. It was nothing more than using this kind of thing to scare people. Once they were numb from fear, it would be fine. After 3 days of bumpy ride, they finally arrived. The 2-day journey was delayed by an extra day, and there were many accidents along the way. Everyone on the bus said that they were possessed by ghosts. There was still some distance from the bus station to the original owner's village. Ning Shu dragged his luggage and felt cold air around him. It was summer, but Ning Shu felt like it was winter. When they arrived at the village, Ning Shu didn't go home directly. It would be bad if Zhuang Yutong's family was harmed by such a troublemaker. This was a ghost that killed people without any principles to ease the hatred in her heart. Ning Shu went to the witch's house. The witch lived in the westernmost part of the village, near the mountains. It was also the most desolate place. There was basically no one living nearby. The place where the witch lived was very simple and even had a gloomy feeling. The curtains were all black. The lighting in the forest wasn't very good, and this made it even more gloomy. However, Ning Shu felt his body relax. The coldness was gone. It was as if the spirit had left his side. What was she afraid of? Ning Shu walked into the yard and shouted into the house, "Granny, I'm Yutong. I have a favor to ask." After a while, an old voice came from inside the house. It was hoarse and harsh. "Come in." Ning Shu lifted the black curtain and walked in. The house was very dark. There seemed to be no windows, so the lighting wasn't very good. There were 2 candles on the table, as if they were worshipping something. Ning Shu looked around the room casually. He turned around and saw a skull hanging on the wall next to him. It had empty eye sockets and a few teeth in its mouth. Chapter 204. Ning Shu was so scared by the skull that he took a few steps back. However, he stepped on something. He looked down and saw that it was a leg bone. Ning Shu almost jumped up. Damn it, why did they have to make it so scary? Why couldn't they put the bones away? What did you provoke? It's so powerful. A hoarse voice came from behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately turned around. It was dark around him and he didn't notice that someone was sitting behind him. With a snap, the lights came on. Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and saw an extremely old woman standing in front of her. Her face was full of wrinkles and deep ravines. Her eyes were very sinister as she sized Ning Shu up from head to toe. Ning Shu said to the witch, "Granny, I'm in trouble. I want to ask for your help." The witch sat down. Ning Shu said, "Sit down." Ning Shu quickly sat across from the witch. There was a small tea table in front of him with all kinds of strange things on it. The witch lit the lamp on the table and a sweet smell slowly spread out. Ning Shu coughed and said, "Granny, what's this? It smells good. It's made of soul-removing grass. If you smell it too much, your soul will dissipate and you will become a living dead," the witch said lightly with a hoarse voice. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu immediately held his breath. The witch looked at Ning Shu and said, "Didn't you go to school? How did you provoke something like this? These things are the most powerful. They are full of yin qi. Have you been possessed by a ghost?" Ning Shu shook his head and immediately asked, "I haven't been possessed by a ghost. Is there any way to get rid of this thing?" Ning Shu told the witch everything that had happened in the dormitory. The witch looked at Ning Shu with her cold eyes and said hoarsely, "Everything has a cause and effect. This female ghost naturally has a reason to find you. Someone in your dormitory has a grudge against this female ghost." "That's impossible. We just started college this year. We didn't even know this female ghost before. I grew up in this village and only left when I started college. There's no grudge between us," Ning Shu retorted. The witch glanced at Ning Shu. "It has nothing to do with you. Maybe it has something to do with your parents." Ning Shu, was this a grudge between two generations? But Zhuang Yutong was the most pitiful and innocent person. At the end of the plot, Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian found a Taoist priest to destroy the female ghost. But Zhuang Yutong was already dead. "Granny, what should I do? Is there any way to get rid of this female ghost?" Ning Shu asked the witch. "I don't think this female ghost is a good person. Even if someone in the dormitory has a grudge against this female ghost, she still wanted to kill everyone in the dormitory. I was almost killed by a car." The witch said faintly, "This kind of thing can no longer be reincarnated. It's full of resentment. If you provoke it, it won't stop until you're dead. This kind of thing has no conscience at all. It's just an evil spirit. If you get rid of it, it's fine. If you don't, you won't have peace for the rest of your life. If you're lucky, you won't die, but you'll be poor for the rest of your life. If you're not, you'll die an unnatural death." It was obvious that Lin Qianqian was a person of great fortune. She was blessed with great fortune, but the other three were short-lived. Ning Shu pursed his lips and looked at the witch. He was about to cry. "Granny, what should I do?" The witch ignored Ning Shu's pitiful eyes and gave Ning Shu a bowl of water. It was dark and had a strange smell. She said in a hoarse voice, "Drink it." "What is this?" Ning Shu took the bowl and asked. The witch looked at Ning Shu. "If you continue like this, you won't be able to live much longer. This is something to get rid of the yin qi." Ning Shu drank it without hesitation. It tasted very strange. It tasted sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. It tasted indescribably strange. "I can save you, but I have a request," the witch said in a hoarse voice. Ning Shu immediately said, "Please say it." "I need a kind of herb. You have to pick it for me," the witch said faintly. Ning Shu said without hesitation, "Okay." "What kind of herb?" Ning Shu asked. The witch looked at Ning Shu and said coldly, "It's very dangerous to pick this herb. You might die. But if you pick it, I'll give you this. It can protect you." The witch took out a black bead. The bead was black and shiny, like a black pearl. Before Ning Shu could say anything, 2333's voice boiled in Ning Shu's mind. Quick, quick, take this thing. Quick, quick, I can't believe we found something like this in such a low-level realm. Quick, take it. Ning Shu felt his ears buzzing. Shut up. Ning Shu didn't know what the bead was, but if it made 2333 so excited, it had to be something good. Ning Shu said calmly, Granny, I'm willing to pick the herb. You have to think carefully. It's very dangerous to pick this herb. You might die. The witch looked at Ning Shu coldly. Ning Shu nodded. This evil spirit is following me. Something bad will happen if I go back early. I might as well pick the herb for Granny. Very well, I'll give this to you. The witch gave the bead to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took the bead and felt it was very heavy. It was only the size of a man's thumb, but it was very heavy. This is the herb I asked you to pick. The witch gave Ning Shu a piece of paper. Pick it according to the instructions. Don't hurt the herb. Ning Shu took the paper and looked at it. Her pupils trembled, but her expression was normal as she said, Granny, I will definitely pick the herbs. The witch told Ning Shu the location of the herb. Ning Shu put away the black pearl and left the witch's room. He took his luggage and went home. When the original owner's parents saw Ning Shu, they were very surprised. They asked if something happened. Ning Shu said nothing happened. He just came back to see his parents and took out some money to give them. Zhuang Yutong's father was a dark-skinned farmer. When he saw Ning Shu take out a stack of money, his face changed. Ning Shu asked where the money came from. Ning Shu said that it was the money she earned from her part-time job and was saving it for the two elders. Only then did the two elders heave a sigh of relief and return the money to Ning Shu. Ning Shu said that it was for her younger brother's studies. Ning Shu exchanged some of the money with his points. Honestly, Zhuang Yutong's parents had a hard time. With this money, they could live a little easier. When he returned to his room, Ning Shu put down his luggage and looked at the black pearl in his hand. He asked 2333, what is this? Don't underestimate this thing. This is a spirit orb. It absorbs souls. It contains pure soul power. The conditions to form a spirit orb are very strict. Sometimes, a spirit orb can't even be formed in a plane. It's all soul power. Ning Shu looked at the orb with shining eyes. It was so heavy. How much soul power did it contain? Chapter 205. Ning Shu looked at the soul pearl in her hand, her heart was very excited. This was all soul force. If she could absorb this soul force, her soul would become stronger. If she encountered some difficult task and needed to stay in the mission world for a long time, it would be fine. It wouldn't hurt her soul too much. Don't tell me you want to absorb the soul power in the spirit pearl. 2333 said sarcastically, you are looking for death. This soul orb can only absorb souls. It can absorb any kind of soul. It is known as the soul terminator. You want to absorb this thing? No one can absorb this thing. If you were in the state of a soul, you would have already been absorbed by this thing and died without a trace of smoke. This thing is a sharp weapon against souls. Even souls are afraid of this thing. 2333 warned again, don't get any ideas. When you return to the space, I will keep this thing for you. In the space, you are a soul and will be absorbed by the spirit pearl. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu thought it was some kind of treasure. It turned out that it was something that could only be absorbed. Ning Shu finally understood why the ghost girl ran away. It was because she was afraid of this thing. Ning Shu put away the spirit pearl and took out the herb that the witch gave her. This herb looked very strange. It only had 2 leaves, but it bore a fruit that looked like a fetus. Ning Shu saw this thing in the godly doctor's book. It was called the longevity fruit. It was said that it had the effect of prolonging one's life. Ning Shu thought it was fake when she saw it, but now the witch wanted her to pick it. The witch probably wanted to prolong her life. She didn't think that there would be such a precious thing in this world. No wonder the witch gave her the spirit pearl. This fruit is not that precious in a higher level world. However, the spirit pearl is very precious. It is impossible for a world to have such a pearl. This is a good deal. 2333 said. Since it was like this, Ning Shu decided to go find this fruit. Moreover, this thing grew on a cliff. This kind of precious thing was guarded by fierce animals. As a weak girl, she might really die. Fortunately, Ning Shu had practiced a peerless martial art. His strength and agility had increased, so he might be able to reap some benefits. There was no way Ning Shu was going to take the witch's bead for free. Setting aside the fact that the witch knew some strange things, what would happen to Zhuang Yutong if she took the bead away? Zhuang Yutong had not been killed by the malicious ghost, but by the witch. The next morning, Ning Shu was woken up by the two elders for breakfast. Then, she took a bundle of rope and went to the mountains behind the village. Father Zhuang saw Ning Shu holding a bundle of rope and a hatchet, and asked her where she was going. Ning Shu said that she was going to the mountains to get some wild mushrooms and bring them to school for the teachers to eat. When Father Zhuang heard this, he only told Ning Shu to be careful. Ning Shu followed the route on the paper and headed deep into the mountains. The further he went, the deeper the fallen leaves on the ground. There was a lot of animal feces on the ground. The trees were also very thick and looked quite old. The forest was lush and green. When the sun shone down, it formed small spots of light through the leaves. Ning Shu reached her destination. This thing grew on a cliff. Ning Shu had to hang on the rope and slide down to where the longevity fruit grew in order to pluck it. Ning Shu looked down the cliff and suddenly felt dizzy. Damn, she was afraid of heights. Ning Shu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He tied the rope securely to the tree and tied another rope to himself. He pulled the rope and slowly slid down. For the sake of this bead, Ning Shu was quite desperate. He slid down beside the longevity fruit. Looking at the fruit up close, it was even more frightening. It was completely in the shape of a fetus. It was curled up and even had facial features on its face. Damn, was it going to grow into a child? Ning Shu remembered that in the miracle doctor's medical skills, this thing was a kind of plant. However, it was really surprising that a plant could grow like this. 2333 System Sir, what exactly is this thing? Ning Shu reached out to pluck the longevity fruit. It's nothing more than a kind of spiritual herb. Don't make a fuss about it. When you reach the cultivation world, you will see all kinds of spiritual herbs, 2333 said indifferently. His tone was dispirited. Obviously, he didn't want to explain anything to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was a country bumpkin. Whoosh! Suddenly, something rushed towards Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu quickly retracted his hand and pulled the rope away from the longevity fruit. Only then did he see it clearly. Far away from the longevity fruit, there was a snake the size of a pinky finger. It was only 3 inches long. This snake was very small and was about the same color as a rock. Ning Shu didn't notice it before. This snake coiled its body and looked at Ning Shu cautiously. Fortunately, he retracted his hand quickly. Otherwise, he would have been bitten by this thing. One man and one snake confronted each other. Ning Shu should have known that something was guarding the longevity fruit. Otherwise, if it grew on such an obvious cliff, it would have been pecked by birds. Obviously, this snake had been guarding the longevity fruit all this time. Now, the only way to get the longevity fruit was to kill this snake. Ning Shu quickly pulled out the hatchet at his waist and slashed at the small snake. At this point, he had to fight. The small snake raised its head and bit at Ning Shu's wrist. Ning Shu turned his wrist and slashed at the snake's head. The small snake's cold eyes revealed a fierce look. It flew towards Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu circulated her chi. She pulled the rope with one hand and stepped on the cliff, avoiding the small snake that rushed over. She used the hatchet to chop the small snake into two halves. The small snake's corpse fell down the cliff. Ning Shu's limbs were weak and his body was covered in cold sweat. He took a deep breath and picked the longevity fruit. He put it in the box the witch gave him. When they got home, Father Zhuang saw that Ning Shu was in a mess. He didn't see any fungi. He asked, "Where are the fungi?" "I picked some. They were all poisonous wild fungi. I didn't pick them. I don't want them to eat them." Ning Shu found a random excuse. Father Zhuang took the bamboo strips and said that he would go to the mountains to find those that weren't poisonous. Ning Shu looked at Father Zhuang's back. This was a father who always thought about his child. Zhuang Yutong was lucky to have parents like this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed her fate. In the end, it was for her parents. Ning Shu washed his face casually and took the box to the witch's house. Ning Shu stood in the yard and shouted, "Grandma, I'm here. Come in." The witch's voice was hoarse. Only then did Ning Shu enter the house and pass the box to the witch. "I've picked something." "So fast." The witch's voice was hoarse. She reached out with her withered hand and opened the box. When she saw the longevity fruit inside, her hand trembled. It's really, probably because she was afraid of Ning Shu, the witch didn't call out the fruit's name. She quickly put the box away. Chapter 206. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, the witch's attitude towards Ning Shu became a little more amiable. Ning Shu said hoarsely, "You can have the bead. Since you got it back so quickly, I'll give you this." Ning Shu took the bottle and asked, "What is this?" "It's some powder to remove yin qi. The girls in your dorm are absorbing yin qi into their bodies," the witch said in a hoarse voice. Ning Shu put the bottle away. She felt that the girls in her dorm would never drink this. They might even laugh at her. Ning Shu asked the witch again, "Granny, will this thing grow again in the future?" A smile appeared on her face, but this smile was especially sinister. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "It is already not bad to have one of these heaven-defying creations. I might not be able to see the next one in this lifetime." "I see." Ning Shu sighed in relief. She was afraid that the witch would ask Zhuang Yutong to pick this thing after she left this world. She had martial arts, and it wasn't easy for her to pick this thing. However, Zhuang Yutong was a weak girl. Asking her to pick this thing would be suicide. Ning Shu was here to help Zhuang Yutong. She couldn't leave a mess for her. After leaving the witch's house, Ning Shu relaxed. With the spirit orb, she didn't have to worry about being killed by evil spirits anymore. The evil spirits wouldn't dare to enter her body anymore. If they got close, they would be absorbed by the spirit orb. Ning Shu couldn't wait for the evil spirits to get close to her. It would be best if the spirit orb could absorb their souls. Ning Shu didn't stay at home. She said goodbye to the two elders of the Zhuang family and prepared to go back to school. Now that the female ghost wasn't with her, she should be with the other girls. Ning Shu had already walked a long way when Father Zhuang caught up with her. He stuffed the bag into Ning Shu's hands and said that it wasn't wild mushrooms. Ning Shu didn't take it and asked Father Zhuang to keep it for himself. She really didn't know who to give it to in school. She didn't have any close friends, and the only people she interacted with were her 3 roommates. However, her 3 roommates were all people with eyes growing on top of their heads. They probably wouldn't want this kind of thing that was in bad condition and had mud on it. It was better to leave it at home and let her family eat it. Ning Shu got on the bus and saw that Father Zhuang was still standing on the side of the road until the bus turned a corner. Ning Shu retracted her gaze. She felt that Zhuang Yutong was very lucky. She was a girl living in a village like this. Her family's situation wasn't good, but she was still allowed to study. Although the conditions weren't good, the family atmosphere was good. That was why Zhuang Yutong wanted to study hard. She wanted to change her fate so that her parents could live happily in their old age. However, she didn't expect that she would die less than a year after entering university. Her parents' efforts and her own efforts were all in vain. When a person died, there was nothing left. Life was very precious. On the way back, nothing strange happened. It was a smooth journey. She hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. Ning Shu dragged her luggage to the dormitory downstairs. She saw a pool of blood on the ground. There were also white traces of the crime scene. Someone had died here. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and saw that it was room 503. It was their dormitory. Jumped down from upstairs. Zhang Yuyan. Ning Shu dragged her luggage upstairs. When she opened the door to the dormitory, she saw two women fighting. One was pulling her hair, the other was scratching her face. Ning Shu quickly put down her luggage and pulled them apart. "What are you doing?" Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu and Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian's head was still wrapped in gauze and her leg was still in a cast. How could she still fight like this? Su Manyu brushed her messy hair and looked at Lin Qianqian with hatred. Lin Qianqian leaned on her walking stick, looking embarrassed and angry. Neither of them said anything. The atmosphere was very awkward. Ning Shu noticed that Su Manyu looked very haggard. She had lost a lot of weight and there were bruises under her eyes. Even makeup couldn't hide the haggard look on her face. Lin Qianqian's expression was full of anger and innocence. What's going on? What's with the white line below the dormitory? Ning Shu didn't see Zhang Yuyan anywhere. Su Manyu glared at Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu said, Zhang Yuyan committed suicide by jumping off the building. As expected, Ning Shu felt an indescribable sense of pity. She pretended to be shocked and asked, why? Everyone says that Zhang Yuyan committed suicide, but that's not what happened. I saw her jump with my own eyes. She was controlled by something. It must have been the pen spirit that night. I will never forget the last time she looked at me. She gave me a ferocious smile and said that none of us will be able to escape. Then, she jumped down. She didn't commit suicide at all. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. She definitely didn't commit suicide. Lin Qianqian angrily shouted at Su Manyu, that's not what happened. Su Manyu, why are you framing me? Are you saying that I caused Zhang Yuyan's death? The police already said that she committed suicide because Zhang Yuyan was slept with. Ning Shu listened to the conversation between the two and finally understood what had happened. The police determined that Zhang Yuyan's death was a suicide. The cause of death was that Zhang Yuyan wanted to become a celebrity and sign a contract with a management company. However, she was slept with and was caught in a video. Because of this, Zhang Yuyan couldn't take the shock and committed suicide. After this incident, the school increased its management of the dormitory. Every night, when it was time, the school would call in the dormitory number to prevent students from staying out all night. Su Manyu, who had been staying at home, and the injured Lin Qianqian, were both called back to the school. Since they were in the same dormitory as the victim, they were naturally questioned by the police and had to give statements. At that time, Ning Shu was at home. Su Manyu was certain that Zhang Yuyan didn't commit suicide, while Lin Qianqian was certain that Zhang Yuyan committed suicide. Moreover, the police had already found the video of Zhang Yuyan being slept with. Ning Shu looked at the window. There seemed to be an invisible thing staring at them. He revealed an evil smile. Su Manyu said to Ning Shu, there really is a ghost in this dormitory. Recently, a lot of strange things have been happening around me. Ever since I started playing Pen Spirit, these things have been happening. Su Manyu's face was a little pale. She gathered her clothes together. It was the hottest day of summer, but Su Manyu was wearing 2 layers of clothes. Lin Qianqian bit her lip and didn't say a word. She sat on the bed with a terrible expression. Ning Shu took out the medicine from the witch from his bag. He poured some water from the thermos and made a cup for Su Manyu. He said, drink some medicine. This is to prevent you from catching a cold. The weather is so hot, yet you're wearing 2 layers of clothes. Su Manyu's condition was a sign of yin energy entering her body. She was afraid of the cold. Before long, her organs would be corroded by the yin energy and she would eventually die. Chapter 207. Su Manyu looked at the teacup in Ning Shu's hand and her nose twitched. She covered her nose with her hand and said in disgust, "What's that smell?" "Folk remedies from the countryside are very effective," Ning Shu said. If Su Manyu didn't drink it, Ning Shu couldn't do anything about it. Su Manyu took the cup. Perhaps because she was really uncomfortable, she pinched her nose and drank the medicine. Her face contorted. "It's disgusting." Su Manyu smacked her lips and felt that the taste was even stranger. Su Manyu picked up her bag. Perhaps because of the bowl of medicine, Su Manyu's attitude towards Ning Shu improved a little. Ning Shu said, "I'm leaving. I won't be staying in the dorm tonight." "I don't want to see a certain person," Su Manyu said coldly. Lin Qianqian's expression was ugly. Her bright eyes were filled with anger. She picked up her walking stick and said to Su Manyu, "I also don't want to stay in the dorm with someone who always accuses me of being a murderer." Ning Shu, the female lead and the supporting female lead were on the verge of a catfight. Ning Shu said, "Isn't the school not allowing us to stay outside? Even if there's a ghost, if we split up like this, wouldn't it be easier for her to attack us? Let's stay together." Lin Qianqian and Su Manyu didn't say anything, but they had no intention of leaving. Ning Shu asked Lin Qianqian, "Do you want some medicine?" Lin Qianqian shook her head, "No need, I'm taking anti-inflammatory medicine now." "Zhuang Yutong, pour me another cup," Su Manyu said to Ning Shu. "I do feel a lot better after drinking it." "I'll pay you." Ning Shu pursed his lips and poured a cup for Su Manyu. "Drink it, you don't have to pay." Su Manyu held the cup of water and took a deep breath. Then, she gulped down the medicine in one go. The atmosphere in the dorm wasn't good. Ning Shu didn't care about the two sulking girls. He tidied up his clothes and made his bed. She glanced at Zhang Yuyan's empty bed. She was still alive before, but now she was gone. Ning Shu was currently studying her soul pearl. How should this thing be used? How should it be used to absorb the evil spirit's soul? "Zhuang Yutong, do you want to wash up and go to bed?" Su Manyu asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu was surprised. The bathroom was just next door. Why was she being called? Su Manyu raised her chin slightly. Ning Shu said, "Come with me. Let's go wash up together." Ning Shu was speechless. Since when did her relationship with Su Manyu become so good that they became best friends who washed up together and went to the bathroom hand in hand? Su Manyu glanced at Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu said, "This dorm is haunted. Even when I go home, strange things happen. Blood comes out of the faucet." The reason why Su Manyu went back to school was because her family was in a mess. She might as well go back to school. Su Manyu was afraid that blood would come out again when she washed up, so she called Ning Shu. Ning Shu put away the soul pearl and took the basin into the bathroom. Su Manyu followed Ning Shu into the bathroom. Seeing that the faucet Ning Shu turned on wasn't blood, she let out a sigh of relief. He turned on the other faucet. Ning Shu asked, "Zhuang Yutong, do you believe me? There really is a ghost here." Ning Shu nodded and said, "I believe you. I've also encountered a lot of things. One is a coincidence, but two isn't. Now that Zhang Yuyan is dead, who will be the next?" Su Manyu bit her lip. The water in the basin overflowed. Ning Shu turned off the faucet and said to Su Manyu, "There must be a way. I suspect that it's because of the pen spirit that night. If I had listened to you, this wouldn't have happened." Su Manyu looked haggard. Zhuang Yutong didn't want to play the game, but Lin Qianqian said that the pen spirit could predict the future and answer their questions. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to the future. Ning Shu washed up. Seeing that Su Manyu was still in a daze, he comforted her, "It's okay." Su Manyu sighed in the end. The two washed up and walked out of the bathroom. They saw that Lin Qianqian was already lying on the bed. Her foot was in a cast. She didn't even wash up before lying on the bed. Lin Qianqian saw the two of them walking out of the bathroom intimately and felt uncomfortable. She felt like she was being ostracized. Before, it was Zhuang Yutong who was ostracized, but now it was her. It didn't feel good. Lin Qianqian closed her eyes. Su Manyu shrunk into the blanket and curled up into a ball. Ning Shu walked to the window and looked at the night sky that was as dark as ink. She smiled coldly at the empty space. I'm not afraid of you. Now, if you have the ability, try to catch me again. Ning Shu closed the window and drew the curtains. He then climbed onto the bed and sat down to meditate. Who was the last to go to bed? Why didn't you turn off the lights? Lin Qianqian asked as she opened her eyes. I can't sleep with the lights on. It's too bright. Ning Shu was the last to go to bed. Lin Qianqian's words were directed at Ning Shu. Before Ning Shu could say anything, Su Manyu, who was sleeping on the lower bunk of Ning Shu, immediately said, just turn on the lights. There's a ghost in the dorm. I'm scared. Su Manyu, do you have to keep saying there's a ghost? Is the dorm's electricity free? Lin Qianqian said to Su Manyu in a bad tone. I'll pay for the dorm's electricity this month. Turn on the lights. I'll tear apart whoever turns them off, Su Manyu said coldly. She looked at Lin Qianqian with a sharp gaze. Ning Shu was speechless. So domineering. Even the female lead was rendered speechless by his words. In the end, she didn't turn off the lights. The surroundings were quiet. Ning Shu was sleeping soundly on the bed. He wasn't afraid of the female ghost at all. As soon as the female ghost came close, she would be sucked into the spirit pearl and turned into pure spiritual energy, becoming a part of the spirit pearl. In the middle of the night, the window was blown open by a gust of wind. It was as if a bone-chilling wind had blown in. The temperature in the room dropped instantly. The lights in the room went out. There were ghostly figures wandering outside the window. There was also the sound of resentful crying and whispering vicious curses. You're all going to die. Give me your lives. Ning Shu sat up. Looking at the ghostly figures outside, he gave them the middle finger. What's the big deal outside? Come in if you dare. Ning Shu knew she was afraid of the spirit pearl and didn't dare to come in. Come in, I'll deal with you. Lin Qianqian was shocked. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if what she was seeing was an illusion. Lin Qianqian's fingers clutched the blanket tightly. She was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Su Manyu was trembling in fear. She climbed onto Ning Shu's bed and wrapped herself in Ning Shu's blanket. Su Manyu's teeth chattered. She pulled Ning Shu down and hugged Ning Shu tightly. Her limbs wrapped around Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Chapter 208. Outside, the ghostly shadows were everywhere. It was so eerie that it was like a graveyard. Ning Shu didn't sleep well that night. Su Manyu clung to him like an octopus, and he couldn't break free. When dawn finally arrived, Su Manyu finally let go of Ning Shu. Her face was a little red, and she said, "You're quite warm. I'll sleep with you from now on." Ning Shu, the bed is quite small. We don't have to squeeze together, Ning Shu refused. Su Manyu raised her chin and said, Zhuang Yutong, I'm sleeping with you because I think highly of you. Ning Shu, I don't need you to think highly of me. Ning Shu got out of bed and saw Lin Qianqian's pale face and dazed eyes. He quickly asked, Lin Qianqian, are you okay? Lin Qianqian finally came back to her senses and gulped. Ning Shu asked, what did you see last night? Did you hear anything? Su Manyu sat on Ning Shu's bed, ran her fingers through her hair, and said sarcastically to Lin Qianqian, of course I heard and saw. I told you that this dorm is haunted. Lin Qianqian's face turned even paler, and she burst into tears. Su Manyu said even more sarcastically, what's the point of crying now? Zhang Yuyan is already dead. Lin Qianqian raised her head and looked at Su Manyu. Her bright eyes dimmed with fear. What right do you have to say that I was the one who summoned this evil spirit? Zhang Yuyan committed suicide because of the unspoken rules. I know you also like Ji Qingyuan. That's why you're targeting me. Lin Qianqian looked at Su Manyu and said angrily, you're a homewrecker. You're trying to frame me for murder just to deal with me. The police won't believe you. Su Manyu immediately picked up Ning Shu's pillow and threw it at Lin Qianqian. The pillow hit Lin Qianqian's head. The pillow wasn't heavy, so it didn't hurt. But Lin Qianqian was insulted by Su Manyu's action. She gritted her teeth and said, Su Manyu, don't go overboard. I've gone overboard. I was the one who got to know Ji Qingyuan first. I admit that I like Ji Qingyuan. But you got to know Ji Qingyuan because of me. You beat me to it. Do you think a poor person like you can get to know Ji Qingyuan? Ning Shu, why are they fighting so? Su Manyu's words. Qingyuan won't like you if you're so arrogant. You've known Qingyuan for so long, but he didn't like you. He didn't like you in the past, and he won't like you in the future. Lin Qianqian picked up her crutches from the bedside table and walked away. They were clearly talking about ghosts. How did they end up talking about love? Su Manyu sat on the bed with an unpleasant expression. Seeing Ning Shu staring at her, she couldn't help but say, don't tell me you also think I'm a homewrecker. No, I'm just thinking about how we should deal with this ghost. Now that the hostile ghost had stayed away from her, Ning Shu couldn't see where it was. Speaking of ghosts, Su Manyu's expression became worried. She got off the bed. Ning Shu was about to leave when Su Manyu immediately asked Ning Shu, where are you going? I'm going to eat. Ning Shu was about to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. No matter what, he had to fill his stomach first. I'll go with you. Su Manyu immediately put on her shoes and followed Ning Shu. She followed closely behind Ning Shu like Siamese twins. Ning Shu didn't think Su Manyu was used to the food in the cafeteria. As expected, when Su Manyu saw Ning Shu eating steamed buns and porridge, she immediately said Ning Shu was eating pig's food. Ning Shu did not pay any attention to her. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian left the dormitory and went to look for Ji Qingyuan. She told him everything that had happened that night. Ji Qingyuan didn't quite believe her, but when he saw how haggard his girlfriend looked and how scared she was, he couldn't help but feel comforted. Ji Qingyuan said he would think of something. Lin Qianqian looked at Ji Qingyuan's handsome face and felt her heart ache. She felt sad because Su Manyu liked him. She also felt sad because she was lucky to have such a good boyfriend. When she thought of Su Manyu's angry and jealous face, Lin Qianqian felt happy. Who told Su Manyu to be so arrogant? Lin Qianqian leaned into Ji Qingyuan's arms and murmured, Qingyuan, it's so good to have you by my side. Ning Shu and Su Manyu had breakfast in the cafeteria. When they arrived at the dormitory, Ning Shu felt the spirit orb in his body tremble slightly. It had been quiet all this time, but now it was moving. Ning Shu looked up and saw a flower pot fall from above their heads. In the midst of the sparks, Ning Shu pulled Su Manyu to the side. The flower pot fell to the ground with a thud, splinters flying everywhere. Su Manyu's expression was sluggish. She stared at the flower pot in a daze. The soil was scattered all over the floor and the flowers were broken. Someone had snapped them off. It was a chilling sight. Ning Shu looked up and saw another flower pot floating in the air. Then, as if it had lost its support, it fell towards Su Manyu and her. Let's go. Ning Shu pulled Su Manyu and rushed into the dormitory. As soon as they stepped in, the flower pot fell to the ground where they had been standing. Su Manyu's expression was blank. She sat on the ground, her limbs weak. She held her head with both hands and her body trembled. Ning Shu looked at the broken flower pot. In the original plot, Su Manyu was hit by a falling flower pot and became a vegetable. Being alive was equivalent to being dead. She felt nothing. She might as well be dead. Su Manyu, are you okay? Ning Shu patted Su Manyu's shoulder. Su Manyu put down her hands and looked at Ning Shu. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Why aren't you scared?" "Of course I'm scared." "But she wants us to be scared," Ning Shu said fiercely. "There's always a way to deal with her." Su Manyu supported herself against the wall and stood up. She wiped the tears from her face and gritted her teeth. The muscles on her face were trembling. "I'm going to destroy this bastard." Although Su Manyu said that, her body was trembling uncontrollably. She supported herself against the wall and walked up the stairs, but her body was too weak. Su Manyu asked Ning Shu, "Can you give me a hand? My legs are too weak to walk." "Walk on your own." "My legs are weak too." Ning Shu didn't want to help her. He wasn't her servant. Su Manyu watched as Ning Shu walked up the stairs without any weakness in his legs. She was scared. She dragged her weak legs and followed Ning Shu. Back at the dormitory, Ning Shu opened the door and saw Lin Qianqian. He wasn't surprised to see Lin Qianqian, but he didn't expect Ji Qingyuan, a guy, to be in the girls' dormitory. Su Manyu saw Ji Qingyuan and said sarcastically, "You really can't bear to leave. The dormitory is everyone's place. If you want to be all lovey-dovey here, you have to consider the others." Ji Qingyuan frowned at Su Manyu and said unhappily, "Qianqian is already injured and in a bad mood. Why are you still talking to her like that?" Chapter 209. When Su Manyu heard how Ji Qingyuan was defending Lin Qianqian, her expression darkened even more. On top of that, she had almost been hit by a flower pot. If Zhuang Yutong hadn't been by her side, she would have been done for. Now, seeing Lin Qianqian hiding in a corner, pretending to be innocent and asking Ji Qingyuan to stand up for her, Su Manyu was so angry that her chest was about to explode. She said coldly to Ji Qingyuan, "Ji Qingyuan, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost." "Su Manyu, how can you speak like that?" Ji Qingyuan was displeased. "Did you eat dynamite? How can you speak like that as soon as you come in?" Ning Shu said, "This is a female dormitory. Why are you here?" Ji Qingyuan ignored Ning Shu and Ning Shu. Instead, he looked at Su Manyu and said, "Lin Qianqian is my girlfriend. I hope you can respect her." "Why should I respect her? Who is she to me?" "Ji Qingyuan, you bastard, you just see that I like you. How can you insult me like this? If your girlfriend wants me to respect her, I'll respect your entire family." Su Manyu was incomparably valiant when she opened her mouth, as if she wanted to vent the fear that she had encountered previously. Ji Qingyuan's face was dark. He was clearly angered by Su Manyu's words. "Are you crazy?" Su Manyu rolled her eyes. She glanced at Lin Qianqian and spat, "Lin Qianqian, this is the first time I've realized how disgusting you are." Ji Qingyuan's face was stern as he defended Lin Qianqian, "I'm here because Qianqian is worried about you guys. She said there's a ghost in this dormitory. I applied to the school to sleep here tonight to see if there's really something up." Su Manyu chuckled and glanced at Lin Qianqian, who remained silent. Ning Shu ignored the love and hate between the three of them. He took out a bottle of medicinal water and drank it. When Su Manyu saw Ning Shu drinking the medicine, she quickly said, "Leave some for me." Suddenly, the dormitory was filled with a strange smell. This smell was really strange. Ji Qingyuan frowned and endured it. When he saw Su Manyu drinking this strange thing, he couldn't help but say, "Su Manyu, what are you drinking? It smells terrible. Why do you care what I drink?" Su Manyu pinched her nose and drank the medicine. Then, she took out a set of cosmetics from her cabinet and gave it to Ning Shu. She said, "This is for you. Thank you for saving me today. From now on, you are my friend." Ning Shu thought about it and accepted it. Since Su Manyu had expressed her goodwill, Ning Shu naturally had to accept it. Besides, the original owner of the body wanted to integrate into this small group. Ning Shu took out a triangular talisman from his bag and gave it to Su Manyu. This is for you. It was given to me by the witch in my village. Keep it with you. Su Manyu snatched the amulet and put it in her pocket. Ning Shu said, "You're a good person." Ning Shu was speechless. Lin Qianqian sat on the bed and watched the two exchange gifts, leaving her alone. She felt very awkward. Ji Qingyuan stayed by Ning Shu's side the whole day. When Ning Shu went to class, Su Manyu followed him closely. This made Ning Shu speechless. He said to Su Manyu, "Can you stop following me around? I'm scared if I don't follow you." Ever since Zhuang Yutong saved her, Su Manyu's heart had become dependent on the thin and weak Zhuang Yutong. Seeing her calm, Su Manyu felt her heart calm down. Now, wherever Su Manyu went, she felt that the ghost would kill her. She didn't dare to leave Zhuang Yutong's side. Moreover, it was easy to follow Zhuang Yutong. Ever since she was haunted by the ghost, her whole body felt heavy. It was as if the ghost was on top of her. After a shower, Su Manyu planned to weigh herself. However, she was a lot heavier than usual. She wasn't fat, but she was a lot heavier. Su Manyu felt as if the ghost was sitting on her shoulders. That heavy feeling was trying to push her down. Ning Shu didn't say anything. Since Zhuang Yutong was following him, then so be it. She wouldn't do any harm to him. Ning Shu said to Su Manyu, "Pay attention to your surroundings when you walk, especially when you see buildings. Be sure to look out for things falling from the sky." "Of course I know," Su Manyu said stubbornly. She then turned to Ning Shu and said, "Since the witch in your village is so powerful, why don't you bring her here to take care of this ghost? Granny won't come back. She's old. Plus, she doesn't want to mess with things like this. Once you mess with it, it won't stop until you're dead." Ning Shu actually hoped that the witch would come and take the female ghost away. Su Manyu bit her lip. "I can't stand it. I'll ask my father to find someone to take care of this ghost." Ning Shu was wondering when the male and female protagonists would be able to find the Taoist priest with high cultivation in the plot. Ning Shu and Su Manyu returned to the dormitory. Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian were sitting on the bed, whispering to each other. The atmosphere was very sweet. Su Manyu snorted, breaking the sweet atmosphere. Su Manyu looked at the two of them in a strange way, making Lin Qianqian feel very uncomfortable. Ning Shu and Su Manyu washed up and went to bed. Su Manyu didn't say anything and climbed onto Ning Shu's bed. She then looked coldly at Ji Qingyuan, who was lying on the floor next to Lin Qianqian's bed. "It's okay. I'm by your side. I'll protect you," Ji Qingyuan comforted Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian nodded obediently. Su Manyu saw that Lin Qianqian and Ji Qingyuan were looking at each other with sweet eyes. She felt jealous and spat at them. Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu. He used to think that Su Manyu was very arrogant, but now it seemed that she was even more arrogant and domineering. She was labeled as an evil female supporting character. Even if she was killed by a ghost in the end, no one would sympathize. Su Manyu clung onto Ning Shu, tightly clinging onto his body. Ning Shu pried her hands away and said calmly, "Let's sleep. I don't feel comfortable with you hugging me like this." Su Manyu let go of her hands, but she still clung onto Ning Shu tightly. The night was quiet. The campus was silent. Ji Qingyuan lay on the floor, unable to sleep. Besides, it was a strange feeling to sleep in a female dormitory. There was no movement at all. Ji Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh. It was just the girl's imagination that made her crazy. Ji Qingyuan sat up and gazed tenderly at Lin Qianqian on the bed. He reached out and held Lin Qianqian's hand, but it felt strange. It felt like he was touching a rotten mango. It was wet. Why did Qianqian's hand feel like that? The dormitory was dark, so Ji Qingyuan couldn't see what was going on. He nudged Lin Qianqian's body and called out, "Qianqian, wake up." But Lin Qianqian seemed to be fast asleep. No matter how Ji Qingyuan nudged her, she didn't wake up. Ji Qingyuan's heart suddenly trembled. He quickly got up and found the light switch. He wanted to turn it on, but the lights in the dormitory wouldn't turn on. Instead, he touched a sticky and warm liquid. Chapter 210. Ji Qingyuan's hand was wet from touching it, but he couldn't see what it was. Ji Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then brought his hand to his nose and sniffed it. He instantly smelled a rotten stench. It was so rotten that it made him dizzy. Ji Qingyuan's heart was filled with fear. The three girls in the dormitory were all asleep. It was completely different from when he was awake. Ji Qingyuan hurriedly wiped his hands on his body and rushed to Lin Qianqian's bedside. He shook Lin Qianqian's body and screamed, "Qianqian, wake up! Wake up! What the fuck is going on?" Ji Qingyuan screamed very loudly, but none of the three girls in the dormitory woke up. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. The surroundings were dead silent. There was no sound. There were no cicadas chirping, no car horns, and not even the breathing of the three girls. "Qianqian, Qianqian." Ji Qingyuan grabbed Lin Qianqian's arm, trying to pull her up. But Ji Qingyuan pulled hard and managed to pull Lin Qianqian's arm off the bed. However, Lin Qianqian still didn't react. She didn't feel any pain and didn't make a sound. Ji Qingyuan's eyes widened to their maximum. His pupils contracted violently. He was still holding on to Lin Qianqian's arm. "Ah!" Ji Qingyuan screamed. He threw away the arm in his hand and bent down to pull Lin Qianqian off the bed. A ray of moonlight shone through the window and illuminated Lin Qianqian's face. It was a face that was completely unrecognizable, like a pile of rotten meat. It gave off a foul smell, but it was smiling strangely at him. Its mouth opened and closed, spitting out words that were filled with hidden bitterness, resentment, and treachery. "You've finally come to find me. I've been waiting for you. I've always been waiting for you. Why are you so cruel? Why are you so cruel? I hate you. Be with me." Ji Qingyuan was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He kicked his legs and kept retreating. He watched as the body with only one arm crawled towards him like a pile of rotten flesh. Ji Qingyuan's back was covered in cold sweat. He shouted, "Don't come here. Don't come here. I hate you, I hate you, I want you dead, ah." Ji Qingyuan, who had been lying on the floor, sat up. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Ji Qingyuan looked around in shock. Beside him, Lin Qianqian was breathing slowly. Ji Qingyuan let out a long breath. It turned out to be a dream. He must have been too nervous and was affected by Qianqian's nervous mood to have such a dream. "Qianqian." Ji Qingyuan called Lin Qianqian's name. He wanted to wake her up. His whole body was cold, his heart was pounding, and his mouth was dry. Lin Qianqian's body moved. She lifted her head and looked at Ji Qingyuan. "You're here," she said in a strange tone. Ji Qingyuan suddenly felt his heart stop for a moment before it started beating violently again. What did he see? Lin Qianqian's rotten face was exactly the same as it was in his dream. Ji Qingyuan felt like his brain was about to explode. All the blood rushed to his brain, causing his brain to go blank. Ji Qingyuan quickly got up and distanced himself from Lin Qianqian. "What's wrong, Qingyuan?" Lin Qianqian rubbed her eyes and looked at Ji Qingyuan. When Ji Qingyuan heard Lin Qianqian's voice, he took a closer look. It wasn't the rotten face from before. Ji Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief, secretly lamenting that he had been too nervous. Lin Qianqian lifted the blanket and got out of bed. Her foot was still in a cast, but she didn't feel any pain as she walked. She walked over to Ji Qingyuan. "Qianqian, be careful with your foot. Use the cane to support yourself." Ji Qingyuan hurriedly said to Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian had a smile on her face as she walked over to Ji Qingyuan. She suddenly reached out and hugged Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan laughed heartily. "You little girl, You're really. Before Ji Qingyuan could finish speaking, Lin Qianqian grabbed him by the neck. Ji Qingyuan's face turned red from the lack of oxygen. Lin Qianqian was very strong. She grabbed Ji Qingyuan's neck and lifted him up. Ji Qingyuan tried to pull Lin Qianqian's hand away, but he couldn't. Ji Qingyuan's mind was in a mess. He felt like he was going to die, and he was going to die at the hands of his girlfriend. Lin Qianqian's expression was numb. She kept muttering, "Why? Why? 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 Why?" Ning Shu lay on the bed. He felt like the entire dorm room was like an ice cellar. When he sat up, he saw Lin Qianqian grabbing Ji Qingyuan by the neck. Without thinking, Ning Shu took out the spirit pearl and threw it at Lin Qianqian. Then, he jumped off the bed. Lin Qianqian, who was hit by the spirit pearl, let out a shrill cry. The next moment, her body went limp. She let go of Ji Qingyuan's neck. Ji Qingyuan fell to the ground. He covered his neck and coughed violently. Ning Shu picked up the spirit pearl on the ground. Seeing that Lin Qianqian had already passed out, he touched her body. It was extremely cold. Ji Qingyuan coughed and looked at Lin Qianqian with fear in his eyes. "Wake up. Why are you still sleeping? Get up and help." Ning Shu woke Su Manyu up. Su Manyu opened her eyes. She looked displeased. "What are you doing? Can't you let me sleep? Lin Qianqian is being controlled. They want to kill Ji Qingyuan," Ning Shu said with a frown. Su Manyu woke up with a start. Seeing Lin Qianqian lying on the ground and Ji Qingyuan's pale face, she quickly climbed down the bed. Ning Shu asked, "What happened?" "How would I know? Help me get Lin Qianqian onto the bed." Ning Shu pulled on Lin Qianqian's clothes. Su Manyu didn't dare to touch Lin Qianqian. She looked at Ning Shu and said, "I'm scared." "What are you scared of? The female ghost isn't on her anymore." Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Ji Qingyuan wanted to stand up and help, but his body was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. He said to Su Manyu in a hoarse voice, "Manyu, help me." Su Manyu looked impatient. She helped Ning Shu get Lin Qianqian onto the bed. Su Manyu patted the dust off her hands. She looked at Ji Qingyuan, whose face was red from holding his breath, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Why did Lin Qianqian want to kill you?" There were obvious choking marks on Ji Qingyuan's neck. It was obvious that Lin Qianqian had used a lot of strength to kill Ji Qingyuan. If it weren't for Ning Shu, Ji Qingyuan would have been strangled to death by Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian is being controlled. Ning Shu opened his cupboard and took out some medicinal powder for Lin Qianqian to drink. Ji Qingyuan saw that Ning Shu was about to give his girlfriend something strange. He ignored the pain in his body and stopped Ning Shu. "What did you give Qianqian?" "Lin Qianqian has been possessed by a female ghost. Yin energy has entered her body. If she doesn't drink the medicine, it will cause great harm to her body. She's very cold right now." Ning Shu explained to Ji Qingyuan impatiently. She was trying to save someone, not harm them. It was really annoying to see him looking at her with such vigilant eyes. Chapter 211. Ning Shu originally wanted to give Lin Qianqian the medicine, but Ji Qingyuan was sitting by the bed in front of Ning Shu. It was obvious that he didn't want Lin Qianqian to drink the medicine. Without the approval of the Ministry of Health, how could she drink the medicine? If she doesn't want to drink it, then so be it. After all, Lin Qianqian is the unlucky one. Let's keep it for ourselves. Zhuang Yutong, since she doesn't appreciate it, let's keep it for ourselves, Su Manyu said, rolling her eyes. Ning Shu looked at Lin Qianqian's pale face and pale lips. He asked Ji Qingyuan, "Are you sure you don't want to drink it? The longer you drag it out, the worse it will be for your health. Su Manyu and I have both drunk this medicine." Ji Qingyuan waved his hand. "I'm not drinking it." "Fine, if she doesn't want to drink it, then so be it. After all, the female lead won't die. Su Manyu took the medicine from Ning Shu and said, I just touched Lin Qianqian and felt cold all over. Let me drink this medicine. Su Manyu snatched the medicine from him and gulped it down. Ning Shu was speechless. It felt like this girl was eating the medicine like it was candy. Ji Qingyuan held on to Lin Qianqian's hand with an unpleasant expression and asked Su Manyu, what's going on? What's going on? Isn't this a malicious spirit that Lin Qianqian summoned? Su Manyu asked coldly. A malicious spirit? Ji Qingyuan touched his neck, his expression unreadable. Ning Shu was more curious about why the malicious spirit had controlled Lin Qianqian to strangle Ji Qingyuan. It was quite surprising. Ning Shu kept looking at Ji Qingyuan. Su Manyu nudged Ning Shu and asked, what are you looking at? Why did the malicious spirit want to kill you? Ning Shu asked Ji Qingyuan. They had provoked the malicious spirit because they played with the pen spirit, but why did the malicious spirit want to kill Ji Qingyuan? And why did it use Lin Qianqian to kill Ji Qingyuan? Ji Qingyuan said with a cold expression, how would I know? Peng. The window was blown open by a strong gust of wind. A bone-piercing cold wind blew in. The wind was mixed with a kind of mournful sound. At the door of the window, there was a faintly discernible ghostly figure with disheveled hair. It looked exceptionally frightening. Su Manyu immediately hid behind Ning Shu. Her entire body was curled up behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu's fingers were holding the dark and cold soul pearl, which was trembling slightly. Ji Qingyuan's face was full of shock and fear. There really is a ghost. The wind blew against his face, causing him to feel a dull pain. An enlarged ghostly face appeared by the window. It was full of knife scars and was slowly rotting away. It appeared here and there, making people feel incomparably terrified. It spat out venomous words, I'm going to kill you. Why are you doing this to me? Why? The temperature in the room dropped even lower. The ghostly shadow outside seemed to be very agitated. It wanted to rush in through the window, but it was wary of the thing in Ning Shu's hand, so it did not dare to come in. However, it was very resentful and agitated. It felt like it was particularly concerned about someone in the room. Ning Shu glanced at Ji Qingyuan. He felt that this female ghost should be related to Ji Qingyuan. Previously, the female ghost had treated them like a cat playing with a mouse, but today it was particularly agitated. Ning Shu walked towards the window. Su Manyu grabbed onto Ning Shu's clothes. What are you doing? Don't go over there. Ning Shu ignored Su Manyu. Su Manyu stomped her feet, but she did not dare to follow Ning Shu to the window. With every step Ning Shu took, the female ghost moved further away from the window. In the end, she was really afraid of the thing in Ning Shu's hand and ran away on her own. The wind suddenly stopped. Zhuang Yutong, not bad. Even the ghost was scared to death by you. Su Manyu wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Ning Shu was really annoyed by this female ghost. Why did she want to take the lives of innocent people like them? Ji Qingyuan's face was pale. He said, we can't stay here. Lin Qianqian can't stay here. Then hurry up and take Lin Qianqian away. It's best if you leave. This female ghost wants to kill you. You must be related to this female ghost. Ning Shu waved his hand. Ji Qingyuan was speechless. Ning Shu closed the window. It was still early in the morning. Should he go back to sleep? Ning Shu touched Lin Qianqian's forehead. She was starting to have a fever. Do you want to take her to the hospital? Lin Qianqian is sick, Ning Shu asked Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan's face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. Suddenly encountering such a situation, Ji Qingyuan felt like his worldview had been turned upside down. When he heard Ning Shu's words, his eyes were in a mess. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Sick. Ji Qingyuan frantically touched Lin Qianqian's forehead. His face was full of anxiety. But seeing that it was so dark outside, he didn't dare to take Lin Qianqian to the hospital. Ji Qingyuan, you should take Lin Qianqian to the hospital. If this drags on, she might burn her brain, Su Manyu said to Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan looked hesitant. Su Manyu continued, it's so late now. Let's drink Zhuang Yutong's medicine. That's all we can do. Ji Qingyuan rubbed his forehead. His entire person appeared to be very tired and afraid that he could not get rid of. Ning Shu pursed his lips. He poured the medicine into Lin Qianqian's mouth and poured it in. She should have drunk it earlier. It's morning. Let's take Lin Qianqian to the hospital, Ning Shu said calmly. That night, no one slept well. Ji Qingyuan didn't sleep at all. As soon as the sun rose, he took the unconscious Lin Qianqian and left. Su Manyu saw how much Ji Qingyuan cared about Lin Qianqian. She pursed her lips and asked Ning Shu sourly, is Lin Qianqian really that good? She's not good-looking and doesn't come from a good family. At most, she's from a well-off family. Her personality is even worse. She's evil like a white lotus. What's so good about her? Su Manyu was very dissatisfied. Ning Shu was speechless. You make it sound like your personality is good. You're sharp-tongued, arrogant, and domineering. But Su Manyu had the right to be arrogant. She came from a good family and was beautiful. She was better than Lin Qianqian in every aspect. What's so good about Ji Qingyuan? What do you like about him? Ning Shu asked. Just because he's handsome. Su Manyu thought for a moment and said, I don't know. I just like him. Ning Shu pursed his lips. You're pretty and your family is as rich as Ji Qingyuan's. Why would you like him? That does make sense. Su Manyu nodded. Now that the female ghost is a threat, I don't have the energy to focus on these things. Ning Shu thought for a moment and asked Su Manyu, do you think there's a way to see a ghost? Aren't we seeing a ghost now? Su Manyu rested her chin on her hand. If this isn't called seeing a ghost, then what is? I'm talking about seeing a ghost. I heard that if you put cow's tears on your eyes, you can see a ghost. Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu. Su Manyu, can you get some cow's tears? Chapter 212. Ning Shu wanted Su Manyu to get some cow tears. She really didn't want to stay in this mission world anymore. She was always on tenterhooks and didn't get a good night's sleep. Although she had the spirit orb, she couldn't rest until this female ghost was dealt with. I don't want it, Su Manyu shook her head. I'm scared to death right now. I want to see her. I don't want it. Ning Shu said, Granny gave me something that can deal with her. If I see her, I'll definitely be able to deal with her. Are we just going to live like this forever? Su Manyu thought for a moment. Where do you want me to get cow tears for you? I'll think of a way. Ning Shu nodded. Try to be quick. The longer we delay, the worse it will be. What if something happens to us? Ji Qingyuan, who had sent Lin Qianqian to the hospital, returned and said to Su Manyu, I'm going to find a Taoist priest to deal with this evil spirit. I'll leave Qianqian in your care. Su Manyu rolled her eyes and said, I can't take care of Lin Qianqian. This female ghost appears and disappears like a ghost. I can't even take care of myself, so how can I take care of Lin Qianqian? If anything happens to Lin Qianqian in the future, you'll hate me for the rest of your life. I don't want to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. You'd better take Lin Qianqian with you. Su Manyu's words were so direct that Ji Qingyuan was speechless for a moment. Ji Qingyuan said, I also want to bring Qian along, but Qian is really not feeling well right now. Moreover, her injured leg got worse last night. There's no way to bring Qian along. Ning Shu also said, you should take Lin Qianqian with you. There was a lot of luck between the male and female leads. Even if something happened, it wouldn't be life-threatening. Ji Qingyuan originally wanted Su Manyu to take care of Lin Qianqian. Ji Qingyuan knew that Su Manyu liked him and would probably agree to take care of Lin Qianqian. But he didn't expect Su Manyu to reject him. This made Ji Qingyuan feel a little uncomfortable. Besides, he was here for this dorm. If it weren't for Lin Qianqian being here, he wouldn't even care about this mess. Ji Qingyuan, you should be careful. This female ghost has a grudge with you. She wants to kill you. Ning Shu felt that they had provoked the female ghost because of Lin Qianqian, who was Ji Qingyuan's girlfriend. When Ji Qingyuan heard Ning Shu say this, his face, which had not slept all night, became even more unsightly. He looked at Ning Shu with a very sharp gaze. What right do you have to say that? I have nothing to do with this female ghost. Ning Shu shrugged and didn't say anything else. Ji Qingyuan saw that Su Manyu wasn't willing to help him take care of Lin Qianqian, and it wasn't the best time to bring Lin Qianqian home. Ji Qingyuan took a deep breath. His expression was haggard, and he sounded much colder when he spoke to Su Manyu. I'll take Qianqian with me, and I'll get the Taoist priest to take a look at Qianqian's body. Ning Shu asked, who introduced this Taoist priest to you? It's none of your business who introduced him to me. Ji Qingyuan's attitude towards Ning Shu was very disdainful. Ji Qingyuan was very impatient with Ning Shu's questioning. Ning Shu couldn't be bothered to care. The matters between the male lead and the female lead weren't for a little cannon fodder like her to care. Ji Qingyuan left in a hurry. Su Manyu looked at Ji Qingyuan's back and pursed her lips. She looked like she was about to cry. He's angry at me. I don't think we can even be friends in the future. Ning Shu looked at her with disdain. What kind of person are you? Useless. Isn't he just a man? What does a country bumpkin like you know? Su Manyu sneered. I've liked Ji Qingyuan for a long time. You don't understand at all. Tisk, Ning Shu gave her the middle finger. You're so pretentious. He doesn't even like you and you're still acting like a bitch. It's disgusting. Su Manyu's face turned green with anger after hearing Ning Shu's words. Zhuang Yutong, do you want to die? Ning Shu, ha ha ha. After Lin Qianqian left, only Ning Shu and Su Manyu were left in the dormitory. Strangely enough, the female ghost didn't harass them again. Su Manyu also found it strange. Ning Shu said, don't tell me she went to look for Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu didn't care at all. He shrugged and said, maybe. Su Manyu's face revealed a worried expression. She was obviously worried about Ji Qingyuan. Ning Shu pursed her lips. Don't act like you're constipated. It's so disgusting. Zhuang Yutong, will you die if you don't speak? Su Manyu roared at Ning Shu angrily. Yes. By the way, my family sent the cows' tears over. They were collected from the slaughterhouse. It took a lot of effort. Zhuang Yutong took out a small glass bottle from her bag. It was filled with liquid. Ning Shu took the bottle and shook it a little. He said to Zhuang Yutong, why don't we try it tonight? Hey, I don't want to. Su Manyu shook her head. I'll be traumatized if I see it. Ning Shu was curious. At night, he rubbed the cow's tears on his eyelids. He then opened his eyes and looked around. Su Manyu curiously asked Ning Shu, can you see it? Ning Shu covered his mouth and stared at Su Manyu's back with wide eyes. He pointed at her back. Your back, ah. Su Manyu jumped in fright and hid behind Ning Shu. Her teeth were chattering. What is it? What? Ning Shu laughed. I lied to you. Su Manyu's fist landed on Ning Shu's body. She used a lot of force. Ning Shu immediately dodged and gave her the bottle. Wipe it on yourself. Otherwise, you'll say I lied to you again. Su Manyu hesitated. In the end, she rubbed the cow's tears on her eyelids. She looked around and said, there's no ghost. Ning Shu leaned against the window and said to Su Manyu, come and see if there's anything in this room. Su Manyu stood by the window and looked outside. She immediately saw many wandering ghosts. These ghosts all had blank faces and were very thin. They looked like they were about to disappear. Looking at these ghosts, Ning Shu wasn't surprised. This was a spiritual world. It was normal to have ghosts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given birth to a spirit pearl. Su Manyu, on the other hand, was scared to death. She quickly squatted down and wiped away the cow tears on her eyelids. She said to Ning Shu, "Are we in hell? Why are there such things everywhere? Actually, there's no need to be afraid. We live in a different dimension from them. We won't meet them. The female ghosts we met can affect the magnetic field. That's why these supernatural things happened. I wonder how Ji Qingyuan and the others are doing." Su Manyu wasn't that scared. Ning Shu wasn't worried at all. Looking at Su Manyu, he asked, "I really don't see anything good about Ji Qingyuan. It's because of his appearance." Ning Shu thought that there were too many good-looking perverts. Chapter 213. Ning Shu and Su Manyu lived peacefully for a few days, but after a few nights, the female ghost came back and the temperature in the dormitory dropped a lot. Su Manyu hugged Ning Shu's arm tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Yutong, she's back. Where are Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian?" Ning Shu didn't say anything. He took out a cow's tear and rubbed it on his eyelids. He looked around and saw a female ghost sitting on Lin Qianqian's bed. She was surrounded by black gas and her soul looked very thin. Her face was covered with knife scars and her eyes were full of hatred. When she met Ning Shu's eyes, Ning Shu bared his teeth. He seemed to be worried about something and didn't come to Ning Shu's side. Ning Shu quickly threw the soul pearl at the female ghost. The female ghost dodged the soul pearl, but a part of her soul was sucked away by the soul pearl. The black gas on her body dissipated a lot, and her soul became very thin. The female ghost floated outside the window. Ning Shu roared angrily and the whole dormitory shook. The bed fell down. Ning Shu pulled Su Manyu off the bed and picked up the soul pearl on the ground. All of a sudden, it was as if there was an earthquake, making one unable to stand steadily. Ning Shu sank her chi into her dantian and stood still on the ground. Su Manyu fell on the bed and grabbed Ning Shu's clothes tightly. "Why is she so angry? She's just an arrow at the end of its flight." Ning Shu looked at the female ghost's thin soul. If the Taoist priest came, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "You all have to die. I hate you. You all have to die. You all have to die." The female ghost's vicious words made one's scalp tingle. The cow's tear on Ning Shu's eyelids dried up and he couldn't see where the female ghost was. The female ghost's movements also became smaller and smaller. In the end, she stopped breathing. Su Manyu cried out and sat on the ground. She wiped her cold sweat. "If this happens a few more times, my heart won't be able to take it." The dormitory was in a mess. Ning Shu picked up the fallen bed and tidied up the dormitory. "Do you have Ji Qingyuan's number? Give him a call and ask," Ning Shu said to Su Manyu, who was as soft as a puddle of mud, as he tidied up his things. "Yeah, make a call, make a call." Su Manyu took out her phone and dialed a number. After a while, she was so angry that she almost threw her phone away. Ning Shu said, "I can't get through. He said he's not in the service area." Ning Shu shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know where the male and female leads were right now. Ning Shu's intuition told him that the female ghost must have met that Taoist priest and exchanged blows with him. Otherwise, her soul wouldn't be so weak. Just now, a part of his soul power had been absorbed by the soul pearl, so his soul power was very weak. Ning Shu felt that the soul pearl in his hand had become a little heavier. He felt that this thing was really strange. It could only enter and not exit. Ning Shu really coveted the soul power inside. The female ghost became weak and rarely came out to cause trouble. It seemed that she was recuperating. Ning Shu wondered when the Taoist priest would come. This was really the best time to get rid of the female ghost. After the female ghost suffered once, she didn't dare to enter the dormitory again. Ning Shu sometimes wiped the cow's tears on his eyelids and saw that the female ghost was actually devouring other wandering souls. The black aura on her body was getting thicker and thicker. Damn, Ning Shu saw this scene and didn't know what to say. It was better to get rid of this ghost quickly. Not only did it kill people, but it also devoured ghosts. Luckily, he had the soul pearl. Otherwise, Ning Shu wouldn't have been able to protect himself and Su Manyu. Saving a life was better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. Ning Shu and Su Manyu had been together for a long time, so they had developed some feelings for each other. After a period of peace and quiet, Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian finally returned. Lin Qianqian had lost a lot of weight. Even her skin was a lot darker. Her leg was still in a cast. Ji Qingyuan was also travel-worn. Ji Qingyuan helped Lin Qianqian sit on the bed. Su Manyu asked Ji Qingyuan, "Where did you guys go? Why couldn't I get through to your phones?" Ji Qingyuan rubbed his forehead. He looked tired and said, "The signal is bad. Why are you guys in such a mess? Was the journey not peaceful?" Su Manyu poured a glass of water for Ji Qingyuan, ignoring Lin Qianqian. Ji Qingyuan took the glass and passed it to Lin Qianqian. He asked Lin Qianqian, "Qianqian, does your leg still hurt?" Lin Qianqian frowned. She touched her leg and said, "My leg hurts. The doctor said that you have to take care of your leg. Nothing bad will happen to it." Ji Qingyuan said seriously. He ignored Su Manyu, who was pouring water for him. Su Manyu was so angry that her face changed. Ning Shu watched from the side. He felt that Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian's relationship had deepened. It was probably because they had gone through so much together. Seeing Su Manyu's expression, Ning Shu pursed his lips. "You're done for." Su Manyu saw Ning Shu's expression and her face darkened. Why did Zhuang Yutong keep mocking her? Would she die if she didn't laugh at her? Why was she so happy to see her fall out of love? Su Manyu's expression darkened. She then asked Ji Qingyuan, "What happened on the way here? Did you find the priest?" "We found him. He's at my house right now. He'll be back tonight to exorcise the ghost," Ji Qingyuan said. But a lot of things happened on the way here. He and Lin Qianqian had narrowly escaped death. Moreover, Lin Qianqian's leg injury had worsened. The doctor said that if it wasn't treated properly, it was likely to be amputated. On top of that, her fever had worsened the injury. Ji Qingyuan's heart felt heavy. There were too many things weighing on his mind. Ji Qingyuan felt that this female ghost hated him very much. He clearly didn't have anything to do with this female ghost, but she insisted on killing him. "Are you going to exorcise the ghost tonight?" Ning Shu asked Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan ignored Ning Shu completely. He ignored Ning Shu and didn't say a word. In any case, he completely ignored Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. What the fuck, am I invisible? In Ji Qingyuan's heart, he didn't treat Ning Shu as an equal. He didn't want to answer Ning Shu's question at all. Damn, Ning Shu was so embarrassed that he felt cancer from embarrassment. This was the first time he had met someone who was so arrogant. "Is the Taoist priest you found reliable?" Su Manyu asked Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan calmly said, "He's a Taoist priest who cultivates in the mountains. His cultivation level is very high. He knows my father. My father asked me to find him. Uncle Ji knows a Taoist priest." Su Manyu was shocked. Ji Qingyuan didn't care. "My family runs a business. We travel from the south to the north. What's so strange about my father knowing all kinds of people? Why doesn't my father know any Taoist priests?" Su Manyu asked casually. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He felt a little strange. Lin Qianqian was staying in the dormitory. Her leg injury was so serious. Why didn't she go to the hospital? Why was she staying in the dormitory? Chapter 214. After Ji Qingyuan settled Lin Qianqian down, he asked Su Manyu to take care of her and pour her some water. Su Manyu reluctantly pouted and nodded. Lin Qianqian lay on the bed. She seemed to be too tired and fell asleep as soon as she lay on the bed. Ning Shu and Su Manyu looked at each other, then went about their own business. But Lin Qianqian suddenly sat up and turned her stiff neck to look at Ning Shu and Su Manyu. Lin Qianqian, what do you want? Su Manyu asked Lin Qianqian without looking up. Lin Qianqian didn't answer Su Manyu. She lifted the covers off the bed and stood up. She dragged her leg, which was in a cast, toward the door as if she couldn't feel the pain in her leg. Seeing Lin Qianqian like this, Ning Shu knew she was being controlled again. He quickly grabbed Lin Qianqian and placed the spirit pearl on her body. This time, the female ghost didn't leave Lin Qianqian's body. Instead, she turned around to strangle Ning Shu. How dare you stop me? I want you dead. How dare you treat me like this, she said menacingly. Ning Shu took 2 steps back and avoided Lin Qianqian's hand. She then kicked Lin Qianqian to the ground and pinned her down. She then yelled at Su Manyu, come over here and help pin her down. Lin Qianqian was very strong. Ning Shu almost couldn't hold her down. Su Manyu wiped the cold sweat off her palms on her clothes and quickly came over to help pin Lin Qianqian down. Ning Shu tore off Lin Qianqian's sheets and tied her wrists and ankles. He then stuffed the spirit pearl into Lin Qianqian's mouth. With the pearl in her mouth, Lin Qianqian struggled more and more violently. In the end, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Ning Shu took out the spirit pearl, wiped his saliva on Lin Qianqian's body, and put it away. Are you done yet? You're annoying me to death. Su Manyu looked irritated. Ning Shu sneered, it's good that you know you're annoying. You won't know when you're dead. Su Manyu. Ning Shu noticed that the plaster cast on Lin Qianqian's feet had shattered. The skin under the cast was bruised and swollen. It seemed that Lin Qianqian's legs were in serious condition. Previously, when she had only rolled down the stairs, it wasn't this serious. But now that she had dragged it out and had traveled with Ji Qingyuan, her legs were getting worse. Give Ji Qingyuan a call, Ning Shu said to Su Manyu. As soon as Ning Shu finished speaking, the dormitory began to shake. Just like the previous earthquake, the bed fell and landed on Lin Qianqian's leg. Lin Qianqian screamed and fainted again. Ning Shu was speechless. Another bed fell, heading straight for Lin Qianqian's head. Su Manyu covered her mouth as she watched the metal bed fall towards Lin Qianqian's head. It was as if she could see Lin Qianqian's head being smashed in the next second. Ning Shu immediately channeled her qi and hurriedly used her hands to support herself off the falling metal bed. Only then did she stop the metal bed from falling. The shaking stopped. The dormitory was in a mess. Ning Shu lifted the metal bed that was on Lin Qianqian's leg. Looking at Lin Qianqian's leg, he guessed that it had been shattered. Give Ji Qingyuan a call. Ning Shu shook his head. It seemed that the female ghost hated Lin Qianqian. She kept possessing Lin Qianqian's body and wanted to kill her. After Su Manyu called Ji Qingyuan rushed over. When he saw Lin Qianqian tied up on the ground with her plaster shattered, his expression changed. He immediately untied the cloth and picked up the unconscious Lin Qianqian. He questioned Su Manyu, what are you doing? How could you treat Qianqian like this? How did the plaster on her leg shatter? Why did you tie her up? Ji Qingyuan frowned. He looked at Su Manyu with hostility. Su Manyu was confused by Ji Qingyuan's question. She couldn't help but say, she's been possessed. Shouldn't we tie her up? The longer she's possessed, the worse it is for Lin Qianqian's health. What do you want us to do? You're so hard to please. Take your Qianqian and leave. Don't blame us for everything. You're so annoying. Ji Qingyuan, I've been tolerating you. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Su Manyu wasn't polite at all. She waved her hand. Get lost. Ji Qingyuan's face turned green with anger. You're being unreasonable. You're the unreasonable one. Your whole family is unreasonable, Su Manyu immediately retorted. Ji Qingyuan carried the unconscious Lin Qianqian and left. Su Manyu was angry at Ning Shu. She said, who's the unreasonable one? How dare an unreasonable person call someone else unreasonable? Fuck, as long as it has anything to do with Lin Qianqian, I'm always so angry. Su Manyu's face was contorted. Ning Shu curled his lips and said sarcastically, it's all because you like Ji Qingyuan and Ji Qingyuan likes Lin Qianqian. You're not happy about it. That's why you're being so sarcastic. It makes my teeth ache. Su Manyu said, Zhuang Yutong, do you want to die? Can you not mock me? Can you? Ning Shu said, yes. Su Manyu was speechless. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyuan took Lin Qianqian to the hospital. After an X-ray, it was just as Ning Shu had expected. Her leg was fractured and her calf was swollen bigger than her thigh. She might even be crippled. Ji Qingyuan looked at Lin Qianqian's pale face and was furious. He went to the dormitory to look for Su Manyu. When he saw Su Manyu, Ji Qingyuan didn't say a word and directly slapped her. Su Manyu was stunned. She covered her face and stared blankly at the angry Ji Qingyuan. Why did you hit me? Ning Shu circulated her qi and pushed Ji Qingyuan forcefully, causing him to fall to the ground. Ji Qingyuan immediately groaned in pain. It was as if his buttocks had split open, and his tailbone felt as if it had been broken. This woman had a lot of strength. Ning Shu looked at Ji Qingyuan with disdain. What kind of man is he to hit a woman? Su Manyu also reacted. She looked at Ji Qingyuan sadly. Why did you hit me for no reason? Ji Qingyuan, don't go too far. Ji Qingyuan got up from the ground. He endured the pain and coldly said, Su Manyu, how could you treat Qianqian like this? You pushed Qianqian down the stairs and today you hit her leg with the metal bed. She might be crippled. Su Manyu, I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. What did I do? I didn't do anything. You're slandering me for no reason. She was hurt by a ghost. Why are you blaming me? If we hadn't saved her, she would have been dead. Ghost, it's the ghost again. I wasn't there. Who knows if you used a ghost to hurt Qianqian? Ji Qingyuan looked at Su Manyu and Ning Shu sharply. You two did such a thing and you're blaming it on a ghost. Ji Qingyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I do such a thing? You didn't push Qianqian down the stairs, Ji Qingyuan said coldly. I didn't push her at all. She fell down herself. Su Manyu was angry and innocent. Chapter 215. The moment Ji Qingyuan arrived, he hit Su Manyu. The way he looked at Su Manyu was as if they were mortal enemies. Su Manyu covered her face. My dad didn't even lay a finger on me. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? Ji Qingyuan, you think you can do whatever you want to me just because I like you? Ji Qingyuan glanced at Ning Shu coldly. When he was pushed by her just now, he felt like his tailbone was about to break. When he heard Su Manyu's complaint, he said, I'm doing this for Qianqian. You guys are classmates after all. Why are you so cruel? Do you know that your actions will cripple Qianqian's leg? Her leg hasn't recovered since you pushed her down the stairs. Qianqian told me before that you're always picking on her, but I didn't expect you to treat her like this. Ji Qingyuan glared at Su Manyu fiercely, almost roaring at her. Su Manyu's face darkened. I didn't push him up the stairs. I didn't do anything. It was the female ghost who pushed him down. I didn't do anything. Ji Qingyuan, you haven't investigated anything, yet you're slandering me like this. Do you believe everything Lin Qianqian says? I know Qianqian. She's kind-hearted and has a good relationship with others, but you're always picking on her. Ji Qingyuan said coldly, Su Manyu, do you think you can push everything to the female ghost? Do you think the female ghost won't come to confront you? Su Manyu, I've mistaken you for someone else. Su Manyu was so angry that her chest was about to explode. Her face was ashen. Ji Qingyuan, fuck you. I must have been blind to like someone like you. You and Lin Qian are a pair of bitches made in heaven. I'll say it right now. If I lay a finger on Lin Qian, I'll be killed by the female ghost. Su Manyu walked up to Ji Qingyuan and slapped him across the face. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? I'm paying you back. Su Manyu used a lot of strength. A fingerprint immediately appeared on Ji Qingyuan's face. Ji Qingyuan was in a daze, as if he hadn't recovered from the fact that Su Manyu had hit him. Ning Shu watched from the side. He felt that Su Manyu was really domineering. Ji Qingyuan used Su Manyu's affection for him, but he never reciprocated her feelings. But whenever he encountered a problem, he would order her around. It was as if Su Manyu was his servant because she liked him. Ji Qingyuan couldn't find the female ghost, and he didn't dare to look for it. However, someone had to bear the anger in his heart. Ji Qingyuan didn't care if Su Manyu was wronged or if she felt wronged. He only knew that Lin Qian was in such a miserable state. He was also haunted by the female ghost and was physically and mentally exhausted. He urgently needed to vent his anger. Qian and he were in a sorry state. But other than Zhang Yuyan, who jumped off a building to commit suicide, the other two looked relaxed. This made Ji Qingyuan very uncomfortable. Su Manyu, how dare you hit me? Ji Qingyuan gritted his teeth. His cheeks were trembling. His handsome face was distorted. Su Manyu took a step back. Why wouldn't I dare hit you? Su Manyu looked at Ning Shu and said fiercely, Zhuang Yutong, come with me and beat this heartless bastard up. Ji Qingyuan glanced at Ning Shu. His expression changed. His whole body felt like it was going to fall apart after being pushed by this girl. This girl was very strong. If she hit him, it would hurt a lot. If you dare to hit me, I'll make sure you can't stay in this school, Ji Qingyuan said coldly. Su Manyu sneered. Ji Qingyuan, do you really think this school is owned by your family? Do you think we can't stay here just because you say so? Ji Qingyuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. But the way he walked was a little strange. Seeing Ji Qingyuan leave, Ning Shu was very disappointed. He really wanted to beat him up. After all, Su Manyu was standing in front of him. Wah! Su Manyu wailed. She had been holding her ground in front of Ji Qingyuan, but now she was crying her heart out. Snot and tears were all over her face. Ning Shu didn't sympathize with her at all. He didn't comfort her either. Zhuang Yutong, you're so heartless. You saw me fall out of love and you didn't even comfort me. Su Manyu wiped her snot with a tissue. Ning Shu's expression was full of disdain. You haven't even fallen in love yet. Su Manyu was speechless. Do you think Lin Qian is really that good? Su Manyu asked unwillingly. Ning Shu said, you've already asked this question countless times. In Ji Qingyuan's heart, Lin Qian is 1,000 times better than you. Su Manyu felt like she had been shot in the heart. It hurts. Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu's despondent expression and couldn't help but say, all men in the world are right. There are plenty of men better than Ji Qingyuan. Why don't you find someone you like? Why let Ji Qingyuan ruin you? Su Manyu wiped her snot. Fuck, I must find someone better than Ji Qingyuan. You haven't met enough men yet. When you leave school, you'll realize that there are plenty of men who are more mature and outstanding than Ji Qingyuan. Ning Shu patted Su Manyu's shoulder. Su Manyu looked at Ning Shu from the corner of her eyes and said disdainfully, you sound like you've met a lot of men. I've met a lot of men, but they're all sick. Ning Shu was annoyed that Ji Qingyuan kept coming to their dormitory. He went straight to the dormitory management to complain that the girls in their dormitory had brought their boyfriends to spend the night in the dormitory. Moreover, the boys often came to the dormitory. The dormitory management teacher immediately said that no boys were allowed to enter the dormitory in the future. Ning Shu and Su Manyu's relationship became better and better. She often gave her clothes to Ning Shu to wear, but Ning Shu didn't want them. Besides, Su Manyu was a head taller than her. She couldn't wear Su Manyu's clothes at all. Sometimes, they would share cosmetics and go shopping together. They were developing into best friends. Su Manyu's words were direct and vicious. She bluntly said that Ning Shu's clothes were old-fashioned and that she didn't look good. Anyway, she was very picky. She degraded Ning Shu as if she was worthless. Ning Shu didn't pay any attention to her. If it were someone else with a small heart, they would probably be angered to tears by this girl. Although Su Manyu disliked Ning Shu, when they went out, she still held hands with Ning Shu. Ning Shu thought that she was afraid of ghosts. Ji Qingyuan said that he wanted the Taoist priest to come and get rid of the ghost, but he didn't come for a long time. Moreover, the female ghost didn't appear for a long time. It made Ning Shu feel that the female ghost had disappeared. This kind of peaceful school life made Ning Shu feel that it was too strange. When the female ghost was around, he was on tenterhooks. Now that the female ghost didn't appear, he was still on tenterhooks. Could it be that Ji Qingyuan had made a fool of himself in front of her and Su Manyu last time and decided not to get rid of the ghost first to scare them? Chapter 216. Su Manyu held on to Ning Shu's arm as the two of them walked out of the dormitory. As soon as they walked out of the dormitory, someone blocked their path. Ning Shu and Su Manyu saw this and turned their heads away at the same time. Su Manyu said, "Why is such an ugly person blocking our path?" Ning Shu said, "No." Song Ming, whose face was full of pimples, looked at the arrogant Su Manyu. Ning Shu said, "Zhuang Yutong, I have something to talk to you about. Do we know each other?" Ning Shu raised his fist. "I said that I would beat you up every time I see you." Song Ming's face twitched as if she had thought of something. Ning Shu said, "Are you still angry? I was in the wrong last time. Besides, you punished me." Ning Shu was speechless. What's wrong with this idiot? Su Manyu looked him up and down with an arrogant gaze. She brushed her hair with her hand and said with disdain, "Your figure is not good. Your face is too ugly. You have too many pimples. Your face is too oily. You didn't wash your face when you went out. Your hair is dirty and oily. Your body smells like instant noodles. Your socks are tied to your pants, and your shoes are covered in mud." Su Manyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. She asked, "Is this your man?" "Zhuang Yutong, I really admire your taste. You usually laugh at me." "TSK, TSK, TSK." Ning Shu was speechless. Song Ming's face flashed with all kinds of colors after Su Manyu's words. It was as if a rainbow had shone on her face. She wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. Song Ming hated Ning Shu even more in his heart. He couldn't wait to have sex with Ning Shu right now and then abandon her. Previously, Song Ming was still interested in this girl who came from the corner of the mountain. Song Ming knew that he was not good-looking and was not considered rich. The girls in the university looked down on him, so Song Ming could only lower himself and set his sights on Zhuang Yutong. The other girls were all dressed very fashionably and looked good, but Zhuang Yutong was dressed in gray and looked like an ugly duckling. She had no friends and was all alone. Song Ming felt that such a girl should be easier to pursue and deceive than those vain girls. However, he didn't expect her to be so fierce and always go for his crotch. As soon as Song Ming met Zhuang Yutong's cold eyes, he knew that this girl was not to be trifled with. Song Ming didn't want to have anything to do with Zhuang Yutong anymore. However, Ji Qingyuan had found him and asked him to chase after Zhuang Yutong. If he could make Zhuang Yutang suffer and create a scandal, such as getting pregnant, being expelled from school, or being abandoned by him, Ji Qingyuan would let him directly enter Ji Qingyuan's family company after graduation. He could also pick up women. Now that he had a job after graduation, Song Ming could only bite the bullet. Two pairs of cold eyes looked at him. Song Ming was so nervous that he couldn't even speak. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ning Shu said gently, Zhuang Yutang, I have something to tell you. Let's go to the side and talk. Su Manyu held on to Ning Shu's arm and flicked her nails. She said arrogantly, go to the side and talk. Is there something that I can't listen to? Song Ming's eyes hurt from Su Manyu's arrogant look. He just looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Song Ming coldly. Scram. Song Ming's face trembled. In the end, he forced out a smile, making his face even more unsightly. He almost gritted his teeth. Ning Shu said gently, I'll come back tomorrow. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and watched Song Ming run away as if his butt was on fire. Oh my God, my eyes are going blind. I need to wash my eyes. Su Manyu took out eye drops from her bag. She looked up at Ning Shu with watery eyes. Ning Shu gave her a thumbs up. Zhuang Yutang, your taste really surprised me. I didn't expect you to like this type of man. Ning Shu curled his lips. This man wants to fuck me. He thinks I'm a village kid who doesn't know anything. Su Manyu looked at him with disdain. He doesn't even look at himself. Zhuang Yutang, don't be taken away by a man like this. Otherwise, when I see you in the future, I'll think of you rolling around with him. TSK, I'm disgusted. Ning Shu was speechless. However, for some reason, Song Ming went to the girls' dormitory every day to deliver flowers. Every time, he would look at Ning Shu with affectionate eyes. This made Su Manyu, who was beside Ning Shu, extremely disgusted. Every time Su Manyu saw Song Ming, she would attack Song Ming in all aspects. For example, she would say that the roses were from yesterday and that they could be bought at half price. She would also mock Song Ming for having 10 pairs of socks that cost $10. She would throw them away after wearing them once and never wash them. She would also say that the pimples on Song Ming's face had turned white and that it was time to squeeze them. She would also say that Song Ming was going bald and that his kidneys were too weak. Song Ming basically ran away with his tail between his legs. However, he still came the next day. Some meddlesome people asked Ning Shu to accept Song Ming. Song Ming really liked her. Ning Shu just spat. He didn't know what kind of power was supporting Song Ming to go to the girls' dormitory every day to embarrass himself. He was mocked by Su Manyu every day and even had a basin of water poured by Su Manyu. Needless to say, he was so embarrassed and pitiful. However, Ning Shu and Su Manyu felt that something wasn't right. Ning Shu knew that he wasn't some peerless beauty. For someone to like him so much, it had to be him. With his pitiful 3 points of charm, Ning Shu didn't think that he was loved by everyone. Su Manyu found someone to investigate and found out that it was Ji Qingyuan's idea. She was so angry that she wanted to flip the house open. Ning Shu said angrily, I didn't expect Ji Qingyuan to be such a despicable person. He actually used such a method to take revenge on you. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. Last time, she had pushed Ji Qingyuan. It seemed that Ji Qingyuan was holding a grudge. This method was actually quite vicious. It ruined someone's reputation and caused her to be abandoned. If she really liked Song Ming, how painful would it be for her to be cheated by Song Ming and then abandoned by him? Ning Shu was speechless. Why didn't he find a handsome guy to chase her? She wasn't blind. It could be said that 99% of girls wouldn't choose Song Ming. Actually, Ji Qingyuan had asked Song Ming to disgust her. Ning Shu admitted that she was disgusted. Seeing Song Ming's serious and affectionate expression, Su Manyu and Ning Shu almost vomited on his face. It was extremely disgusting. Why don't I find someone to beat him up? Don't let him come again. I can't take it anymore. Su Manyu frowned and said impatiently, there's no female ghost, and now there's such a person. I really can't take it anymore. When Zhuang Yutong is with you, there's always something that changes my worldview. You're just too ugly. Why don't you tidy yourself up and attract such a disgusting person? Ning Shu said indifferently, you tidy yourself up well and are beautiful. The person you like isn't someone like Ji Qingyuan. Ahem. Su Manyu coughed. Ji Qingyuan's family is in the business. When doing business, sometimes you only care about the results and not the process. As long as the results are achieved, the means are secondary. Chapter 217. Su Manyu and Ning Shu decided to think of a way to stop Song Ming from bothering them once and for all. Su Manyu said that they should give him a taste of his own medicine and kick him out of school. Ning Shu spun the spirit pearl in his hand. He thought for a moment and said to Su Manyu, what if he sees a ghost? See a ghost? Su Manyu suddenly realized. She took out the cow's tears and said, I'll scare this bastard to death. That night, Ning Shu asked Song Ming to meet him at the female dormitory. Song Ming came excitedly. He thought that Su Manyu had finally been won over by his romantic attacks. Moreover, it was in the middle of the night. He was glowing with excitement. When he arrived at the dormitory, he saw two people standing under the streetlight. When he saw Su Manyu, Song Ming's heart suddenly became timid. Su Manyu's mouth was poisonous, and her family was rich. She pressured him until he couldn't breathe. Song Ming tidied up his clothes and immediately put on a gentle smile. It was as if he had put on a fake mask, but there was a disgusting desire in his eyes. Song Ming walked in front of Ning Shu and immediately reached out to grab Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu's face was cold as he took a step back. Song Ming cursed in his heart. She was looking for a man in the middle of the night, and now she was pretending to be reserved. Yutong, why are you looking for me so late at night? Song Ming asked gently. Su Manyu immediately said, you've been chasing Yutong for a while now. When Song Ming heard Su Manyu's words, his heart jumped. Su Manyu didn't have anything good to say. I really like Yutong. I think she's the only woman I like in my life. Song Ming looked at Ning Shu and said gently. Su Manyu's face turned green, and she was about to vomit. Ning Shu saw Su Manyu's face and laughed unkindly. He said to Song Ming, tonight, we asked you to play a game with us. Are you interested? Song Ming saw the smile on Ning Shu's face. This country bumpkin looked quite good when he smiled. She rarely smiled, and when she faced him, she was always as cold as ice. When she suddenly smiled like this, it gave people a stunning feeling. Song Ming suddenly felt that it was worth it to chase after this country bumpkin. He decided to abandon her later. Playing a game so late. Song Ming immediately felt her abdomen heat up as hot blood rushed to her face. She felt that the acne on her face was a little itchy. Song Ming controlled herself from scratching her face. The three of us are playing a game. Song Ming looked at the arrogant and beautiful Su Manyu. Although he felt that it was wishful thinking, he could not help but fantasize. Three people, hee. Su Manyu saw the expression on Song Ming's face. The way he looked at her was extremely obscene. Su Manyu wanted to dig his eyes out. She had never seen such a disgusting man. He was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. He was chasing after Zhuang Yutong, and he actually looked at her with such a gaze. Ning Shu turned his eyes away and did not look at Song Ming's rippling eyes. This kind of man was simply shameless to the extreme. Close your eyes. We are going to play a game. Su Manyu gritted her teeth and laughed coldly at Song Ming. Song Ming looked at Su Manyu's smile and immediately closed his eyes. His heart was so excited that it was pounding. A huge firework of surprise exploded in his mind. Suddenly, something cold was smeared on his eyelids. He wanted to open his eyes, but he heard Su Manyu's voice. Wait a minute. Don't open your eyes so quickly. Song Ming's heart rippled. He closed his eyes and did not open them. Okay, open your eyes. Ning Shu said calmly. Song Ming quickly opened his eyes. He felt that his eyes were a little uncomfortable. He closed them again and opened them again. He saw a ferocious-looking ghost walk past him. Song Ming screamed and saw another ghost coming at his neck. It was a female ghost. Song Ming's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. He let out a high-pitched scream. It was hard to imagine that a boy could make such a high-pitched scream. However, he did not feel any pain when the ghost grabbed his neck. There were ghosts all around him, and some of them were wrapped around his body. Ghost, there's a ghost. Song Ming screamed and wanted to hide behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu kicked her away. Su Manyu looked at Song Ming's face that was distorted with fear. She was even in a very good mood and laughed loudly. Song Ming heard Su Manyu laughing. Even Zhuang Yutong had a smile on her face. They were laughing. They were demons. Another ghost pounced at him. Song Ming scrambled and ran away. As he ran, he screamed, "Ghost, there's a ghost." The whole school was filled with his screams. How shameless. Su Manyu's face was full of disdain. Su Manyu was bold now. When she saw that someone had seen a ghost, she actually had the heart to mock him. Ning Shu also curled his lips. This kind of person has evil intentions. They attract the most ghosts. Okay, let's go to sleep. The matter is finally resolved. Su Manyu yawned and held Ning Shu's arm. She suddenly said, I know how to choose my husband in the future. How to choose? Ning Shu asked curiously. Su Manyu puffed out her chest and said, if they want to pursue me, they have to first smear cow tears on their eyes. Let's see if they're afraid of ghosts. Ning Shu was speechless. Normal people would have psychological trauma. Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu. You're destined to be alone for the rest of your life. If you're even afraid of ghosts, what right do you have to be my man? Su Manyu said with conviction. Ning Shu was speechless. This logic. What was the connection between being your man and being afraid of ghosts? The next day, Song Ming didn't harass Ning Shu again. When he saw Ning Shu and Su Manyu, he took a detour. It was as if Ning Shu and Su Manyu were evil ghosts. When Su Manyu saw Song Ming, she even smiled very brightly at him. Her smile was like a flower. However, when Song Ming saw Su Manyu's smile, he immediately jumped up in fright. When Song Ming looked at Su Manyu now, he felt that Su Manyu's face was twisted and ferocious. It was as if an evil ghost was smiling at him. Seeing Song Ming like this, Su Manyu smiled even brighter at him. Song Ming ran even faster. Now, Song Ming was like a god. He kept saying that there were ghosts. One moment, he said that there were ghosts in the bathroom. Then, he said that there were ghosts in the bed. He even slept with people at night. It was very annoying. After the cow tears dried up, Song Ming couldn't see ghosts anymore. However, no matter where he went, he felt that there were ghosts in the place. Song Ming couldn't take it anymore and transferred schools. When she heard that Song Ming had left, Su Manyu looked at him with disdain. How long has it been? He hasn't even met a powerful female ghost. He probably scared himself to death before he did anything. Ning Shu drank his soy milk and said to Su Manyu, do you think that the female ghost hasn't appeared in such a long time? Could it have been subdued by the Taoist priest that Ji Qingyuan hired? I don't know. Su Manyu shook her head. This ghost is so annoying. What's wrong with Ji Qingyuan? He's not telling us anything. Could it be that the female ghost has gone to pester Lin Qianqian? That better be the case. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. He should go look for Lin Qianqian, Su Manyu gloated. Chapter 218. Lin Qianqian, whom Su Manyu had been talking about, had returned. On the way back, Ning Shu and Su Manyu bumped into Lin Qianqian lying on a stretcher. Lin Qianqian was being carried into the dorm. Ning Shu frowned. Su Manyu asked Ning Shu, "Why are they carrying her into the dorm looking like she's about to die?" Ning Shu shook his head and looked at Ji Qingyuan's back. He didn't understand what the male and female leads were doing. Ning Shu followed him back to the dorm and saw Lin Qianqian sitting in a wheelchair. Lin Qianqian's face was very thin, very thin. She was wearing a cotton-padded jacket in the middle of summer. It was obvious that the yin energy had entered her body. Ji Qingyuan looked at Lin Qianqian with concern. Lin Qianqian shook her head obediently and said, "Qingyuan, I'm fine. Don't worry, the evil ghost will be eliminated soon." Ji Qingyuan held Lin Qianqian's hand. Ning Shu looked at the plaster cast on Lin Qianqian's leg and thought that Ji Qingyuan must be sick in the head. His leg was already injured to this extent, yet he still brought it back to the dormitory. Did Lin Qianqian not want her legs anymore? "Zhuang Yutong, let's go find the dorm manager to change rooms. We can't be in the same dorm as this White Lotus. If anything happens, we'll be the unlucky ones." Su Manyu looked at him sarcastically. She grabbed Ning Shu's hand and turned to leave the dorm. Ji Qingyuan's face was pale. He didn't say anything. Instead, it was Lin Qianqian in the wheelchair who spoke. Lin Qianqian's voice was very weak. "Su Manyu, Zhuang Yutong, wait a minute." Ning Shu turned to look at Lin Qianqian. He wanted to know what she wanted to say. "Have you been harassed by a female ghost recently?" Lin Qianqian asked the two of them. Su Manyu was the first to speak. "It's been calm. Everything is fine." Su Manyu could tell that Lin Qianqian wasn't doing well at all, so she wanted to provoke her. Lin Qianqian noticed that Ning Shu and Su Manyu's complexions were quite good. Their complexions were rosy, and they seemed to be eating well and sleeping well. Even the country bumpkin Zhuang Yutong had become prettier recently. As expected, Lin Qianqian's heart sank. While she was in the hospital, the female ghost kept harassing her. She didn't know what to do. Although she had the talisman from the Taoist priest to protect her, every now and then, she would be scared to death. Ji Qingyuan wanted to take her home, but Ji Qingyuan's father wouldn't let her in, saying that he was afraid of bringing dirty things back. Lin Qianqian wanted to stay by the Taoist priest's side, but the priest was very arrogant and only lived in the Ji family's villa. However, Ji Qingyuan's father didn't allow her to stay with the Ji family. This made Lin Qianqian feel very hurt. Ji Qingyuan tried to fight for her to stay with him twice before giving up. Lin Qianqian thought that she might as well go back to the dormitory. The female ghost kept pestering her. Lin Qianqian thought that since it was an evil spirit that everyone had attracted, they should all deal with it together. But now that she saw that Su Manyu and Ning Shu were doing so well while she was the only one in such a pitiful state, Lin Qianqian's heart ached. Even her legs hurt. Ji Qingyuan said to Lin Qianqian, "Qianqian, let's go back to the hospital. The doctor said that you have to take good care of your legs. Otherwise, you might get into trouble." Lin Qianqian shook her head. "I'm fine in the dormitory." Lin Qianqian also felt a little resentful towards Ji Qingyuan, so she wanted to go back to the dormitory in a fit of pique. Ji Qingyuan was helpless. He could only say to Su Manyu, "Manyu, I'm sorry about what happened last time. I was too worried and anxious. That's why I did that to you. I hope you can forgive me." Lin Qianqian immediately asked, "Qingyuan, what did you do to Su Manyu?" Her tone was as if she was catching her in the act. She looked at Su Manyu with an unfriendly gaze. She felt that Su Manyu had seduced her boyfriend while she was in the hospital. During this time, Lin Qianqian had been under a lot of psychological pressure. The doctor had diagnosed that she might be crippled. Lin Qianqian couldn't imagine what it would be like to be crippled. Ji Qingyuan was so handsome. Would he still be with her? Would he still be with a crippled person like her? Even though Ji Qingyuan said that he loved her, Lin Qianqian still felt uneasy. She felt that she was really unlucky. Her life was so gloomy. Now that she heard Ji Qingyuan apologize to Su Manyu, Lin Qianqian felt like her world was about to collapse. What did you guys do? Lin Qianqian asked Ji Qingyuan emotionally as her body trembled. Ji Qingyuan immediately squatted down to comfort Lin Qianqian. There's nothing going on between Su Manyu and me. You should know that there's nothing going on between us. The person I like has always been you. Lin Qianqian continued to ask, then what are you guys talking about? Previously, because of you, I hit Su Manyu, Ji Qingyuan explained. Lin Qianqian finally let out a sigh of relief. A smile even appeared on her face as she said to Su Manyu, Manyu, I apologize on behalf of Qingyuan. Qingyuan cares too much about me. He was too emotional when he saw that something had happened to me. That's why he hit you. Su Manyu was speechless. Su Manyu's face twitched. She didn't know what expression to make. On the other hand, Ning Shu felt that there was something wrong with Lin Qianqian's emotions. In the past, Lin Qianqian was youthful and lively. But now, Lin Qianqian was very sharp. Her entire body was covered in thorns. Even the slightest movement would cause Lin Qianqian's emotions to fluctuate. Now, Lin Qianqian felt inferior. She felt inferior in front of Ji Qingyuan, but she couldn't leave him. She used sharp questions to test Ji Qingyuan's love for her. She didn't know how long Ji Qingyuan could hold back. Ji Qingyuan rubbed his forehead and said to Su Manyu, Manyu, can you help me take care of Qianqian? Don't, please don't. If anything happens again, I'll be slapped again. Ji Qingyuan, you underestimate me too much. I, Su Manyu, can like you, but if I don't like you, you're nothing. You hit me, and now you want to say a few words that don't hurt me, and you want to treat me like your mother? Do I look that cheap? Su Manyu waved her hand. I'm going to change dorms now. I won't even touch Lin Qianqian. If something happens, we'll be blamed. Su Manyu had seen through Ji Qingyuan. Seeing him apologize unwillingly, she knew what he was thinking. He had secretly found someone to take revenge on Zhuang Yutong. No one liked despicable and shameless people. Ji Qingyuan was despicable and shameless. Ji Qingyuan took a deep breath and said to Lin Qianqian, Qianqian, let's go back to the hospital. Lin Qianqian said in a fit of pique, I don't want to go back. What's the point of going back? I'll still be haunted by ghosts. I might as well stay in the dorm. But what about your leg? Ji Qingyuan comforted her softly. Qianqian, listen to me. This time, I'll get the priest to give you something to protect yourself. It'll be fine. Lin Qianqian shook her head. I'm not going back to the hospital. Ning Shu could tell that the female ghost had been haunting Lin Qianqian. The plot had taken a turn. Now that Ning Shu had the spirit pearl in his hands, it was a deterrent to the female ghost. Therefore, it had been haunting Lin Qianqian, whose leg was injured. Chapter 219. Ji Qingyuan tried his best to persuade Lin Qianqian to go back to the hospital. He was afraid that Lin Qianqian would regret it for the rest of her life if her leg couldn't be treated in the dormitory. However, Lin Qianqian was being haunted by the ghost and was on the verge of breaking down. She didn't want to stay in the hospital alone. Her emotions had been tense the whole time. The injury on her leg, Ji Qingyuan's feelings, and all kinds of things were weighing on her. Lin Qianqian couldn't take it anymore. She even had a secret thought. Why did this woman keep pestering her? Why did she keep pestering her? Why didn't she pester the other two people in the dormitory? Everyone was afraid together. Why haven't you gotten rid of the ghost? Didn't you go to the Taoist priest? Ning Shu asked. His girlfriend had been tortured to such a state. Why hadn't they gotten rid of the ghost? Ji Qingyuan originally didn't want to talk to Ning Shu, but he remembered that his girlfriend still needed them to take care of her, so he said, the Taoist priest said that we need to get rid of the ghost when the yang energy is at its strongest. That's when the ghost is weaker. Ning Shu was speechless. Didn't they know that the ghost could devour other souls? Could it strengthen their own souls? The longer they delayed, the more the ghost would slowly recover, and more people would die. Did it have to be like in the plot? After Shi and Su Manyu died, Lin Qianqian was the only one left. Ning Shu was very cautious. This was the plot. It seemed that Shi and Su Manyu had to be careful. She didn't want to die like in the plot. She just wanted to help Zhuang Yutong get through this period. If she died, the mission would fail. Ji Qingyuan looked at Ning Shu and said sincerely, "Please take care of Qianqian. I'm a guy. It's not good for me to go to the girls' dormitory." Ji Qingyuan's eyes were very good-looking. They were deep with a little starlight. When he looked at someone, it was as if you were the whole world. It made people's hearts pound. Ning Shu's mind was thinking about how this brat had secretly asked that disgusting man, Song Ming, to cheat on her feelings. Ning Shu didn't like this guy at all. She said directly, "I want to change dormitory with Manyu." Ji Qingyuan's face twitched. He felt humiliated. He had already lowered his voice, but Lin Qianqian still rejected him. Su Manyu pulled Ning Shu and left. She found the dormitory management teacher to change their dormitory. In the end, they were changed to the dormitory next door. Ning Shu thought about it and said, "Why don't we not change dorms? We are the ones who are haunted by ghosts. What if the female ghost haunts other people in the dorm? That shouldn't be the case. She's the one who pestered the 4 people in our dormitory. She probably won't kill the girls in the other dormitory." Ning Shu shook his head. Who could say for sure? This female ghost was obviously an evil spirit that devoured souls. What principles could she have? Ning Shu was here to counterattack, but he couldn't implicate the innocent. Everyone's life was precious, and it was shameful and vicious to take someone's life for no reason. In the end, Su Manyu said, "I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Let's just go back." In the end, Ning Shu and Su Manyu went back. When Lin Qianqian saw Ning Shu and Su Manyu, surprise flashed across her face. She was surprised that the 2 of them had returned. Ji Qingyuan paid a high price to hire 2 caregivers to take care of Lin Qianqian in the dormitory, but the 2 caregivers didn't even want to be paid the next day. Scary things always happened at night. Although Lin Qianqian returned to the dormitory, the female ghost followed her like a shadow. Because Ning Shu was in the dormitory, the female ghost didn't dare to enter the room. She only roared at Lin Qianqian from the window. The 2 caregivers were scared to death. The next day, they packed their things and left. Ning Shu held the spirit orb in his hand. Su Manyu seemed to have gotten used to this situation. She was still able to fall asleep. Lin Qianqian basically didn't sleep the whole night. When she saw Su Manyu wake up and stretch her back, looking much better, Lin Qianqian felt as if something was raking her heart. It was very painful. She couldn't even remember the last time she slept soundly. Her legs hurt so much that every second felt unbearable. Lin Qianqian looked at Su Manyu and Ning Shu with an unfriendly gaze. Ever since Su Manyu pushed her down the stairs, Lin Qianqian felt as if her life had completely changed. It was as if she had fallen into hell. Why did Lin Qianqian and the angry evil spirit only follow her? Why were they so tolerant of Zhuang Yutong and Su Manyu? Lin Qianqian hated this evil spirit. She was also jealous of the 2 people who were living leisurely. She was struggling in hell while they were enjoying themselves. "Su Manyu, why did you push me down the stairs? If you hadn't, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now," Lin Qianqian suddenly said. Lin Qianqian's voice was hoarse and full of resentment. Ning Shu was stunned at first. He looked into Lin Qianqian's deep eyes. Lin Qianqian's eyes had been lively before. Her eyebrows were full of spirit, but now she was very deep. "Lin Qianqian, are you looking for trouble this early in the morning? I already said that I didn't push you. You were the one who fell down the stairs," Su Manyu said coldly. Su Manyu said coldly, I'll pay you the medical fees, but just because I'm giving you money doesn't mean that I'm the one who did it. I'm just pitying you. Instead of blaming me, why don't you blame yourself for suggesting the pen spirit game? If it weren't for the pen spirit game, how could this have happened? This is all your own fault. Don't push all the blame onto me. I, Su Manyu, won't buy it. Su Manyu's expression was cold. She wasn't polite to Lin Qianqian. Don't forget how Zhang Yuyan died. She was killed by a ghost. You indirectly caused her death. What right do you have to blame me? Lin Qianqian's face turned even paler. What evidence do you have to prove that Zhang Yuyan was killed by a ghost? Zhang Yuyan had suicidal tendencies. She was already under the influence of the unspoken rules. You and Ji Qingyuan are a pair of bitches. You always like to push the blame onto others, Su Manyu said coldly. Lin Qianqian, don't think that I won't do anything to you just because you're disabled. If anything happens to you, I'll still be fine. Don't mess with me. Don't think that I won't do anything to you just because you have Ji Qingyuan to back you up. Ji Qingyuan's family is rich, and so is mine. Su Manyu really looked like a spoiled brat. Ning Shu watched as Su Manyu made Lin Qianqian tremble in anger. What a vicious female supporting character. I don't want your money. I don't want your stinky money. Lin Qianqian gripped the wheelchair handle so hard that her knuckles turned white. Su Manyu shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it if you don't want it. My family's money doesn't grow on trees. I'd rather give it to Zhuang Yutong than give it to you. I'd rather buy some clothes for her. Ning Shu thought, you guys can talk. Why are you dragging me into this? She was just a bystander. Lin Qianqian glanced at Ning Shu and said sarcastically, you're just a bootlicker. Ning Shu was speechless. You're injured like this and you still care about whether I'm a bootlicker or not. You really have nothing better to do, Ning Shu said calmly. It was exciting to go against the female lead like this. Chapter 220. When Su Manyu and Lin Qianqian started arguing, Ji Qingyuan came over. Ji Qingyuan saw that Lin Qianqian's expression was extremely bad and then saw the aggressive Su Manyu and Ning Shu. He knew his girlfriend had been wronged. Ji Qingyuan wanted Lin Qianqian to move out. Why bother staying in the dorm? But Lin Qianqian was determined to stay. She was very stubborn. Ji Qingyuan couldn't figure out why she was staying. It was meaningless. Lin Qianqian said to Ji Qingyuan, if I want to leave, I want to go to your house and stay with the priest. Ji Qingyuan's face immediately showed signs of hesitation. Seeing Ji Qingyuan like this, Lin Qianqian's expression darkened. She laughed at herself and said, I knew it would be like this. Ji Qingyuan, don't you love Lin Qianqian a lot? What's wrong with bringing her to your house to stay? Su Manyu added fuel to the fire. Hearing Su Manyu's words, Lin Qianqian's expression darkened even more. She looked gloomy. In addition, Lin Qianqian had lost a lot of weight recently. Even her cheekbones were showing. She no longer looked as lively and sweet as before. Su Manyu, would it kill you to stop talking? Ji Qingyuan couldn't help but scold Su Manyu in a low voice. Ning Shu said, let's go eat. Su Manyu pursed her lips and followed Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, do you still have feelings for Ji Qingyuan? Why are you trying to drive a wedge between them? Don't get involved. Pfft, I don't like Ji Qingyuan anymore. Let him and Lin Qianqian love and hate each other. Seeing them hurt each other makes me happy, Su Manyu said darkly. Ning Shu was speechless. She was indeed a vicious female supporting character who couldn't stand seeing the male and female lead happy. After Ning Shu and Su Manyu finished eating, they returned to the dorm. Lin Qianqian was still there, but Ji Qingyuan had already left. Lin Qianqian's eyes were red. She had obviously cried. When she saw Ning Shu and Su Manyu enter, she quickly wiped her tears. Su Manyu scoffed and ignored Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu felt that the soul pearl was really a good thing. She and Su Manyu, who were supposed to die, were still alive. Because She and Su Manyu didn't die, there was almost no development in the plot. The normal development was that Zhang Yuyan died, Su Manyu became a vegetable, and Zhuang Yutong fell into the artificial lake. Then, the Taoist priest destroyed the female ghost. However, the female ghost kept pestering the female lead, causing bad luck to befall the female lead. The female lead in the story basically didn't suffer much, but because of the soul orb, the development of the story deviated a little and the female lead had to bear more of the suffering. Ning Shu didn't feel anything. The 3 people in the plot had all died. 3 fresh lives had been snuffed out in an instant. But at least Lin Qianqian was still alive. She could feel pain and breathe. There was a spread of breakfast on the table in front of Lin Qianqian, but she hadn't touched it. Ning Shu had no idea why Lin Qianqian was suffering. After all, nothing was more important than eating and resting well. Especially now that the yin energy had entered Lin Qianqian's body, her resistance was even weaker. If she still didn't eat, she'd be tired of living. Lin Qianqian glanced at Ning Shu and hesitated for a moment before asking, Zhuang Yutong, can you give me some of the medicine you and Su Manyu drank? Ning Shu looked at Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian nervously tightened her coat. She bit her blue lips and asked, you don't have any? Ning Shu nodded and said, yes, I'll make some for you. Su Manyu pouted and didn't say anything. Ning Shu handed the medicine to Lin Qianqian, who slowly drank it. Ji Qingyuan didn't want his girlfriend to suffer. He went home and begged the Taoist priest again and again. Finally, the Taoist priest destroyed the female ghost. Ji Qingyuan was very dissatisfied with this ox-nosed old Taoist. If he wanted to exterminate a ghost, then exterminate a ghost. Why did he have to be so arrogant? The Ji family treated him with good food and drink, treating him as an honored guest. However, this Taoist priest was very arrogant, which made Ji Qingyuan very dissatisfied. But now that he had a favor to ask, Ji Qingyuan could only suppress his dissatisfaction. The dormitory was quiet for a few days. The female ghost didn't come out and didn't bother Lin Qianqian anymore. Lin Qianqian slept well for a few days, and her complexion looked better. But Ning Shu was still scared. He was sweating when he held the spirit orb. This feeling was like the calm before the storm. It was dark and windy outside the dormitory. There wasn't a trace of wind, and the surroundings were especially quiet. It was so quiet that it was almost dead. Ning Shu felt even more scared. He nudged Su Manyu, who was fast asleep, and said, stop sleeping. What's wrong? Su Manyu's voice was nasal and sleepy. It's so late. Shouldn't you be sleeping? Ning Shu whispered, I don't feel good. Stop sleeping. Okay. Su Manyu yawned. Ning Shu felt that his surroundings were getting darker and darker. Gradually, the whole world seemed to be immersed in thick black ink. Ning Shu reached out his hand, but he couldn't see his fingers. He looked out the window, but there was no light at all. Ning Shu clutched the spirit orb tightly. He felt like he couldn't breathe in the darkness. Su Manyu said with difficulty, Yutong, I feel like I can't breathe. Me too. What's going on? Ning Shu felt that the female ghost had come in, and there was no sign of life at all. Was she trying to suffocate them to death in this room? Gah! There was movement on Lin Qianqian's bed. It was especially obvious in the dead silence of the room. Then, he heard heavy footsteps. Lin Qianqian got up. With the condition of Lin Qianqian's legs, she couldn't stand up at all. Plus, he didn't hear Lin Qianqian's pained cries. Fuck, she's possessed Lin Qianqian's body again. This female ghost must be addicted to Lin Qianqian's body. She's always on Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu felt for the flashlight at the head of the bed. He turned it on and pointed it at the door. He saw Lin Qianqian walking out of the room. Ning Shu quickly nudged Su Manyu and shouted, Lin Qianqian is possessed. Ning Shu quickly jumped off the bed and chased after Lin Qianqian. Su Manyu quickly shouted, Zhuang Yutong, wait for me. I can't see. Su Manyu quickly climbed down from the bed. Ning Shu chased after her. Ning Shu ran very fast. He only caught up when they were out of the door. Lin Qianqian turned her head and looked at Ning Shu coldly. She unlocked the door and walked out with a squeak. Ning Shu ran over and grabbed Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian threw Ning Shu off with all her strength. Ning Shu was thrown over. He quickly used his qi to stabilize his body. His expression changed slightly. He felt that this female ghost had become more powerful. Zhuang Yutong, Yutong. Su Manyu caught up. She stood beside Ning Shu, panting. She looked at Lin Qianqian, who was covered in black aura. Su Manyu shivered at the vicious look in her eyes. She looked away. If you continue to follow me, you'll die. Lin Qianqian's voice was hoarse and sharp. It sounded like nails scratching on a blackboard. It was unpleasant to the ear. Chapter 221. Lin Qianqian's face was twisted. When she spoke, it was as if her throat had been torn. Lin Qianqian looked at Ning Shu coldly with a hint of fear in her eyes. She took a step towards Ning Shu, but then stopped. Su Manyu was so scared that she hid behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt the spirit orb in his hand tremble, as if it was excited that the spirit in front of it was very strong. Lin Qianqian was very afraid of the spirit orb in Ning Shu's hand. She snorted coldly, and suddenly, a strong wind blew around them. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked at the street lamp on the side of the road. Then, the plaster on her leg broke. How painful was that? Lin Qianqian broke the plaster on her leg and flew away. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. She flew away. Flew. Su Manyu's eyes were blank. Am I seeing things? She can fly after being possessed? Su Manyu patted her chest. It's good that she's gone. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Zhuang Yutong, I feel that the ghost is quite afraid of you. Why? Zhuang Yutong asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu ignored Zhuang Yutong and frowned. Where was the ghost going? Do you know where Ji Qingyuan's house is? Ning Shu could only think of Lin Qianqian going to find Ji Qingyuan. Su Manyu nodded. I know. Ah, what are we doing? Where are we going in the middle of the night? Ning Shu pulled Su Manyu away and said, We're going to Ji Qingyuan's house. Lin Qianqian went to find him. I'm not going. It's such a dangerous event. I'm not going. Su Manyu wanted to go back, but Ning Shu dragged her away. Damn, Zhuang Yutong, you're a freakishly strong woman. By the time Ning Shu and Su Manyu arrived at Ji Qingyuan's house, the two parties had already started fighting. Lin Qianqian was fighting against a man wearing a Taoist robe with his hair in a bun and holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked exactly like a Taoist priest in ancient times. At that moment, Ji Qingyuan was standing next to an indifferent man. This man looked a lot like Ji Qingyuan and was most likely Ji Qingyuan's father. He stood at the entrance of the villa and looked at Lin Qianqian, who was standing not too far away. His face was filled with disgust. On the other hand, Ji Qingyuan's face was filled with worry and despair. His gaze was focused on Lin Qianqian's legs. The cast on her legs had already shattered. Now that the female ghost was torturing her legs, Lin Qianqian's legs really couldn't be saved. Get lost, ox-nosed old Taoist. Lin Qianqian roared at the old Taoist priest with hatred. Every time the female ghost became agitated, the black aura around her became thicker. Lin Qianqian's entire face seemed to be shrouded in black smoke, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. You're an evil creature to begin with. Today, I'll destroy your soul. The old Taoist priest's expression didn't change. He took out a talisman from his pocket and held it between his fingers. He chanted a spell, and the talisman glowed with golden light as it rushed toward Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian dodged the talisman. Her entire body was covered in yin qi. Ferocious souls could even be seen emerging from her body and roaring, blocking the golden light from the talisman for her. When the golden light from the talisman shone on them, the ferocious souls vanished into thin air. Ning Shu's sharp eyes saw that Zhang Yuyan's soul was caught in the middle of the talisman. Her face was contorted in pain, but it disappeared in an instant. These souls were probably the souls that the female ghost had devoured. This female ghost was really ruthless. Even after Zhang Yuyan's death, she still didn't let her go. In the original plot, Zhuang Yutong's soul had been able to escape. She had sacrificed something precious to counterattack. She was considered lucky. You evil creature, how dare you absorb so many souls? If I don't kill you today, I'm afraid you'll bring disaster to the world. The old Taoist priest's expression was a little angry. He made a spell with his fingers, and the talisman exploded with a strong golden light. It shone on Lin Qianqian, and the black aura and souls on her body quickly dissipated. Ah! Lin Qianqian let out a shrill and angry roar. Suddenly, the surrounding sand and pebbles flew. Lin Qianqian's voice was filled with hatred. Old Taoist priest, you almost destroyed my soul more than 10 years ago. Today, I want you to die. Previously, I thought that the heavens were kind and spared your life to let you reincarnate. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn and evil. Today, I'll kill you. I won't show any mercy. After the old Taoist priest finished speaking, he began to chant a spell. Lin Qianqian seemed to be furious. She didn't care about the talisman on her body anymore. She pounced towards Ji Qingyuan. She looked at Ji Qingyuan with a venomous gaze. She reached out her fingers, and sharp nails instantly grew out. She aimed for Ji Qingyuan's heart. Ji Qingyuan's father stood in front of Ji Qingyuan. Lin Qianqian's expression became even more venomous. She slowed down, but was still hurt by the golden light that exploded from Ji Qingyuan's father. She let out a sharp cry. Fuck, Uncle Ji is so powerful. Su Manyu saw this scene and said in surprise. Ning Shu didn't think that Ji Qingyuan's father was that powerful. He guessed that Ji Qingyuan's father had something to protect him. Ji Jinyan, I want you dead. I want you dead. I'll drag you to hell. Ji Jinyan, the female ghost roared at Ji Qingyuan's father. Ji Jinyan's expression was indifferent. He looked at Lin Qianqian with disdain. Who do you think you are? How dare you attack my son? Tears of blood flowed out of Lin Qianqian's eyes. She looked at Ji Jinyan with hatred and sadness. Why are you doing this to me? Why not? Who do you think you are? Ji Jinyan's expression was indifferent. It was as if the female ghost in front of him was an ant. Su Manyu raised her eyebrows. Does this female ghost know Uncle Ji? There must be some grudge between them. Ning Shu felt that everyone in the dormitory was implicated. Look at the male lead's father. When the female ghost came to his door, he was still arrogant and looked disdainful and indifferent. On the other hand, the female ghost in front of Ji Jinyan looked like a little girl who had been hurt. She was unwilling, resentful, and full of resentment. A man and a woman. It was obvious what was going on. Ning Shu felt that it was boring. It was this kind of love thing again. Ning Shu said to Su Manyu, I dare say that this female ghost loves your Uncle Ji, but your Uncle Ji doesn't like her. She was probably another female supporting character in someone else's love story. Moreover, she was a ruthless one. Su Manyu glanced at Ning Shu. I'm not blind. The female ghost was probably driven mad by Ji Jinyan's attitude. She roared crazily and vomited blood. When Ji Qingyuan saw Lin Qianqian vomiting blood, he anxiously shouted, Qianqian. Ji Jinyan grabbed Ji Qingyuan and said indifferently, it's a female ghost now. Are you going to die? Dad, Qianqian's body won't be able to take it. Ji Qingyuan's face was full of pain. Ji Jinyan's face was cold. He was indifferent to his son's words. Chapter 222. Ning Shu felt that Ji Jinyan was truly a cold-hearted person. His indifference came from his bones. Even when facing his own son, he didn't show much emotion. Ji Jinyan, Ji Jinyan. Lin Qianqian called out his name again and again. Every word was like a curse, making one's heart turn cold. Su Manyu hugged Ning Shu's arm tightly. Ning Shu said, "Zhuang Yutong, I'm so scared." Ning Shu was speechless. There was no point in being scared. Under the moonlight, the bloody tears on Lin Qianqian's face looked even more eerie and terrifying. She rushed towards Ji Jinyan like a madwoman, but she was injured by the golden light on Ji Jinyan's body. The black aura on her body became thinner. But she still rushed towards Ji Jinyan as if she was committing suicide. Lin Qianqian was stuck to the talisman. She screamed and fell to the ground. The black aura on her body dissipated. Lin Qianqian looked at the cold Ji Jinyan with tears of blood. She looked pitiful and sentimental. "Ji Jinyan, I love you so much. I love you so much. For you, I'll do anything. Even if I die, you won't even look at me." Lin Qianqian cried and kept vomiting black blood. Seeing Lin Qianqian like this, Ji Qingyuan was so anxious that he was about to cry. But he was held back by his father. He panicked. The old Taoist priest made a gesture with his fingers and the talisman on Lin Qianqian shone brighter. Lin Qianqian screamed in pain. In the distance, Ning Shu and Su Manyu covered their ears. Seeing his girlfriend in pain, Ji Qingyuan begged the old Taoist priest, "Please save Qianqian." The old Taoist priest chanted a spell and a thick black aura exploded from Lin Qianqian's body. Then, the black aura left Lin Qianqian's body. She lay on the ground, unconscious. "Qianqian, Qianqian." Ji Qingyuan rushed over and hugged Lin Qianqian's body. But her body was cold as if she was about to die. "Ji Jinyan, please look at me. Look at me. I love you so much. I can die for you. Why can't you love me? What's so good about her?" The female ghost begged Ji Jinyan. Her voice was no longer mournful and eerie, but the elegant and clear voice of a woman. "Why? Can't you look at me? I love you. I really love you." Ji Jinyan's face was cold and expressionless. He was indifferent to the female ghost's words and did not even lift his eyelids. Ning Shu had never seen such a cold person. Su Manyu asked, "Ning Shu is not like his father." "I'm talking about his temperament. His father is so cold." Su Manyu said, "After Ji Qingyuan's mother died, he became like this. I heard that he couldn't accept his wife's death and was very cold to his son. His aunt died of postpartum hemorrhage. So she died of dystocia. He probably loved his wife so much that he didn't even care about his son who caused his wife's death. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a man with deep love. Now, there was a woman, oh, no, a female ghost who loved him so sadly, but he didn't feel anything. It was really pitiful to fall in love with such a man. He wouldn't look at you at all. He gave all his love to one person. Ji Qingyuan's mother was actually very lucky to have a man who cared about her and loved her so much. The female ghost saw that Ji Jinyan didn't speak and was almost beaten to death by the old Taoist priest. Her soul became thin. The black aura around the female ghost dissipated, revealing her true appearance. She was wearing a dress and had a slim figure. Her hair was like seaweed. Just looking at her back, she was very beautiful. "Ji Jinyan, I love you. I'm willing to do anything for you." The female ghost rushed towards Ji Jinyan. "Even if I die, I want to die in your arms." Ji Jinyan looked up and coldly glanced at the female ghost rushing over. He said coldly, "What right do you have to die in my arms?" The female ghost was hit by the old Taoist priest. Her entire soul dissipated. Her voice was filled with great sadness. "Ji Jinyan, Ji Jinyan, even at this point, I still can't bear to hurt you. Can't bear to. The female ghost's voice gradually disappeared. The surroundings were silent. There wasn't a trace of wind. Ji Qingyuan carried Lin Qianqian's body and ran towards the hospital. Ji Jinyan said indifferently, the family doctor is inside. Let's go inside. Ji Qingyuan carried Lin Qianqian into the hall with tears in his eyes. Ji Jinyan didn't comfort Ji Qingyuan. Instead, he said to the old Taoist priest, thank you for this. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and said, after all, you owe this female ghost a marriage. But she has done many evil things. This is retribution. The people hiding over there can come out now. The old Taoist priest looked in the direction where Ning Shu and Su Manyu were hiding. Ning Shu was still happy that the mission had been completed. She hadn't died and the female ghost had been destroyed. Su Manyu grabbed Ning Shu's arm and said, Zhuang Yutong, help me. My legs are numb. What a good-for-nothing. Ning Shu dragged Su Manyu over. Uncle Ji, it's me, Su Manyu said to Ji Jinyan. Ji Jinyan glanced at Su Manyu. Su Manyu. Ji Jinyan casually glanced at Ning Shu. Then, he quickly glanced at Ning Shu. Ning Shu took a step forward, but immediately stopped. After being glanced at by Ji Jinyan, Ning Shu felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if his blood had frozen. After traversing through several worlds, this was the first time he had met such a cold person. He ignored everything. Even the miracle doctor wasn't so cold. The miracle doctor had a heart condition and couldn't be too emotional. But Ji Jinyan didn't seem to have any emotions. There was only coldness. This is... Ji Jinyan looked at Ning Shu and asked Su Manyu. Su Manyu said, this is my classmate. She's a friend from the same dormitory. Her name is Zhuang Yutong. Zhuang Yutong. Ji Jinyan chewed on the name. Every word came out of his mouth. For some reason, Ning Shu's back was covered in sweat. Ji Jinyan looked away from Ning Shu and said calmly, it's late. Go inside and drink some water. Okay. My legs are so weak that I can't walk anymore. Su Manyu agreed readily. Ning Shu wanted to refuse, but Su Manyu had already said it. He couldn't refuse. Su Manyu wanted to go in and see Lin Qianqian's miserable state. Plus, the female ghost had been eliminated. Su Manyu felt that the world was beautiful. Ning Shu followed the group into the villa's living room. The living room was huge and luxurious. Ning Shu lowered her head and sat on the sofa, listening to Su Manyu and Ji Jinyan talk about the ghost in the dormitory. But Ning Shu felt that Ji Jinyan's gaze was constantly on her. It made Ning Shu feel uneasy. She didn't know this Ji Jinyan. Furthermore, the original owner came from the mountains. She didn't know a rich guy like Ji Jinyan. Chapter 223. Ji Jinyan pushed an exquisite porcelain teacup in front of Ning Shu and said coldly, Miss Zhuang, please have some tea. Ning Shu felt Ji Jinyan's body lean towards her, giving her a sense of pressure. Ning Shu lowered her head and said, thank you. The Taoist priest sitting at the side said, since you were both haunted by the female ghost, why are the two of you fine? Also, the Yin Qi isn't very serious. Ning Shu didn't want to expose the existence of her soul pearl, so she didn't say anything. Su Manyu said, Yutong went home and found a witch to prescribe some medicine to remove the Yin Qi. We drink it often, so the Yin Qi hasn't entered our bodies. The old Taoist priest touched his beard. So that's how it is. You should have something on you to protect yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so relaxed. The old Taoist priest looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said, Granny gave me an amulet. The old Taoist priest touched his beard and didn't say anything. Ji Jinyan said to Ning Shu, then, Miss Zhuang, do you still have the medicine? I hope to give some to the little girl upstairs. That girl is the girl Ji Qingyuan likes. Su Manyu pouted. Ning Shu nodded. Sure. The corners of Ji Jinyan's mouth curled up slightly. Previously, the light outside was not very bright, but looking at Ji Jinyan now, he only felt that his face was exquisite, cold, and proud. Although he was Ji Qingyuan's father, he looked like he was only in his 30s and had a strong aura. This was an extremely handsome man. No wonder the female ghost loved him so much. Now that he smiled, Ning Shu felt that his smile could topple a country. Then, Miss Zhuang, please bring the medicine over tomorrow. Ji Jinyan looked at Ning Shu, who had her head lowered. Ning Shu nodded and said, sorry for disturbing you for so long. Manyu and I will leave first. No rush. It's already late. You can leave tomorrow, Ji Jinyan said. Ning Shu was speechless. I'm not familiar with you at all. Since you're Su girl's friend, you don't have to be polite. It's not safe for two girls to walk at night. Ji Jinyan picked up the exquisite teacup on the marble coffee table and took a sip. There's no need. Ning Shu held Su Manyu's hand and walked away. He could feel the gaze following him like a shadow. What's going on? After leaving the villa, Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. Su Manyu, who was beside him, was very happy. We finally got rid of the female ghost. Oh my, we can finally live a peaceful life. Ning Shu also smiled, and his heart relaxed. Oh my, I can finally leave this world. When they returned to the dormitory, the sky was still dark. Ning Shu and Su Manyu went back to sleep. When Ning Shu woke up, he realized that his soul pearl was gone. Ning Shu looked around for a while, but he couldn't find his things. Ning Shu almost turned the entire dormitory upside down. Did he drop it on the road or did the old Taoist take it away? Fuck, where's my pearl? I'm going blind from crying. Zhuang Yutong, what are you looking for? Su Manyu saw Ning Shu's bitter and hateful expression and felt distressed. Nothing, one of my shoes is missing. Ning Shu's voice was so distressed that the tone of his voice changed. Shame, it's just a pair of shoes. I'll give you a pair. It's enough for you to buy a pair. Su Manyu waved her hand and said disdainfully. Ding, quest completed. Leaving the character world. 2333's voice suddenly sounded. Zhuang Yutong's voice went limp, and Ning Shu's soul was roaring. My pearl, my soul pearl. Back in the system space, Ning Shu was still howling. The whole system space was filled with Ning Shu's roars. Oh right, I'll keep this pearl. You're now a soul, so you can't get close to the soul pearl. Your soul will be sucked away by the soul pearl. Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I lost it. My heart was bleeding. Ning Shu said unhappily. 2333 retorted, didn't I say that when you return to the system space, I'll take away the soul pearl? Why didn't you tell me when you took it away? Ning Shu's tone was very bad. 2333 was really an idiot. He wasn't reliable at all. Why was he so different from the system mainframe? 2333 system stiffly changed the topic, let's see how many points I earned this time. Ning Shu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 50000300000 soul, 200 life, 50 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 34 spirit, 120 martial strength, 10 aptitude, 26 merit, 23 skills, 5th ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry to peerless martial arts honorary title, goddess of war mission completion progress, 100. Obtained 10 attribute points. The mission this time gave him 30,000 points. The points weren't very high. He obtained 10 attribute points and 3 merit points. Ning Shu didn't know what the use of merit points was. Ning Shu allocated the attribute points to wisdom, luck, and martial strength. His status panel changed. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 5000030000 soul, 200 life, 50 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 343 spirit, 120 martial strength, 107 aptitude, 26 merit, 23 skills, 5th ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry to peerless martial arts honorary title. Goddess of Warning. Shu realized that martial strength was really important. Just like this mission, if it wasn't for his agile body and reaction speed, he would have died in the hands of the female ghost. He wouldn't have been able to obtain a treasure like the Soul Pearl. Ning Shu, add some attribute points to your charm, 23333 said. You keep adding attribute points to your martial strength. Do you really want to become a freakishly strong woman? Ning Shu didn't care at all. Isn't it good to have a high martial strength? I think it's pretty good. It's even better if you have charm. With charm, it'll make things a lot easier. With charm, people will have a good impression of you. It's also beneficial for the mission. 23,333 advised. Ning Shu said faintly, it's better to rely on myself than on others. I'm not going to fall in love. Why would I need such a high charm? Ning Shu knew very well that he wouldn't be able to stay in the mission world for long. Once she left, the original owner would return to his body and start a new life. Ning Shu suddenly asked 23333, I've been traveling from one world to another. I've been fighting for all kinds of people. I've been living like this for a long time. It's a bit tiring. 23333 was silent for a moment. Then he said, rest well. Your soul is a bit tired. What you've done is very meaningful. Not only have you fought for those who desire to change their fate, but you've also stabilized the realm. You can live forever. Although this kind of longevity is a bit bitter, although your time in the mission world is short, you will never disappear unless you fail the mission and are killed. Maybe one day you'll be strong enough. Strong enough to transcend everything. Then you'll be free. 23333 comforted Ning Shu. You're the same as those who want to fight for survival. You're all fighting for your life to change your fate. Ning Shu let out a long sigh. It was as if he wanted to exhale the turbid air in his heart. Chapter 224. 2333 was afraid that Ning Shu's soul would crumble. Players had completed too many quests and their minds couldn't take it anymore. Naturally, they would vanish into thin air. Therefore, the quest takers not only had to complete the quest, but they also had to adjust their mentality. Some quest takers became bloodthirsty, and some lost their minds. They used their abilities to wreak havoc in the quest world and caused the world to collapse. Ning Shu felt that she was being unreasonable. She was supposed to die, and now she was given this opportunity. As long as she stayed true to her heart, there was nothing she could not do. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the materials in the dimension to replenish her soul. Just like 2333 said, she was immortal to a certain extent. Although she existed as a soul, she had failed her mission as a human. Even if Ning Shu died now, Ning Shu had no regrets. Ning Shu, are you okay? 2333 asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened her eyes and heard 2333's words. She said, I'm fine. I'm fine. Phew, that's good. I thought I was going to be thrown back into the recycle bin. You scared me. 2333 said happily, thank goodness you're fine. Ning Shu closed her eyes and ignored 2333. She tried to absorb the materials in the system. Ning Shu wanted to strengthen her soul. After some time, Ning Shu opened her eyes. She felt relaxed. She said to 2333, let's start the quest. Okay. After 2333 said that, Ning Shu felt dizzy. The dizziness did not last long. Ning Shu's soul was now so strong that she could clearly feel her soul fusing with her body. After she got used to it, Ning Shu heard a child crying beside her ear. The child was crying loudly, calling for his mother. There were people beside him trying to console the child, but the child was still crying very sadly. Ning Shu opened his heavy eyelids. He rolled his eyes and saw a fair and tender child crying beside the bed. Her Highness the Empress is awake, Your Highness. The palace maid serving her immediately said happily. Imperial Mother, Imperial Mother. Little Munchkin grabbed onto Ning Shu's hand and looked at Ning Shu with teary eyes, melting his heart. Ning Shu comforted her, Mother is fine. Don't cry. Ning Shu wanted to get up, but his body was very heavy. Furthermore, he felt like he couldn't breathe properly. His heart ached faintly. Ning Shu had learned medical skills from the godly doctor for a period of time. To put it bluntly, he was angry at himself. Help me up, palace maid Ning Shu said weakly. Imperial Mother, I will help you. Little Munchkin was originally a child, about 4 or 5 years old. There were still traces of tears on his face. As he held on to Ning Shu's arm, his face was red. Ning Shu felt a warm and soft feeling in his heart. It should be a reflection of this body. Ning Shu was not used to it. She had become the mother of a child. The palace maid came over and helped Ning Shu up. Ning Shu leaned back against the cushion and looked at Little Munchkin. He tried his best to speak to him in a gentle tone. Mother is fine. Don't worry. Imperial Mother, I am so scared. I am so scared that Imperial Mother will leave me. I will not be naughty in the future. I will study seriously and make Imperial Father happy. Little Munchkin grabbed onto Ning Shu's hand tightly. Ning Shu said to Little Munchkin, Mother will be fine. Mother will never leave you. Ning Shu tried her best to coax the child. She felt dizzy, her heart was palpitating, and her breathing was short. This child's body was too weak. Ning Shu felt tired just by saying a few words. Go and wash your face. Ning Shu asked the palace maid to take the child away. Little Munchkin looked at Ning Shu reluctantly, but still obediently went down with the wet nurse. Once the child left, Ning Shu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Just a slight movement and his entire body was covered in sweat. Your Highness, it's time to drink your medicine. The palace maid brought the medicine over. Ning Shu took the bowl of medicine and sniffed it. It was all nourishing medicine. It was not poisonous, but it was useless for this body. The original owner of this body was overthinking. Take it away. I want to rest, Ning Shu said lightly. The palace maid hesitated and looked at Ning Shu. She lowered her head and said, The imperial physician said that Your Highness has to take the medicine on time. I know. Leave. Ning Shu was very impatient. The palace maid immediately took the bowl of medicine and left. Ning Shu lay down and prepared to accept the plot. The original owner of this body was the Empress of the Yen Kingdom. Her name was Xiao Xiao. Her grandfather was the Grand Marshal. During the fight for the throne, the original owner of this body was the most sought-after concubine among the princes. However, Xiao Xiao chose the current emperor, the fourth prince Huaqing. The fourth prince had the support of the Grand Marshal. In addition, the fourth prince was a capable man. He successfully ascended the throne and the original owner of this body became the empress. Huaqing was very deep and cold. He did not care about women and had no interest in the women in the harem. The original owner of this body married Huaqing for 5 years before she gave birth to a baby. It was the little boy just now, Huaqing Wang. Xiao Xiao worked hard to take care of the harem. Otherwise, Huaqing would worry. Every month, Huaqing would come to her palace on the 15th. Sometimes, he would roll with Xiao Xiao. After the original owner of this body gave birth to Huaqing Wang, she always wanted to have children. However, she could not conceive. She gave up and put all her hopes on Huaqing Wang. Huaqing Wang was now a child, but the original owner of this body forced him to study. Huaqing also raised Huaqing Wang as an heir. Xiao Xiao was a woman, and she was the empress's woman. She gradually felt that Huaqing did not love her. He married her to get the support of her grandfather. However, Hua Qing was tall and handsome. Moreover, he was an emperor. Xiao Xiao put her heart on Hua Qing and tried her best to do what a wife should do. She thought that she would live like this until she grew old and be buried in the same grave as Hua Qing. However, fate took a turn. This matter began when Hua Qing brought back a golden fox from the hunting grounds. This golden fox was very smart and very human. Hua Qing doted on this golden fox very much. No matter what he did, he would bring this fox with him. When eating, the fox would squat on the table and eat drumsticks. When sleeping, they would sleep together. Even when bathing, they would be together. Other than going to court, Hua Qing and this fox were inseparable. Hua Qing came to the harem less and less. He did not even go to the empress's palace on the 15th of every month. He did not summon the harem concubines to sleep with him for a few months. It was simply too abnormal. As a man, Hua Qing suddenly had no needs. This caused all the women in the harem to die of thirst. They clearly had a man, but they were like widows. Under the cries of the harem women, the original owner of this body decided to ask Hua Qing what was wrong. Chapter 225. Xiao Xiao suspected that Hua Qing was hiding a woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't summon the harem women to his bed for half a year. However, Hua Qing was the emperor. Even if he had a woman, she, as the mistress of the harem, should know. Why hide a woman? Xiao Xiao went to ask Hua Qing why he hadn't been to the harem for so long. Hua Qing impatiently said that he had matters to attend to in the previous court and had no time to go to the harem. He brought up the matters of the previous court. As a harem woman, Xiao Xiao naturally couldn't interfere in court affairs. She also couldn't ask what he was busy with. Xiao Xiao saw Hua Qing holding the little fox in his arms. His gaze was especially doting. Xiao Xiao didn't care at all. In the end, it was just an animal. However, she didn't expect Hua Qing to dote on this fox to an unprecedented extent. It turned the harem upside down. Today, it broke the imperial concubines' vases. Tomorrow, it would tear Jiayu's clothes. It was so gluttonous that it ate everything. It often sneaked into the imperial kitchen to steal food. In short, it was especially naughty. This caused the harem concubines to be very resentful. They ran to Xiao Xiao to complain. Xiao Xiao went to find Hua Qing to discipline this fox. The harem was really out of control. Hua Qing just dotingly tapped the little fox's forehead. He was very dissatisfied with Xiao Xiao making a fuss over nothing. She was bickering with an animal. Xiao Xiao was so angry that she almost fainted. After that, she was teased by the little fox. Xiao Xiao wanted to beat this animal to death. However, Xiao Xiao didn't dare. Even if this animal set the palace on fire, Hua Qing wouldn't say anything. He would unconditionally dote on this fox. This was a treatment that even humans couldn't enjoy. This animal actually enjoyed it. The harem women hated this fox so much that their teeth itched. Even Xiao Xiao was jealous. She had been married to Hua Qing for so long, but Hua Qing had always been cold to her. She had never received such gentleness and doting from him. The concubines cried and complained in front of Xiao Xiao every day, adding fuel to the fire. This made Xiao Xiao hate this fox even more. She even found people to kill the fox, but they all failed. When Hua Qing found out, he was so angry that he wanted to depose the empress. If Xiao Xiao's Grand Marshal grandfather didn't stand up to stop him, Xiao Xiao would have stayed in the cold palace. From then on, Xiao Xiao lost her dignity and status as an empress. She was now an empress who was despised by the emperor. Xiao Xiao's heart was filled with hatred and pain. It was simply a vicious cycle. Moreover, this fox often came to tease her, jumping on her body and messing up her hair and clothes. Then, very humanely, it would cover its mouth with its paw and run away. The concubines also saw clearly that if they wanted to gain the emperor's favor, they had to please this fox. No matter what the fox did, the concubines gritted their teeth and endured it. Xiao Xiao was very unwilling to give up and thought of ways to kill this beast. She even found her grandfather and asked him to kill the fox. However, she didn't expect that the marshal's mansion would be found to have betrayed the country. Hua Qing directly took away the military power and executed the whole family. When Xiao Xiao learned of this, she vomited a mouthful of blood. She felt that she had caused the death of her entire family. Xiao Xiao didn't believe that her grandfather would betray the country. He was already so old, there was no need for that. It was just that Hua Qing wanted to take back the military power in her grandfather's hands. Once the cunning rabbit was killed, the hound was thrown away. Xiao Xiao really regretted marrying Hua Qing and causing the death of her entire family. In addition, her son, Hua Qinhuang, ran around crazily with the fox every day. His heart was wild. Xiao Xiao couldn't teach him anymore. He was a good-for-nothing and was always reprimanded by Hua Qing. Xiao Xiao's heart was filled with despair. She cried tears of blood and hung herself. Ning Shu was speechless. She was courting death. Actually, what Xiao Xiao didn't know was that this fox was actually a human inside. She was just a girl who had transmigrated from the modern world into a fox's body. After transmigrating into a beast, she really thought of herself as a beast. Her wild nature was hard to tame. After Xiao Xiao's death, this little fox found a pearl in Xiao Xiao's palace. Legend had it that it was a 1,000-year-old mermaid pearl. It was the original owner's dowry. The little fox accidentally swallowed it and turned the little fox into a peerless beauty. From then on, there was no color in the palace. Hua Qing only liked this little fox. Because the original owner was unwilling, her soul wandered around the palace. When she saw that slut adopt her child, she said that she played well with him when she was still a fox. Hua Qinhuang didn't want to study, so she didn't let him study. She said that it wasn't a big deal to study later. She wanted to give the child a beautiful childhood. Hua Qinhuang liked this empress very much. Not long after, he forgot about his mother. That was until the slut gave birth to a child of her own. That child was very smart and good at studying. He had a photographic memory, which made Hua Qinhuang seem even more vulgar. He became the slut's son's follower. He watched as the slut's son became the emperor while Hua Qing and the fox spirit went sightseeing. The original owner's wishes were, 1. Don't let the marshal's family be executed. 2. Don't let this immoral slut die a horrible death. 3. Hua Qinhuang was the son of the first wife. Don't let that be the ending. When Ning Shu saw the original owner's wishes, he felt that the first wish wasn't easy to fulfill. He felt that the marshal's family's decline was inevitable. Hua Qing was the emperor and the original owner's grandfather held military power. If the other party was hot-headed and rebelled, the throne under his butt would be unstable. It would be like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Hua Qing wanted to deal with the marshal's family from the moment he ascended the throne. Handing over military power was tantamount to having one's hands and feet tied. Hua Qing could do whatever he wanted. With military power in hand, at least Hua Qing would be a little wary. The original owner fainted because he wanted Hua Qinhuang to study. Hua Qinhuang was still young and didn't like to study. He said that he hated Imperial Mother and Imperial Mother only wanted him to study. He wanted to play with the little fox. The original owner was so angry that his vision turned black and he fainted. Ning Shu felt a headache coming on. He opened his eyes and rubbed his forehead. The most important thing now was to take care of his body. Sitting on the bed, Ning Shu began to cultivate his peerless martial arts. After a while, Ning Shu's whole body was covered in sweat. He had no choice but to stop and let the palace maid bring hot water to wash up. After washing up, Ning Shu's body felt a little better. He also ate a little more for lunch, which made his personal palace maid very happy. Ning Shu sorted out the plot in his head as he ate. The little fox had just arrived in the palace not long ago. Ning Shu decided to destroy the shark pearl so that it wouldn't be able to transform into a human. Let's see how you guys are going to do it. Ning Shu put down the bowl and asked his personal palace maid, Qing Zhu, to find the shark pearl in the dowry. Qing Zhu was stunned for a moment before she found the shark pearl. Ning Shu looked at the shark pearl. Although it was called a shark pearl, it was just a big and round pearl. Perhaps it had some mysterious power that could allow the little fox to transform into a human. He sneered and picked up a stool and smashed it on the pearl. The pearl didn't shatter. Ning Shu smashed it a few more times before the pearl finally shattered. Ning Shu didn't stop and continued smashing the pearl until it turned into powder. Ning Shu blew at the powder, causing it to fly up and fall to the ground. Qing Zhu, oh. Chapter 226. Zhuang Yutong, you're awake. I thought you were possessed by a ghost. You scared me to death. Zhuang Yutong opened her eyes and saw Su Manyu complaining. Although she was complaining, Su Manyu's eyes were filled with worry. Are you all right? You fainted all of a sudden. Su Manyu looked at Zhuang Yutong. What's wrong with you? Zhuang Yutong felt a little dizzy. She said to Su Manyu, I'm fine. Su Manyu looked at Zhuang Yutong with an evil expression as she said, should we go check on Lin Qian? Didn't you promise Uncle Ji to deliver her medicine? You can send the medicine over. I won't go. I'm not feeling well, Zhuang Yutong said. Su Manyu saw that Lin Qian did not look well. She nodded and left with the medicine bag. Before she left, Ning Shu said, when I come back, I'll tell you about Lin Qian's terrible condition. Zhuang Yutong felt like she was in a dream, but she remembered it clearly in her mind. It didn't feel like a dream. After Su Manyu left, Zhuang Yutong closed her eyes and slept for a while. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhuang Yutong climbed down from the bed and opened the door while asking, who is it? Zhuang Yutong opened the door and saw a rather unexpected person at the door. Zhuang Yutong stuttered, why are you here? It was Ji Qingyuan's father, Ji Jinyan. Ji Jinyan walked into the dormitory, looked into Zhuang Yutong's eyes and said, I'll treat you to a meal. Why? Zhuang Yutong asked in a daze. She was not familiar with this man at all. They had only met once, but he actually came to her dormitory and said that he wanted to treat her to a meal. Ha ha ha. Take it as my thanks for your medicine. I heard from Su girl that you were in the dormitory. I asked you to deliver the medicine personally. Why didn't you go? Ji Jinyan's tone was very domineering. Zhuang Yutong, was this person sick in the head? Change your clothes. I'll treat you to a meal. Ji Jinyan glanced at Zhuang Yutong. This person was sick. Ji Jinyan raised his wrist, looked at his watch, and said, Miss Zhuang, please hurry up. My time is very precious. Zhuang Yutong, wiping his tears, what to do if I meet a lunatic? Which, save me. Don't you have nice clothes to change into? In return for the medicinal powder, I can give you some. Ji Jinyan saw Zhuang Yutong's confused expression and seemed to be very considerate. With a stiff face, Zhuang Yutong said, please leave. I'm going to change. Ji Jinyan grunted and turned to leave. Zhuang Yutong wanted to bang her head against the metal bed. What kind of person was this? When Zhuang Yutong changed her clothes and went out, Ji Jinyan frowned but didn't say anything. The two of them went downstairs. Zhuang Yutong's eyelids twitched when she saw the luxury car parked in front of the dormitory. Ji Jinyan opened the car door for Zhuang Yutong. Zhuang Yutong sat in the car and felt out of place with Gij. Everything in the car was luxurious and fragrant. She looked at the clothes she was wearing. Zhuang Yutong decided that she would never associate with such people again. She didn't want to feel inferior and torment herself. Ji Jinyan sat in the car and saw Zhuang Yutong's eyes flickering. He smiled. You will have this life in the future. Zhuang Yutong didn't comment. Instead, she was more concerned about why this man was looking for her. They were eating at a Western restaurant. Zhuang Yutong sat opposite Ji Jinyan and said lightly, Sorry, I don't know Western dining etiquette. Ji Jinyan said, I can teach you. No need, Mr. Ji. I want to know why you're looking for me. Zhuang Yutong asked. You're making me lose my appetite. Ji Jinyan took a sip of red wine and looked at Zhuang Yutong in a daze. Your eyes are exactly the same as my wife's. When I first saw you, I thought he was standing in front of me. Zhuang Yutong, oh. Ji Jinyan raised his eyebrows. Her reaction was so calm. Aren't you curious about my wife? Ji Jinyan asked. Zhuang Yutong. Why should I be curious? We don't know each other. Mr. Ji, are you looking into my eyes to comfort yourself because my eyes are similar to your wife's? Or do you want to keep me as your wife's substitute? Su Manyu said you love your wife very much, but your current actions make me doubt your loyalty to your wife. Zhuang Yutong stood up. Sorry, I'll leave first. I don't know how to eat Western food. Goodbye, Mr. Ji. Zhuang Yutong only wanted to study hard so that she could have a job after graduation to reduce the burden on her family. Ji Jinyan and she were from different worlds. Life was already so difficult, why should she play with the rich? Ji Jinyan watched Zhuang Yutong leave the restaurant and raised his eyebrows. Loyalty to his wife. When Zhuang Yutong returned to the dormitory, Su Manyu had already returned. Su Manyu immediately said excitedly, Lin Qianqian's leg is going to be amputated. Her leg is seriously injured and the infection is very serious. We can only amputate it. I don't know if Ji Qingyuan will still like Lin Qianqian with a broken leg. Zhuang Yutong silently looked at Su Manyu's happy face and was speechless. Su Manyu's face fell. Zhuang Yutong asked, What's wrong? I'm getting engaged, Su Manyu suddenly said. Zhuang Yutong, why so sudden? Zhuang Yutong asked. You haven't even graduated yet. You don't understand the lifestyle of people in our class. We can still get married before we graduate. Marriage doesn't affect our lives. We can still have fun as usual. Su Manyu sighed. Zhuang Yutong asked again, Who are you getting engaged to? Ji Qingyuan. Su Manyu rolled her eyes. Zhuang Yutong, the rich's circle is so messy. Zhuang Yutong sighed. Damn, why is it so frustrating to get engaged to Ji Qingyuan? Damn, I have to get involved with Lin Qianqian again. It's so annoying just looking at her. It was obvious that Su Manyu didn't want to get engaged to Ji Qingyuan. People who want to live with each other for the rest of their lives should find someone they like, Zhuang Yutong said. Zhuang Yutong said with disdain, You're indeed a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything. We're combining interests. It has nothing to do with feelings. Don't you like Ji Qingyuan? Zhuang Yutong looked at her from the corner of her eyes. Damn, let's not talk about this dark history. I'd rather like a country bumpkin like you than Ji Qingyuan, Su Manyu said. Zhuang Yutong's mouth twitched. I don't need you to like a country bumpkin like me. You should go and like Ji Qingyuan. When did I say I liked you? I was just making an example. It means that Ji Qingyuan is not worth mentioning in my heart, Su Manyu quickly said. Zhuang Yutong, damn, what a vicious word. Look at how scared you are. Why would I like a country bumpkin? Su Manyu said with disdain. Her expression didn't look too good. She couldn't help but push Zhuang Yutong. I won't like you. Zhuang Yutong, what's wrong with you? Chapter 227. My lady, what are you doing? Qing Zhu saw Ning Shu smash the shark pearl and quickly said, My lady, this is the dowry that the marshal gave you. There is only one in the world. There was only one in the world, so it was good. Rather than giving it to the little fox, it was better to smash it herself. Ning Shu clapped her hands and said, I am not in a good mood, so I smashed a pearl for fun. My lady. Qing Zhu looked at Ning Shu and did not know what to say. Clean up the things on the ground. I am going to take a nap. Ning Shu returned to her bedroom and prepared to cultivate her peerless martial arts. She needed to take care of her body first. She meditated for half a day. Ning Shu felt hungry and opened her eyes. It was already dark. Qing Zhu was anxiously pacing around outside. When she saw Ning Shu come out, she let out a sigh of relief and asked, "My lady, do you want to eat dinner now?" "Yes." Ning Shu sat on a chair as a palace maid served the dishes. Beside her, Qing Zhu said, "Your Highness, the little prince came over in the afternoon. I told him that your Highness was resting, so the little prince left." Ning Shu made a sound of acknowledgement and ate the food. It tasted really good. Qing Zhu carefully looked at Ning Shu and advised, "Your Highness, the little prince is still young, so he's naturally a bit playful. Perhaps it's because studying is really too hard." Ning Shu put down her chopsticks. Qing Zhu's expression changed. She quickly bowed and said, "I have overstepped my boundaries. I deserve to die." Ning Shu looked at this girl. She grew up with the original owner of the body. After the original owner died, she went into hiding. She wanted to take revenge for the original owner. She wanted to poison the little fox, but her plan was seen through and she was poisoned by Hu Qing. Qing Zhu was born in the marshal's residence. The marshal's residence was executed and her family was killed. In order to take revenge for her master and family, she took the risk. Of course, the result was tragic. "Qing Zhu, get up." Ning Shu lightly said, "Being born in the royal family, how can there be a beautiful childhood? They are provided for by the common people of the world. They wear luxurious clothes and have servants to serve them. They are not like ordinary children who don't have enough to eat or warm clothes. Ordinary children even have to run around for their family's livelihood when they are very young. What kind of good childhood is there to speak of? You have to bear the responsibility of your position." Ning Shu said indifferently. In the end, Hu Qingwang ended up in such a pitiful state. Why would he have to pay for his own laziness and willfulness? Of course, it was also because of the self-righteous indulgence of the little fox. If one didn't have the life of a main character, then one should work hard. Ning Shu did not know how to educate the child. She had never given birth to a child before, so she did not know how to educate a child. For the time being, she did not want to see the little munchkin. Qing Zhu comforted Ning Shu, "The little prince will definitely understand her ladyship's painstaking efforts." Children all had rebellious tendencies. The more pressure they were under, the more they would react. He could only take it slow. For the next few days, Ning Shu stayed in her bedroom and did not go out. Even when the concubines came to pay their respects, Qing Zhu rejected them, saying that the empress was not feeling well. These concubines could only reluctantly return. Even when the news spread in the palace that the empress was sick, Hu Qing did not step into the harem to ask about the empress's health. He did not even pretend to comfort her. Ning Shu did not care very much. She even felt very fortunate. It seemed that Hu Qing was now going to keep his chastity. Ning Shu did not want to roll with Hu Qing at all. She just did not know how Hu Qing solved his physiological needs. Could it be that he masturbated himself? Ning Shu cultivated day and night. Finally, this body was out of breath after walking a few steps. It seemed that the original owner was very angry. Thinking that it had been such a long time, she should communicate with the little munchkin, Hu Qingwang. Ning Shu asked Qing Zhu to call Hu Qingwang over. When Hu Qingwang looked over, his face was red and covered in sweat. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes. She saw that there was a strand of golden fur on Hu Qingwang's shoulder. It seemed that this little guy was playing with the little fox again. Hu Qingwang properly bowed to Ning Shu. Ekhen greets Muhu. Muhu is in good health. Ning Shu looked at Hu Qingwang like this. Hu Qingwang's red face flashed with a trace of uneasiness and uneasiness. Ning Shu gently pulled Hu Qingwang over and reached out to brush off the golden fox fur on his shoulder. Muhu. Hu Qingwang saw Ning Shu like this and his expression became even more uneasy. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Qing Wang, did you play with the little fox today? Ning Shu asked gently. Tell Muhu, where did you go? Muhu, Ken did not. Hua Qingwang lowered his head and lied. Ning Shu said, Muhu does not mean to blame you. In the future, you can play with the little fox. Really? Muhu? Hua Qingwang suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Shu with shining eyes. Ning Shu nodded. You can. Muhu, you are so good. Hua Qingwang squeezed into Ning Shu's arms and twisted his body to act spoiled with Ning Shu. Ning Shu was not used to this and pulled Hua Qingwang out of her arms. She said unhappily, you are already a man, yet you are still acting spoiled with Muhu. If you want to play with the little fox, Muhu has a condition. As long as you complete it, you can play with the little fox however you want, Ning Shu said seriously. Hua Qingwang immediately patted his small chest and said, Muhu, Ken will definitely do well. Muhu doesn't have many requirements. Practice 20 characters every day and memorize a poem. As long as you complete it, you can go play. The sooner you complete it, the longer you can play with the little fox. Ning Shu gently coaxed him. Rather than make him study day and night, it was better to set a number. At least he would have a goal to strive for. Yes, Muhu. I will definitely complete it. Hua Qingwang promised, his face shining. Ning Shu nodded. As long as you can complete it, that is good. But you must complete it before you can play, understand? Qingwang, you really like the little fox. Yes, the little fox is very cute and very smart. I have never seen such a smart animal. Hua Qingwang nodded repeatedly. He looked very cute. Ning Shu played with her nails and said with a smile, is that so? I heard that your father also likes it. The little fox is so cute. Who wouldn't like it? Hua Qingwang said matter-of-factly. Ning Shu thought, I don't like the one in front of you. Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's shoulder. Remember the promise you made to Muhu. You are a man, and a gentleman's word is as good as a whip. I will remember it, Hua Qingwang said loudly. Hua Qingwang said loudly with the vigor of a child. He looked very cute, just like a little adult. Qing Zhu, who was next to Ning Shu, laughed. The palace maids in the palace all covered their mouths and snickered. Ning Shu laughed. Go play. Don't forget the 20 characters and the poem. Bring them to Muhu tonight for inspection. When Hua Qingwang left, his footsteps were like the wind. Qing Zhu, Ben Gong hasn't been able to sleep well at night recently. I keep feeling like there's something rustling around. It should be a rat. Get someone to put some rats in a hidden corner. Ning Shu said faintly. Qing Zhu agreed and went to do it. Chapter 228. At night, Hua Qingwang obediently brought his homework over. It was the 20 characters that Hua Qingwang had written. Ning Shu tested Hua Qingwang to see if he could recognize these characters. Hua Qingwang then recited a poem. He shook his little head like an old scholar reciting the book. After he finished reciting, he looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded and praised him. Very good, Qingwang is very good. Hua Qingwang's face was red. He puffed out his chest and said, Son knows even more. To be honest, Ning Shu was really embarrassed. His handwriting wasn't as good as a 5-year-old child's. Ning Shu felt that he would definitely not use a pen in the future. When you play with the little fox, you have to be careful. Don't go to places that are too dangerous. Do you understand? Ning Shu reminded Hua Qingwang. Hua Qingwang nodded and said, Muhu, you are so good. Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's shoulder. He originally wanted to pat his little butt, but he felt like a strange auntie. He could only pat his shoulder. Go back and rest. Ning Shu said with a smile. He then reminded him, don't get scratched by the little fox. It is, after all, an animal. It is not good for the body to be scratched. When you wash at night, have the wet nurse wash with mugwort leaf water. Do you understand? Son understands. Hua Chenwang nodded. After Hua Chenwang left, Ning Shu let out a heavy breath. It was so difficult to communicate with a child. Nyang Nyang, today is the 15th. The emperor should come. Qing Zhu looked outside the hall, but it is already so late. Ning Shu yawned, wash and sleep. There is no need to wait. Qing Zhu looked at Ning Shu with comforting eyes and said, Nyang Nyang, it must be that the emperor is too busy. Too busy to sleep. Coming to the empress palace was basically just to sleep. It was only a few steps away. He just didn't want to come. Ning Shu had just laid down on the bed when he heard the sharp voice of a eunuch outside, the emperor has arrived. Ning Shu climbed out of bed and put on his clothes. Hua Qing walked in. Ning Shu bowed to Hua Qing, Chinchia pays respect to the emperor. Hua Qing was tall and had a belt around his waist, which made his waist look even more narrow. He gave off a very sexy feeling. The outline of his face was very deep and three-dimensional, and his nose was like a hanging gallbladder. The empress is going to bed already? Hua Qing asked, does the empress not remember that today is the 15th? Ning Shu could clearly feel that Hua Qing was angry. Hua Qing's face was expressionless as he frowned slightly. Ning Shu was speechless. If you don't want to come, then don't come. You look like you were forced to come, which made everyone's balls ache. Hua Qing was indeed forced to come. When he went to court today, old Xiao said that he hadn't visited the harem for a long time. To put it bluntly, he wanted him to dote on his granddaughter. Hua Qing dawdled until he arrived at the empress's palace. When he left the imperial study, the little fox hugged his leg and didn't let him go. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, which made Hua Qing very uncomfortable. He tried his best to persuade the little fox to not be so sad. Now that he saw that Ning Shu had fallen asleep first, Hua Qing was furious and even hated her. Hua Qing opened his arms and waited for Ning Shu to change his clothes for him. He said lightly, go to bed. Ning Shu nodded. Okay. Seeing that Hua Qing didn't want to roll with her, Ning Shu was relieved. Empress, change my clothes for me, Hua Qing said coldly. Ning Shu, 0, Ning Shu climbed out of bed again and took off Hua Qing's clothes. Then the two of them lay on the bed in silence. Hua Qing simply turned his back to Ning Shu. Ning Shu, what kind of virtue was this? If it was the original owner, her heart would have been broken by Hua Qing's cold violence. Ning Shu also turned over and was back to back with Hua Qing. Damn, it was really uncomfortable to have someone next to him. He was already tall and strong. He took up half of the bed and didn't let him sleep properly. Ning Shu closed his eyes and fell asleep in a daze. Suddenly, he was awakened by the shrill scream of an animal, which was full of pain. Hua Qing hurriedly got up and stepped on Ning Shu's leg without caring about the person sleeping next to him. Ning Shu immediately kicked Hua Qing away. Hua Qing accidentally fell to the ground, but he didn't care at all. With an anxious face, he shouted, where are you? The fox screamed. It was a bit like a high-octave dog bark, but also like a woman's scream. It was especially terrifying in the middle of the night and made people shudder. Hua Qing's face was very anxious. Ning Shu got down from the couch and asked Qing Zhu to light up the candle. Hua Qing directly snatched the candle. He clearly heard crying pitifully not far away. In the end, Hua Qing found the little fox under the window of the room. One of the little fox's forelimbs was caught in a rat trap and was bleeding. Hua Qing's heart ached immensely. Call the imperial physician, call the imperial physician. Hua Qing's eyes were red as he roared at Ning Shu. Hua Qing was calm, but the original owner had never seen him so emotional. Call the imperial physician. Ning Shu said to Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu hurriedly went to call the imperial physician. She was frightened by Hua Qing's appearance. Hua Qing squatted down and wanted to remove the rat trap, but he was afraid of hurting the little fox. He was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. The little fox cried at Huaqing with tears flowing down her face. She looked very pitiful. Ning Shu watched from the side. This fox was covered in gold and looked very beautiful. Her eyes were very lively and there was a cunning look in her eyes. But now, her eyes were dim and she kept crying at Huaqing. It was hard to imagine that an animal's body could contain a human soul. Ning Shu also learned something new. Could it be that the target of her missions in the future might also be non-human? Huaqing suddenly turned his head to look at Ning Shu and asked sharply, "Empress, why do you have such a dangerous thing in your bedroom?" Ning Shu said calmly, "I haven't been sleeping well these days. There are always rats at night, so I asked the palace maids to make a rat trap. I didn't expect it to come. It never comes to my palace. Who knew that something like this would happen?" This fox hadn't been in the palace for long. It hadn't become familiar with the ground and hadn't become as lawless as in the plot. "I don't know why it came today," Ning Shu said very sincerely. Huaqing was speechless for a moment. He couldn't say that it was because he was here and who relied on him. As the emperor, Huaqing would never say such words. At least, he wouldn't say such words in front of Ning Shu, the empress. Huaqing touched the little fox's head and comforted her, "It's okay. The imperial physician will be here soon." "Woo woo woo." The little fox lay on the ground. Her voice was very weak from the pain. She was cursing in her heart. How could she be so unlucky? How could she be caught by this thing? Ugh, it hurt. It was all because of Huaqing, that bastard. If she didn't follow him, she wouldn't be injured. The more the little fox thought about it, the sadder she felt. She felt wronged and the pain in her wound made her cry. Huaqing wanted to hug the little fox. Chapter 229. Ning Shu looked at Huaqing's gentle appearance. It was clearly a person and a fox, but there was an indescribable ambiguity between them. Oh my God, love really could transcend race and gender. The imperial physician rushed over in a hurry. Before he could salute, Huaqing said anxiously, "Quickly save my pet." Yes. The imperial physician didn't even have time to catch his breath before he rushed to save the little fox. Huaqing watched from the side. When he saw the imperial physician touching the little fox's body, his face immediately darkened. He stared fiercely at the imperial physician's hand. He almost chopped off the imperial physician's hand. It was a strong sense of possessiveness. The little fox whimpered. The wound on its leg was very painful. Huaqing said repeatedly, "Be gentle. Be careful." Yes, Your Majesty." The imperial physician had to pay attention to his subordinates while being nagged by Huaqing. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He drank water at the side. He poured a cup of water for Huaqing and said, "Your Majesty, have some tea. It will be fine." Huaqing was already anxious, but this tactless empress still wanted him to drink water. Could he drink it now? Huaqing directly pushed Ning Shu's hand away. The teacup fell to the ground and the porcelain pieces shattered. Ning Shu hurriedly apologized, "Your Majesty, it's Qinxia's fault. Please don't be angry." There was still an imperial physician in the room. Huaqing took a deep breath and said, "It's fine. I don't blame you." Woo woo woo. The little fox whimpered in pain. It looked at Huaqing with its watery eyes. Huaqing and the little fox's eyes met. He immediately moved away from Ning Shu and comforted, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. You will be fine." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. He almost laughed out loud. He felt that the little fox now regarded Huaqing as its possession. Huaqing kept calling for the imperial physician to be gentle. It took him a long time to rescue the little fox's forelimbs from the trap. Its fur was already soaked with blood, and it looked like it was seriously injured. It would probably need to recuperate for a period of time. The imperial physician placed the little fox on the bed and picked up the fur around the wound. Then, he sprinkled some medicinal powder on the wound and bandaged it up meticulously. "Your Majesty, the wound has been treated. Don't let it get wet during this period of time. This official will come to change the medicine every 2 days." The imperial physician wiped the sweat on his head and cupped his hands towards Huaqing as he spoke. Huaqing sat by the bed and nodded with a tense face. "You can leave." The imperial physicians left like a swarm of bees, leaving only Ning Shu, Huaqing, and the dying little fox lying on the bed in the room. "You're not allowed to put such dangerous things in the palace in the future. Look at what you've done to Huaqing," Ning Shu said coldly. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent as she bowed and said, "Qinxie will remember." Huaqing carefully picked up the little fox on the bed. Ning Shu said, "You can sleep by yourself tonight." Then, she left with the little fox. Ning Shu curled her lips and saw the bright red blood stains on the bed sheet. She said to the pale-faced Qing Zhu, "Remove this bed sheet and make the bed again. This consort wants to sleep." "Yes, Your Highness." Qing Zhu had the palace maids change the bed sheet. Ning Shu said, "Change the quilt cover as well." After changing the bed sheet, Ning Shu yawned and lay on the bed. Qing Zhu and Ning Shu comforted her, "Your Highness, don't be too sad." "Sad? This consort isn't sad. The one who's sad right now is someone else." Ning Shu sneered. Look at Huaqing's distressed expression. Originally, it was just in case, but she didn't think that the fox would actually fall for it. Relying on the fact that it was an animal, it could come and go as it pleased in the palace. It could go anywhere. The little fox especially liked to run to the concubines' palaces and secretly listen to gossip. Ning Shu didn't want her own palace to become a place where others could come and go as they pleased. It was likely that the little fox wouldn't come out to cause trouble for a long time. It also wouldn't be able to play with Huaqing Wang. "Qing Zhu, go to the Imperial Household Department tomorrow and see if there are any cute and big pets for Qing Wang." Ning Shu said this and closed her eyes to sleep. Oh my, it was better to sleep alone in a big bed. Compared to Ning Shu's comfort, Huaqing was like an iceberg. She held the little fox in her arms and said angrily, "Let's see if you'll run around again in the future. Didn't I promise you that nothing would happen between me and the Empress? Now you've hurt yourself like this." The little fox looked at Huaqing pitifully, but Huaqing's face was cold. In fact, his heart had already softened. He said coldly, "Let's see if you dare run to the Empress Palace again." "Woo!" the little fox whispered. It stuck out its pink tongue and licked Huaqing's palm. It used its little sharp teeth to bite Huaqing's finger. It seemed to be telling him not to be angry. After being bitten by the little fox, Huaqing's entire body felt like it had been electrocuted. His whole body was numb. His finger was bitten by the little fox, and there was a slight pain. It was an indescribable pleasure. Immediately, he felt his lower abdomen heat up. It was very exciting. This was a feeling that Huaqing had never experienced in more than 20 years. With just this bite, Huaqing suddenly felt the intoxicating love between a man and a woman. That kind of uncontrollable impulse and desire. Huaqing looked at the little fox in his arms with a burning gaze. Its eyes were very clear, and they were filled with innocence and confusion. Huaqing's lower abdomen had already raised its head. Enduring the burning heat in his body, Huaqing placed the little fox on the dragon bed and said in a hoarse voice, "Hurry up and sleep." The little fox narrowed its eyes and licked Huaqing's hand. Huaqing almost couldn't control himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and sleep." Only then did the little fox fall asleep contentedly. Huaqing was about to explode from holding it in. When the little fox finally fell asleep, Huaqing sneaked into Imperial concubine Xian's palace. Huaqing didn't want to see Ning Shu at all. He blamed him in his heart for causing to be injured. On the bed, Huaqing was all kinds of passionate and fierce. He tortured imperial concubine Xian until she was half dead, but the woman on the bed was very satisfied. After he vented his desire, Hua Qing's heart suddenly felt guilty. When he thought about how the little fox was injured while he was rolling around with another woman, Hua Qing felt very uncomfortable. He quickly got on the bed and put on his clothes. Ignoring imperial concubine Xian's urging to stay, he hurriedly left. When he returned to the bedroom, Hua Qing looked at the little fox sleeping on the dragon bed. His heart suddenly softened. He reached out a finger and touched the tip of its pink nose. He even wanted to bend down and kiss it. No, was only his pet. How could he have such an impulse for an animal? It was too unbelievable. But in Hua Qing's heart, he thought that the smart and cute wasn't a fox at all. Perhaps it was a fox immortal who had cultivated successfully. Hua Qing's heart really hoped that could transform into a human. Chapter 230. Hua Qing didn't care much about the matters between men and women. Otherwise, Hua Qing would rarely go to the harem with so many beauties. But now, Hua Qing had an incomparable and uncontrollable impulse. Hua Qing's joy was mixed with a sense of shame, making Hua Qing feel very conflicted. Ning Shu slept very well that night. When she woke up in the morning, she felt refreshed. Just as she left the palace, the little munchkin, Hua Qingwang, who was holding something in his arms, bumped into Ning Shu's arms. He was practically twisting his body as he whined to Ning Shu. "Mother, is this puppy for me?" "Yes, this puppy is for you." Ning Shu sat down and looked at the puppy in Hua Qingwang's arms. This puppy was only a month old, and its body was very furry. Ning Shu patted the stool next to her for Hua Qingwang to sit next to her. Hua Qingwang carefully held the puppy. Ning Shu looked at the male puppy and said to Hua Qingwang, "The little fox was injured last night, so it can't play with you in the future. Let this puppy accompany you. From now on, besides studying, you have to take care of this puppy. There are a lot of dirty things on the puppy's body, so you have to bathe it often." "Is the little fox injured? Is it serious?" Hua Qingwang asked anxiously. Ning Shu said indifferently, "It's not serious. It's just that its leg is injured, so it can't walk for the time being. Don't disturb its recovery. Your father won't let you see the little fox, so don't disturb it for the time being." "I will remember." Hua Qingwang nodded. "I will listen to mother. You're still a child. Eat with mother," Ning Shu said to Hua Qingwang. Hua Qingwang was quite cute, and his body had a milky fragrance. Hua Qingwang sat next to Ning Shu. Ning Shu gave him some food, and Hua Qingwang quickly said, "Thank you, mother." Ning Shu smiled. What a polite child. Hua Qingwang picked up a steamed bun and placed it next to the puppy's mouth. The puppy only stuck out its tongue and licked it. Ning Shu said, "The puppy is too small to eat this. Is it troublesome to make some porridge for the puppy later? Is Qingwang regretting it now?" Hua Qingwang was afraid that Ning Shu would change her mind, so he quickly said, "Mother, I will definitely take good care of the dog." After breakfast, Ning Shu took the medicinal powder and applied it on the puppy to kill the insects. Hua Qingwang also helped and applied the powder on his hand. "Qingwang, it's a small life. You have to take good care of it. Since you've chosen it, you have to take responsibility for it. Do you understand?" Ning Shu instructed Hua Qingwang. "I'll remember everything. I'll definitely take good care of him." Hua Qingwang's face flushed red, and he seemed very surprised. He acted coquettishly in Ning Shu's arms. "Mother, you're so nice. I'll definitely study hard and take good care of the puppy. Go." Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's shoulder and instructed Hua Qingwang's wet nurse to not let the little prince be scratched by the puppy. After Hua Qingwang left, Qing Zhu bowed to Ning Shu and said, "Nyang Nyang, the concubines of the various palaces have come to pay their respects. Let them in." It was time to see these women. Ning Shu stroked her wide sleeves. Ning Shu walked into the main hall from the side hall. As soon as she entered the main hall, Ning Shu's eyes were dazzled. She looked at the room full of women. There were all kinds. There were charming, cold, plump, and fragrant. The room was filled with fragrance. It was simply a pleasure. This concubine pays her respects to the empress. May the empress have good fortune and peace. The concubine Ning Shu bowed. Ning Shu looked at these beautiful women. So beautiful. Rise. Ning Shu said faintly. As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, a woman suddenly said, Nyang Nyang, last night the emperor stayed in noble consort Xian's palace. Ah. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent, but she was surprised. Last night, Little Fox was injured. Hu Qing didn't accompany Little Fox and actually had sex with a woman. Wasn't Hu Qing abstinent? He hadn't had sex with concubines for many months. Why did he suddenly have sex with concubines? Noble consort Xian has arrived. The eunuch outside the hall shouted. Noble consort Xian only arrived at this time. When noble consort Xian walked in, her body was a bit stiff. When she walked, her waist swayed slightly. Noble consort Xian's face was pink. Her entire person seemed to be shrouded in the clouds. She was in high spirits. It seemed that Hu Qing really did have sex with noble consort Xian last night. As soon as noble consort Xian walked in, she was met with all kinds of envious and jealous gazes. Noble consort Xian endured her discomfort and bowed to Ning Shu. This concubine pays her respects to the empress. I'm really unwell and came late. Please forgive me. Ning Shu nodded and let noble consort Xian sit down. Noble consort Xian, yesterday was the 15th. Why did the emperor come to your palace? A concubine directly tried to sow discord. Noble consort Xian's expression changed. She quickly explained, last night, the emperor suddenly came to this concubine's palace in the middle of the night. Last night, the emperor suddenly came. Without saying anything, he pressed her under his body and then did all kinds of things to her. Thinking of the scene last night, noble consort Xian's face turned red again. Her beauty was indescribable. Seeing noble consort Xian like this, the other concubines felt a burst of envy and jealousy. The emperor hadn't come to the inner palace for a long time, but noble consort Xian had taken the lead. If it was the empress, it would be fine to endure, but it was a concubine. Everyone almost tore the handkerchief in their hands. Ning Shu felt that it was quite boring. So many beautiful women were jealous of a man, but Hu Qing didn't like these beauties. He liked a fox. It was simply ridiculous. Ning Shu suddenly felt that the women in this room, including himself, were quite miserable. Their lives were worse than a beast's. Ning Shu reintroduced these concubines. For example, the one who had just instigated discord was Lan Jiayu. Then there was the incomparably cold consort Da, and the enchanting noble consort Song. Ning Shu felt that it was boring and had everyone leave. It was quite boring to gather together and say such sour words. It was better to practice martial arts. The concubines all left. Only noble consort Xian stayed. Ning Shu asked, Noble consort, is there anything else? Noble consort Xian hesitated and said, Nyang Nyang, last night. Ning Shu waved her hand and interrupted noble consort Xian, it's a good thing that the emperor is here. It's also good to give birth to an heir for the emperor. Noble consort Xian didn't know if the empress was telling the truth or not. She bowed and left. After she left, Qing Zhu and Ning Shu comforted Nyang Nyang. Qing Zhu originally wanted to comfort Ning Shu, but she didn't know what to say. Ning Shu didn't care who Hu Qing was here with. She only needed to complete her task. The marshal's residence was executed. Moreover, the dragon robe and the correspondence of the enemy country were found in the residence. This matter wasn't done by Hu Qing. Ning Shu twisted her head off. Moreover, it meant that there was a spy in the marshal's residence. It must be Hu Qing's people. As long as the marshal's residence was there, her position was stable. Hu Qing didn't dare to directly depose her. The most important thing was to stabilize the marshal's residence. Chapter 231. Ning Shu pretended to visit the little fox. The little fox was lying on the dragon bed. Other than the cloth wrapped around her forelimbs, everything else was fine. She was full of energy. When the little fox saw Ning Shu, her eyes were filled with hostility. She used her other forelimb to carelessly play with the ball. The ball was exquisitely made and the material was very soft. The little fox was speechless. She hated this empress. She was Hu Qing's wife, so the little fox hated her. Her legs were injured because of this woman and she couldn't move for a long time. Hu Qing didn't allow her to run. She was bored to death. This palace was so boring. She was so unlucky. How did she become a fox? Heavens, heaven and earth, how could she be so unlucky? Ning Shu looked at the little fox, whose eyes were darting around. She looked extremely intelligent and human-like. No wonder Hu Qing doted on this little fox so much. Why are you here? Hu Qing walked in and saw Ning Shu in the room. His face sank. When he saw the little fox playing on the dragon bed, his face softened. This concubine pays respects to the emperor. Ning Shu respectfully bowed to Hu Qing. Hu Qing grunted. He didn't even look at Ning Shu. He sat on the bed and reached out to touch the little fox's head. His eyes were full of affection. The little fox licked Hu Qing's finger. Hu Qing's eyes deepened. Ning Shu felt like an outsider. He couldn't integrate into the atmosphere between the man and the fox. It was very awkward. The little fox seemed to have skin cravings and enjoyed Hu Qing's touch. Ning Shu smacked his lips. He felt a little disgusted when he thought about the relationship between the two of them. It was beyond the relationship between a master and a pet. Ning Shu stood at the side like a block of wood. Hu Qing asked Ning Shu, "Is there anything else, Empress? This concubine is here to deliver medicine." Ning Shu took out the medicine bottle and placed it on the table. This medicine powder is very effective for wounds. Sorry to trouble you, Empress. Hu Qing said indifferently. His fingers stroked the little fox's golden fur. It was so furry that Hu Qing's fingers almost sank into her fur. Ning Shu bit his lips and looked at Hu Qing with a bitter expression. Hu Qing looked up and met Ning Shu's eyes. Is there anything else? Ning Shu blinked and let his eyes fill with tears. He said bitterly, Your Majesty, you went to noble consort Xian's palace last night. Your Majesty, yesterday was the 15th. Hu Qing's expression darkened. His first reaction was to look at the little fox. The little fox immediately pointed its butt at Hu Qing and wagged its golden tail. It was clearly angry. Is the Empress reprimanding me? This emperor is the son of heaven, is there any place that this emperor cannot go? Hu Qing almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. He looked at Ning Shu with an unfriendly gaze. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Ning Shu saying such things in front of the little fox. Hu Qing had never treated the little fox as an ordinary fox. She was very smart and knew everything. Now that she was like this, it meant that she was angry. Ning Shu's expression was very sad. He couldn't speak and looked like he had lost his soul. The little fox looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu bared his little fangs as if he was mocking him. Ning Shu looked at her indifferently. Finally, he bowed to Hu Qing. This concubine will take her leave. Hu Qing waved his hand. He seemed to be very impatient with Ning Shu and told him to leave quickly. As soon as Ning Shu went out, he heard the crisp sound of porcelain falling to the ground. He looked back and saw the little fox sitting on the table. She had pushed the medicine bottle she had placed on the table off the table. It fell to the ground and some of the medicine powder spilled out. The little fox whimpered at Hu Qing. Hu Qing's face was full of affection. He tapped its pink nose. You little fellow, if you don't like the Empress things, then we won't accept the Empress things in the future. The little fox was a little happier. It raised its head slightly and whimpered angrily at Huaqing. Huaqing seemed to be able to read minds. He explained to the little fox. Last night, we were wrong. We shouldn't have gone to noble consort Xian's palace. You little thing, you were jealous. The little fox nuzzled Huaqing's neck and whimpered. From now on, we will only like you, little thing. Naughty little thing. Huaqing felt a piercing pain in his neck. The little fox was biting him, but it wasn't very painful. He knew that the little fox was punishing him. Huaqing's face showed an intoxicated and forbearing expression. Ning Shu didn't know how the man and fox communicated. It was amazing. Was this the legendary telepathy? They could understand each other's thoughts with just a look. How amazing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ning Shu rubbed his eyes and decided not to watch. He went back to his palace and let them be lovey-dovey. Nyang Nyang, madam is here. She is waiting for Nyang Nyang in the hall. Ning Shu had just arrived at the palace when Qing Zhu came to greet him. Ning Shu hurried into the hall and saw a woman wearing a noble robe sitting in the hall. This was the original owner's mother, Zhao Shi. This subject greets Nyang Nyang. When Zhao Shi saw Ning Shu, her eyes were full of concern. Ning Shu hurriedly supported Zhao Shi. Mother, please rise. How is Nyang Nyang's health? I heard that Nyang Nyang wasn't feeling well. Ning Shu asked Zhao Shi. Did the imperial physician prescribe medicine? Ning Shu smiled and said, Mother, your daughter is fine. How are grandfather and father? Your father is fine. Your grandfather is old and has some minor problems. It's nothing serious. Lady Zhao nodded and said, Your father heard that you were not in good health in the palace, so he was a little worried. Mother, I'm fine. Don't let father worry. Your daughter is fine. Ning Shu said to Zhao Shi with concern. Mother, you also need to take care of your health. Zhao Shi looked around and whispered to Ning Shu, Nyang Nyang, yesterday was the 15th. Was the emperor resting in your palace? Ning Shu, he was in daughter's palace. Ning Shu changed the topic and had Qing Zhu take the box. Ning Shu said to Zhao Shi, Mother, this is all the tonics that daughter gave to grandfather and father. You should take them back. Zhao Shi waved her hand, the family doesn't lack for things. Nyang Nyang can keep these things. This is daughter's filial piety. Ning Shu forced Zhao Shi to accept it. When she handed it to Zhao Shi, she whispered, Give it to grandfather. Zhao Shi's expression was normal. She said with a smile, Many thanks for Nyang Nyang's reward. Zhao Shi and Ning Shu both had things on their minds. Then, after a few words, Zhao Shi left. Ning Shu could only hope that grandfather could understand what he wanted to say. Thinking that he was going against Huaqing, the emperor, Ning Shu's legs went soft. From the memories of the original, Huaqing was a person with true ability. He was a man who was scheming and suspicious. Ning Shu had to be careful. He couldn't reveal any flaws. They had been husband and wife for many years. Even if Huaqing didn't like his wife, he still understood Xiao Xiao. When Ning Shu was in front of Huaqing, she had to pretend to adore him and help him. Chapter 232. Little Munchkin, Huaqing Wang, came over with the puppy. He handed his handwriting to Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Huaqing Wang's handwriting and said happily, Qing Wang's handwriting is much better than before. Huaqing Wang looked at Ning Shu with watery eyes and said shyly, Mother, I will study hard. Recently, father hasn't tested me on homework. I have memorized a lot of books. Now, Huaqing Wang was very disappointed. It was as if he had worked very hard only to find that there was no test. He didn't have the chance to show off. Ning Shu reached out and picked up the fur on the neck of the puppy in Huaqing Wang's arms. The puppy struggled and looked very cute. Mother, be gentle. Huaqing Wang looked at the puppy with heartache. Ning Shu stuffed the puppy back into Huaqing Wang's arms. She looked at him seriously and said, Wang, you are not studying for anyone else. You are not studying for father or mother. You are studying for yourself. Ning Shu still felt that Wang was too lonely. There were no children of the right age to play with in the palace. That was why he was so attracted to the little fox in the plot. Xiao Xiao loved her son, but she put more pressure and expectation on Wang. Wang couldn't bear the burden. He should find a partner for this child. He couldn't play with a dog every day. He should find a study partner. Ning Shu first thought of the original owner's brother. He had a son who was 1 or 2 years older than Wang. This child was also beheaded in that accident. The original owner thought of his nephew. He had died at such a young age. Because of him, the whole family was executed. The emperor was heartless. His son was unfilial. There were too many things weighing on his heart. In the end, the original owner chose to commit suicide. Do you still remember your brother Yang? Mother will let brother Yang come into the palace to accompany you, okay? Ning Shu asked Wang. Mother wants Wang to be happy. Really? Wang looked at Ning Shu and said happily, there will be a brother coming into the palace to accompany me? That's right. Ning Shu saw how happy Wang was. He should let Wang interact with other children. Ning Shu sent someone to inform his grandfather of this matter. The next day, Xiao Qingyang was sent to the palace. Xiao Qingyang looked strong, like a little calf. At first glance, one could tell that he was from a military family. Speaking of which, the Xiao clan was also filled with talents, with 4 generations living under the same roof. But in the end, not a single one of them survived, which made one's heart ache. Auntie. Xiao Qingyang called out to Ning Shu. Call her imperial concubine, not auntie. Zhao Shi unhappily patted Ning Shu's head. Nyang, this boy is unruly. I'm afraid that he will offend the other Nyang when he enters the palace. Grandmother, don't pat my head, Xiao Qingyang said loudly to Zhao Shi while rubbing his head. Mother, don't worry. Your daughter will take good care of Qingyang. Ning Shu let the eager Wang greet Xiao Qingyang. Ning Shu let the 2 children go out to play. Seeing Wang so happy, Ning Shu also felt relieved. This could be considered as doing something for the original owner's son. Zhao Shi Ning Shu said, Father told me to thank Nyang for the things. Father said that he knows and will take care of it. Nyang doesn't need to worry. Mother, the marshal's mansion is like the sun in the sky right now. There will always be some rascals scheming to deal with the marshal's mansion. We have to be careful with every step we take. Mother and sister-in-law must restrain the people in the mansion. Also, don't let people of unknown origins come to the marshal's mansion and use the marshal's mansion's prestige and power to bully others. Ning Shu suspected that the dragon robe and letter were the doing of the marshal's mansion. Right now, the marshal's mansion was a target. It had an empress and even gave birth to the eldest son of the first wife. The marshal held a large number of troops in his hands. No matter how one looked at it, the marshal's mansion was flourishing and had boundless wealth. Zhao Shi quickly said, I will definitely pay attention. Xiao Qingyang stayed in the palace. Ning Shu let the 2 children live together. Every day, she set a time for them to study and play. They had to follow this schedule. Otherwise, she would send the puppy and Xiao Qingyang away. Wang was now used to having someone to accompany him. If he returned to his old lonely days, he would rather die than live. He promised Ning Shu that he would study hard with Xiao Qingyang. Ning Shu nodded. She had the 2 children come to her palace to eat 3 meals a day. Ning Shu felt that Wang had grown taller over this period of time. His appetite had clearly increased. When Wang and Xiao Qingyang were eating, they would sneakily throw meat under the table for the puppy. Ning Shu pretended not to see it. Wang was now very close to Ning Shu. Sometimes, he wouldn't call her mother, but Ning Shu mother. Although this brat wasn't her biological son, she had raised him for a period of time. Ning Shu's heart softened. This child was just too lonely. Have you played with the little fox recently? Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's head and asked. Hua Qingwang said, the little fox hasn't come out of Imperial Father's chambers recently. I haven't played with it. Ning Shu nodded. The little fox's claws are very sharp. Play with it less in the future. It's a beast after all. It will hurt if you get scratched. Although your brother Qingyang knows some martial arts, I can't protect you all the time. Hua Qingwang nodded. I won't let brother Qingyang get hurt. Brother Qingyang and the puppy will play with me. Ning Shu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, this brat didn't play with the little fox and run around blindly. Go play with brother Qingyang. Be careful. Ning Shu reminded Hua Qingwang. Ever since the little fox got injured, Hua Qing hadn't entered the harem for a long time. A group of concubines ran to Ning Shu and cried. Ning Shu felt a headache when she saw such a large group of women sobbing in front of her and wiping their tears with handkerchiefs. Damn it, she really felt that being the empress was miserable. She had to share her husband with so many women. Her husband didn't fuck off with these women, but these women still cried and made a fuss in front of the empress, asking the empress to find her husband and fuck off with these women. Damn it, it couldn't get any more miserable. It wasn't easy to be a virtuous empress. Ning Shu silently watched these women cry. The person who should be crying the most should be the original owner of this body. Why did it feel like this empress was the head housekeeper who came to her for everything? If you want to sleep with Hua Qing, go get him yourself. What was the point of crying to her? Ning Shu said indifferently, all right, stop crying. His Majesty is busy with court matters and has no time to enter the harem. You should be more concerned about His Majesty's health. Instead of crying in front of me, you might as well make some tonic soup and send it to His Majesty. The concubines looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they took their leave and walked away with light steps. They were probably going back to make something to eat. The little fox would probably get angry again when she saw the things the concubines sent over. Ning Shu expressed that she was doing it on purpose to annoy people. There were so many concubines in the harem, but she insisted on having an ambiguous relationship with a fox. Although she was human on the inside, she was a beast on the outside. Chapter 233. When the concubines received Ning Shu's instructions, they sent food to him 3 times a day, constantly trying to make their presence known. Hua Qing's expression didn't change in the face of the concubines' enthusiasm. He didn't summon any of the concubines, afraid that the little fox would be angry. But the little fox was very angry when she saw the soup and pastries. The emperor was indeed a stud horse. The little fox despised Hua Qing in her heart and felt sour in her heart. Hua Qing doted on her a lot, but she was a fox. There were so many picturesque beauties in his harem. What was she? Oh heavens, how could she be a fox? The frustrated little fox ruined all the pastries and soup, making a mess on the table. The little eunuch next to her lowered his head and pretended not to see. Hua Qing didn't care about the soup. Instead, he said to the little fox in a doting manner, shouldn't your anger be appeased? Little thing, why are you so cute? The little fox whimpered and turned to leave in a tsundere manner. Her whole body was full of arrogance that said, I'm very angry. Don't talk to me. Even if you talk to me, I'll ignore you. Hua Qing laughed and picked up the little fox. Why is your temper so wild? You're so cute. I don't know what to do with you. The little fox was angry, but when she saw Hua Qing so happy, she couldn't help but bare her teeth and fiercely bite Hua Qing's finger. This time, the little fox used a lot of strength and bit Hua Qing's finger. The wound bled. Your Majesty. The little eunuch asked in shock, should we summon the imperial physician? There's no need. Hua Qing thought for a moment and directly put the finger that the little fox bit into his mouth. He could even feel the little fox's breath on his finger. Hua Qing's heart was beating like thunder. He felt that he was indirectly kissing the little fox. Hua Qing couldn't help but move his tongue. Although his mouth was full of the taste of blood, Huaqing felt his whole body heat up. What was wrong with him? Was he sick? Woo woo woo. The little fox saw that she had bitten Huaqing and was bleeding. She immediately looked at Huaqing with an anxious and guilty expression. Her wet eyes were filled with tears. Your Majesty, this little fox has injured the dragon body. Do you want to? Before the little eunuch could finish speaking, he met Huaqing's cold gaze. He was so frightened that he immediately plopped down. Your Majesty, spare my life, Your Majesty, spare my life. Drag him down and give him 20 beatings. He'll know what to say and what not to say, Huaqing said coldly. Immediately, guards came in and dragged the little eunuch out. The personal eunuch beside Huaqing said, Your Majesty, I will also go out to supervise the execution. Huaqing wished that there was no one else in the room. He waved his hand and dismissed his personal eunuch, Eunuch Chiu. After Eunuch Chiu left, Huaqing hugged the little fox and said, Little thing, your anger has subsided. Look, you've bitten me. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Although Huaqing said that he was going to punish the little fox, his tone was very charming. The little fox blushed a little. She was secretly glad that she had a fox face. Otherwise, she would definitely be blushing right now. Thinking about how this man doted on her so much, the little fox's tears fell. To have a man like this to dote on her was a little compensation from the heavens for transmigrating into a fox. Little fox, don't cry. I was only joking when I said that I was going to punish you. I said that you're not allowed to cry again. If you cry again, I'll kiss you. Huaqing said those words in a hurry. He was stunned and didn't dare to look directly into the little fox's eyes. The little fox lamented in her heart again. Why was she a fox? There was such a super handsome man in front of her and she couldn't even eat him. Ah, she was really going to break down. The little fox stuck out her tongue and licked Huaqing's lips. Then, she intimately licked Huaqing's cheek. Since you dote on me so much, I'll give you a kiss. Huaqing felt as if his whole body was soaked in boiling hot water. It was so uncomfortable that his lower body reacted. Little thing, you're so naughty. Huaqing's voice was a little hoarse. He placed the little fox on the bed. I'm going to review the memorials. Be good here. The little fox lay on the dragon bed in boredom and rolled around. Huaqing looked like he was seriously reviewing the memorials, but the cinnabar brush in his hand didn't fall down for a long time. He gripped the cinnabar brush so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. It looked like he was enduring a lot of pain. He stared straight at the memorials in front of him. His mind was filled with the little fox's cute appearance and the bone-deep tremor of her tongue licking his lips. He was going crazy. He was really going crazy. Outside the hall, the little eunuch was pressed down on a bench by the guards. He complained tearfully to his master, Eunuch Chiu. Master, this servant didn't do anything wrong. You insensible thing. Can't you see that His Majesty is the most powerful person in the palace and that fox is the second most powerful person? Even Her Majesty the Empress can't compare to this fox. In the future, if you encounter anything, just turn a blind eye. Eunuch Chiu looked at the little eunuch with disappointment. The little eunuch cried and said, Master, it's just an animal. Still not shutting up. Do you think you've lived for too long and want to die? Eunuch Chiu picked up his horsetail whisk and hit the little eunuch on the head. He ordered the guards, hit. The guards picked up the wooden planks and hit the little eunuch on the buttocks. It was so painful that the little eunuch cried out. The guards were a bit lighter on account of Eunuch Chiu. When the 20 planks came down, the little eunuch's eyes had already rolled back. Eunuch Chiu sighed and hurriedly found an imperial physician. In any case, the eunuch was his disciple. In the palace, they could be considered people who supported each other. Ning Shu was watching Hu Qingwang and Xiao Qingyang right when Qing Zhu walked into the hall and whispered into Ning Shu's ear, Nyang Nyang, Xiao Zi, who serves His Majesty, has been hit. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and said to the two children, continue writing. You're not allowed to be lazy. Imperial Mother will come to check in a moment. When they arrived at the main hall, Ning Shu asked, did you find out what the reason was? Qing Zhu shook her head, I only heard that His Majesty said it himself. I'll go find out more. Ning Shu waved her hand and said calmly, no need. Don't worry about this matter. Send some medicine to Shaoanzi. I'll remember. Qing Zhu left. Ning Shu tapped his finger on the table and made a rhythmic sound. This matter was most likely related to the little fox. Hua Qing's love for the little fox was built on the pain of others. The more callous he was to others, the more it would appear that Hua Qing doted on the little fox. Unprincipled and bottomless doting, it felt like the little fox was about to ascend to the heavens. Ning Shu suddenly laughed. True love was standing on the opposite side of the world. He didn't know if the little fox could be with Hua Qing when he stood on the opposite side of the world. Chapter 234. Imperial Mother, I've finished writing. Can I go play with older cousin? Hua Qingwang and Xiao Qingyang came over from the side chamber, holding the written characters in their hands. Ning Shu took a look and said, starting tomorrow, Qingyang will write 10 more characters every day. Your handwriting is really ugly. This consort remembers that your father's handwriting was very good. My father knows how to write. I've never seen my father write before. My mother said that my father's handwriting is like a dog's scratch. Xiao Qingyang asked Ning Shu with a shocked expression. Ning Shu was speechless. Naughty child. Hua Qingwang covered his mouth and laughed. Ning Shu waved his hand. Go play. After the two naughty children left, Ning Shu planned to enter the bedchamber to meditate and train his body before doing anything. Not long after, Hua Qingwang ran over in tears with a panicked expression. Ning Shu shouted, Imperial Mother, save me. Imperial Father is going to beat Brother Qingyang to death. Ning Shu hurriedly got down from the bed. With a heavy expression, he picked up Hua Qingwang and asked, where is he? In the Imperial Garden. Hua Qingwang was so scared that he started crying. Imperial Father is so scary. Ning Shu quickly arrived at the Imperial Garden and saw Xiao Qingyang being pressed down on a stool, struggling like a little calf. Stop, this consort stops. Ning Shu saw that the board was about to land on Xiao Qingyang's body and hurriedly called out. Xiao Qingyang was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. If this board hit him, wouldn't it kill him? Hua Qing, that bastard. Hua Qing's expression was cold when he saw Ning Shu arrive. The little fox was in Hua Qing's arms. The golden fur on her body reflected a beautiful luster under the sunlight. In all honesty, this fox was really beautiful. People couldn't help but want to stroke her fur. If it wasn't for Hua Qing, this fox's fur would probably have become a scarf around the necks of the concubines in the harem long ago. Ning Shu put Hua Qingwang down and bowed. He asked Hua Qing, Your Majesty, did this child Xiao Qingyang do something wrong? You're running around the palace with the prince. As the prince's study companion, aren't you leading the prince astray by being so unrestrained? Hua Qing's expression was very ugly. Xiao Qingyang was from the marshal's mansion, and Xiao Xiao actually had the marshal's mansion's child accompany him to study. Did she think that this position would be Hua Qingwang's in the future and had already arranged for someone to be by his side? Ning Shu took a deep breath and said, Qingwang is still young. I want Qingwang to have a playmate, so I called Qingyang into the palace. Hua Qing's eyes were deep, and no one could understand his current emotions. He said lightly, a loving mother leads to a useless son. Don't forget that Qingwang is a child of the royal family. He doesn't need any playmates at all. Some people are destined to be lonely. Come, beat this dog to death for Zhen. How can he be Zhen's child if he's so frivolous? Hua Qing said with a heavy expression. Immediately, guards surrounded the puppy and hit it with a board. The puppy cried out miserably. It was hit in the head by the board and walked unsteadily. Mother, mother, save the puppy. Mother. Hua Qingwang pulled on Ning Shu's sleeve and cried for help from Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook Hua Qingwang's head. This wasn't just about a dog. The puppy that was hit in the head fell to the ground and twitched. It whimpered twice and was hit in the head by another guard. The puppy's head was immediately deformed and blood splattered out. Ah! Hua Qingwang screamed. Ning Shu quickly picked up Hua Qingwang and let him lie in his arms. The moment the puppy was killed, Hua Qing covered the little fox's eyes. The little fox's body trembled as if it was afraid. Hua Qing moved closer to the little fox's ear and whispered, "Don't be afraid of Zhen. Zhen won't do this to you. That was just an animal. You are the most special in Zhen's heart." Hua Qing comforted the little fox and turned to Ning Shu. He said coldly, "The empress doesn't just have to manage the harem. She also has to take care of the child. As a child of the royal family, you can't be so willful." Ning Shu held the trembling Hua Qingwang and bowed to Hua Qing. She sighed and said, "Zhen will remember." Hua Qing ignored the sad Ning Shu and left with the little fox. Ning Shu glanced at Hua Qing's back and smiled coldly. Hua Qing really was a strong opponent. Auntie. Xiao Qingyang's eyes were a little red. His legs were so weak that he couldn't get up. Ning Shu had the eunuch carry Xiao Qingyang. The puppy's body was collected and brought back. Hua Qingwang kept sobbing in Ning Shu's arms. His grip on Ning Shu tightened. His whole body was trembling, and his eyes were closed as if he didn't dare open them. Ning Shu sighed and gently patted his back. He said softly, "Qingwang, don't be afraid. Mother will protect you. Mother will protect Qingwang." Ning Shu carried Hua Qingwang all the way back to the bedroom. Hua Qingwang didn't let go of Ning Shu, so Ning Shu kept hugging him. "Auntie, I didn't take good care of the little prince." Xiao Qingyang wiped away Ning Shu's tears. "What happened?" Ning Shu asked with a frown. Xiao Qingyang told him everything that had happened. The two little turnips were chasing each other in the imperial garden. The little fox, who had recovered from its injuries, came out for a stroll. It ran into two people and a dog. The little fox saw the white and tender little boy playing with a stupid dog, so it ran over to tease the stupid dog. But how could a dog be as smart as the little fox? When it smelled the scent of the little fox, it chased after it. Hua Qing came to find the little fox. When he saw the little fox being chased by a dog, he immediately became angry. Especially when he saw the two animals rolling around and playing, he became even more angry and jealous. A strong possessiveness exploded in his heart. He directly walked over and kicked the dog away. He patted the dust off the little fox and held it in his arms. He looked at Hua Qingwang and Xiao Qingyang with an unfriendly gaze. Hua Qingwang hadn't seen his father in a long time. He was very happy to see Hua Qing. Before he could say anything, he was scolded by Hua Qing for being ignorant and incompetent. He scolded him for not having any royal etiquette. When he found out that Xiao Qingyang was Hua Qingwang's study companion, Hua Qing had Xiao Qingyang flogged when the prince made a mistake. Then, Hua Qingwang went to find Ning Shu. A dog had died in this accident, but Ning Shu knew that Hua Qing was warning him and the Xiao family. The little fox could really cause trouble wherever it went. Ning Shu couldn't directly confront Hua Qing without being completely confident. If you want to destroy someone, you must first make them crazy. Let's see what kind of crazy things Hua Qing would do to protect the little fox. He felt that it was really ironic. He had no feelings for his wife and didn't even have the slightest bit of gratitude. He was also indifferent to his own son, but he gave his passion to a fox. He gave almost all of his feelings to the fox. Ning Shu cursed inwardly. The female lead's golden finger was too big. It was so bright that he couldn't look straight at it. Chapter 235. Hua Qingwang was tired from crying in Ning Shu's arms. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ning Shu sighed and placed Hua Qingwang on the bed. She had Qing Zhu draw some warm water to wipe the tears off Hua Qingwang's face. Hua Qingwang's eyes were red and swollen. Ning Shu stayed by the bed. Xiao Qingyang blamed herself for not protecting her cousin and the little puppy's death. Auntie. Xiao Qingyang called out to Ning Shu. Ning Shu rubbed her forehead and said, Qingyang, you must have been frightened. Go eat something and rest. Now that Qingyang is like this, Auntie hopes that you can stay by his side. Hua Qingyang was probably hurt by today's events. Auntie, Qingyang will take good care of my cousin. Xiao Qingyang immediately patted her chest and promised Ning Shu. In the middle of the night, Hua Qingyang had a fever. His temperature was very high. Ning Shu was prepared. She had Qing Zhu bring a bowl of medicine to Hua Qingyang. However, Hua Qingyang only drank half of the medicine before spitting out the rest. Nyang Nyang, should we call the imperial physician? Qing Zhu was so anxious that her face was red. Call the imperial physician over and then boil the medicine. Ning Shu wiped Hua Qingyang's body with a wet handkerchief. Hua Qingyang was too frightened today. Ning Shu wasn't surprised that he would fall ill. However, when she saw that Hua Qingyang was really sick, Ning Shu was still very anxious. The little person was lying on the bed and talking nonsense. Ning Shu was really afraid that Hua Qingyang had a fever. Qing Zhu called the imperial physician over to perform acupuncture on Hua Qingyang. When the medicine was served, Ning Shu immediately took the bowl of medicine and fed it to Hua Qingyang. Nyang Nyang, let this servant do it. Qing Zhu saw that Ning Shu was anxious and quickly said. Ning Shu took a deep breath. It's fine. I'll do it myself. Nyang Nyang, do you want to invite His Majesty over? Qing Zhu Ning Shu asked. Since the little prince was so seriously ill, His Majesty should come over to take a look. Ning Shu originally wanted to ask why she had called that damned person over, but considering that there was a room full of grand doctors present, she didn't want her gentle and empathetic image of the Empress to collapse. She could only suppress her grief and say, it's already midnight. The Emperor has already gone to bed. Tomorrow morning, the Emperor has an early court session. Don't disturb the Emperor's rest. The imperial physician looked at Ning Shu with pity in his eyes. Ning Shu's mouth twitched, and he wiped Hua Qingyang's body with a handkerchief. Your Highness. Qing Zhu's eyes were slightly red. Ning Shu felt that she was really miserable. The emperor that Ning Shu said had gone to bed wasn't asleep. Instead, he was lying on the bed, looking at the little fox sleeping on the table. The little fox looked at Hua Qing warily. When faced with such a gaze, Hua Qing felt as if his heart was being squeezed by a large hand. It was very uncomfortable. The fox he liked should have a sly, cute, clear, and charming look in her eyes. She shouldn't be looking at him with such a wary and unfamiliar gaze. The little fox wasn't afraid of Hua Qing. Although Hua Qing was the emperor, he was very good to her. But when he ordered the puppy's death today, the little fox was scared out of her wits. She finally understood that this man was an emperor who could live or die as he pleased. The little fox empathized with the puppy's death. She was no longer a human, but a fox. Human life was worthless, and she was just an animal. Hua Qing got up from the bed and walked in front of the little fox. He reached out and hugged the little fox. The little fox's fur stood on end. Hua Qing gently stroked the little fox's back and whispered softly, "You shouldn't be afraid of me. You are mine. Seeing you play with other people makes me very uncomfortable. Although you are a fox, I have never thought of you as a fox in my heart. You are more important than anyone else in my heart. You are my pet. I dote on you and love you dearly." Hua Qing looked at the little fox with a burning gaze. I have never seen such a beautiful and intelligent fox. When she met Hua Qing's gaze, the little fox's heart beat rapidly. When she heard Hua Qing's words, the little fox felt that she was very lucky. Although she had become a fox, she had met Hua Qing. The transmigration god didn't treat her unfairly. The little fox felt that she was letting down Hua Qing's love by being so afraid of him. She looked at him with a guilty gaze and stuck out her tongue to lick Hua Qing's fingers. Hua Qing's body trembled slightly, and then he said happily, "Fox, you're not angry anymore." When the little fox saw the smile on Hua Qing's face, her eyes were filled with hearts. He really was a super handsome guy. "Do I look good?" Hua Qing smiled brightly at the little fox. The little fox immediately nodded. "You look good, you look very good." Hua Qing stroked the fox's smooth ears and carried the little fox to the dragon bed. The man and the fox snuggled together. Ning Shu watched over Hua Qingwang for the entire night. After the imperial physician's efforts, Hua Qingwang's fever finally subsided and he stopped talking nonsense. Ning Shu sat by the bed and watched over him. He said to Xiao Qingyang, who was beside him, "Qingyang, go to sleep. Auntie, Qingyang is not tired. Qingyang will watch over cousin until he wakes up." Xiao Qingyang's eyes were red. He had cried before and stayed up all night. His eyes really looked like a rabbit's eyes. Ning Shu didn't force him. If he was tired, he could lie on the bed and sleep for a while. "Imperial concubine, drink some hot tea." Qing Zhu held a teacup. Ning Shu took it and gulped it down. Then, she used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Hua Qingwang's body. Hua Qingwang slept for a day and a night before waking up. He opened his eyes and looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Could it be that there was something wrong with the fever? "Imperial mother, Qingwang is scared." Hua Qingwang's voice was very hoarse. Ning Shu quickly poured some water for Hua Qingwang to drink. As Hua Qingwang drank the water, he cried. Ning Shu hugged Hua Qingwang and said softly, "Qingwang, don't be afraid. Imperial mother will definitely protect Qingwang. Cousin, you're awake." Xiao Qingyang, who was lying on the bed, woke up. When he saw that Hua Qingwang had woken up, he was so happy that he wanted to cry. "Cousin." Hua Qingwang's body was very uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Ning Shu told Xiao Qingyang to go down and eat breakfast. Only Ning Shu and Hua Qingwang were left in the bedchamber. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qingwang and asked, "Qingwang is blaming Imperial Mother. You're blaming Imperial Mother for not saving the puppy, aren't you?" Hua Qingwang's tears fell again. Ning Shu asked hoarsely, "Why, Imperial Mother?" Ning Shu shook his head and said indifferently, "Because Imperial Mother couldn't do it." "Why?" Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu in confusion. Ning Shu reached out and patted Hua Qingwang's head. "Qingwang, it's because Imperial Mother is facing your Imperial Father. He is the most powerful person in the world. Everyone is a subject in front of him, including Imperial Mother and you. Imperial Mother has already saved your cousin. This can't be repeated. Qingwang, do you want Imperial Mother to give up on saving Qingyang and saving the puppy?" "No, Qingwang doesn't want anything to happen to cousin." Hua Qingwang shook his head. "But why did Imperial Father beat the puppy to death? It didn't know anything. He was jealous and warned her and the Xiao family." Chapter 236. Hua Qing was dissatisfied with her and with Xiao Qingyang becoming Hua Qing's study companion. Hua Qingwang felt terrible. He had never felt so terrible before. Ning Shu sighed and said, "Mother has taken care of the puppy's body. When you are better, bury it." Hua Qingwang stared at Ning Shu and asked word by word, "Imperial Father also has a little fox by his side." "Imperial Father can raise a little fox, but he said that I lost my will to play around and killed a little dog. Why can Imperial Father do it, but I can't?" Qingwang wants to know why. Ning Shu looked at this child. He was different from before. After experiencing pain, he should have come to his senses. Even though he had the noble identity of a prince, this nobility was like duckweed without roots. Ning Shu smiled faintly. "Why?" "Because your father is the emperor. He controls the fate of the world. He holds our fate in his hands. No one can provoke him. He has the absolute power to protect the things he loves. He can take away the most important things of others, but no one dares to say anything. Father is the emperor. He has the power to protect the things he loves. Hua Qingyang looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Ning Shu hugged Hua Qingyang and said faintly, "Qingyang, there is nothing absolute in this world. Everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Mother hopes that Qingyang can be happy, but do not desire the affection of an ordinary family from your father. Your father is the emperor. He controls our fate. Even our lives are in the hands of others, let alone feelings. Mother, what should Qingyang do to not feel so terrible?" Hua Qingyang shed tears and looked at Ning Shu. "I want to protect Mother. I want to protect the things that I cherish. I don't want what happened today to happen again. Mother, I feel terrible. I feel terrible." Ning Shu's heart ached. She used her handkerchief to wipe away the tears on Hua Qingyang's face and patted his back. "Qingyang, be happy. Your imperial father can't take away your happiness. Imperial mother hopes that Qingyang will be happy. Imperial mother will seek justice for what happened today. Mother." Hua Qingyang threw himself into Ning Shu's arms and wailed. Ning Shu, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Venting was better than holding it in. There were still tears on Hua Qingyang's face. Ning Shu wiped the tears off his face with a handkerchief. "Nyang Nyang, have some food." Qing Zhu's face was somewhat haggard. She had accompanied Ning Shu to keep watch for the entire night. Ning Shu took the bowl of porridge and said to Hua Qingyang, "Qingyang, eat something. You'll get better faster." Ning Shu fed Hua Qingyang spoonful after spoonful of porridge. Hua Qingyang asked Ning Shu, "Imperial mother, has Imperial father been here? Has Imperial father come to see me?" "No." Ning Shu shook his head. "Qingyang, mother said not to have too many feelings and expectations for your Imperial father. I just want Imperial father to know that what he did before was wrong. He caused me a lot of harm. I am his son. I want to see Imperial father feel a bit of guilt," said Hua Qingyang. Ning Shu had a smile on his face. Imperial mother's Qingyang has grown up. However, even if some people hurt others, they don't feel it. Even if they feel that they hurt others, they still won't take it to heart. After Hua Qingyang finished a bowl of porridge, he lay down to rest. Ning Shu saw that he was still crying under the blankets. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. He casually ate a bit of food and kept watch by the bed. "Nyang Nyang, Madam has handed over a token and wants to enter the palace to see the little prince," Qing Zhu whispered into Ning Shu's ear. Ning Shu waved his hand. "Tell them not to hand over tokens to the palace for now. Don't let women enter the palace for a while. Qingyang will stay in the palace. Given Qingyang's current situation, he should have a companion by his side. Tell mother not to worry. Ben Gong will protect Qingyang." Qing Zhu left with a worried expression on her face. After breakfast, Shao Qingyang came over to keep watch, waiting for his little cousin to wake up. Ning Shu didn't want to see the concubines at all. He wasn't in the mood at all. The concubines sent over a lot of things. Ning Shu had Qing Zhu stuff them into the storeroom without even looking at them. At noon, Hua Qing finally found out that his son was sick. He came over with a cold expression. Ning Shu felt his balls ache. If he didn't want to come, then so be it. Hua Qing asked Ning Shu, "Why didn't you tell Zhen that Qingyang was sick?" If the Empress's father hadn't asked about the little prince's health during the morning court session, he wouldn't have known that Qingyang was sick. Hua Qing instantly felt that his dignity was being challenged. He was the master of the imperial palace. Someone else actually knew what was happening at home before he did. Everyone outside knew what was happening in the imperial palace. What did they think the imperial palace was? When Ning Shu heard Hua Qing's words, he became a Spartan. He had never seen such a shameless person. He scared his son until he fell ill, and now he was questioning him. Ning Shu was roaring in his heart, but on the surface, he looked tired and anxious to explain. "Qingyang got sick late at night, so Qinxie didn't disturb your majesty. You should have sent someone to tell Zhen in the morning." When he was questioned by his father-in-law, Hua Qing was almost dumbfounded. This made Hua Qing very unhappy. Ning Shu said indifferently, "Qinxie didn't sleep all night. My mind was really muddled. I forgot to send someone to tell your majesty. It was Qinxie's fault." Hua Qing was speechless for a moment. He sat by the bed and looked at the sleeping Qingwang. He asked, "How is he now?" "Much better," Ning Shu said. Hua Qing's expression was not good. He said coldly, "As my child, he actually got sick over such a small matter. How can he be worthy of being my son?" "Ning Shu, fuck your mother, fuck, you speak as if your son wasn't human. He wasn't made of flesh and blood and wouldn't be sad. In the end, he just didn't care. If the child on the bed was his and the little fox's child, he would probably be roaring and chopping off the imperial physician's head." Ning Shu's mouth twitched. She said indifferently, "Qinxie will take good care of Qingwang." Hua Qing dilly-dallied for a while before leaving. It didn't even take the time to drink a cup of tea. He probably went back to find the little fox. He was afraid that the little fox would be angry. With Ning Shu accompanying him day and night and Xiao Qingyang watching over him, Qingwang's illness took more than a month to recover. After enduring for a month, Ning Shu felt that he had lost weight. Hua Qing only came once. He didn't come at all other times. He felt very cold. He was so cold to his own child. Qingwang didn't ask if his father came to see him again. Ning Shu felt that Qingwang had changed a lot. He was no longer as lively and playful as before. Now, Ning Shu didn't have to say anything. He would study on his own. Ning Shu often counseled Qingwang. In the past, he tried to think of ways to get Qingwang to study. Now, he wanted Qingwang to pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Being a mother was so hard. Chapter 237. Ning Shu's mind had been focused on Hua Qingwang during this time, so he rarely asked about the affairs of the imperial harem. He asked Qing Zhu, "What happened recently?" Qing Zhu thought for a moment and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the emperor's pets like to go to the palaces of the imperial concubines and break things, which annoys the imperial concubines. They originally wanted to ask the imperial concubines for justice, but this servant pushed them away. The imperial concubines went to the emperor and were scolded by the emperor. Wasn't this asking for a rebuff? With Hua Qing's love for the little fox, even if the imperial palace was burned down, it would be fine. These imperial concubines were also stupid. They simply set up rat traps in the palace like she did. If they were caught, they deserved it. It wasn't that these imperial concubines didn't think of it, but they didn't dare to. Before hitting a dog, one had to look at its master. This fox's master was the emperor, so they could only swallow it. It was quite hard to get to this point, but it didn't make sense for them to live so comfortably. Hua Qing hadn't visited the imperial concubines in a long time. These imperial concubines were bored and wanted to find something to do to pass the time. Noble consort Xian came to invite Ning Shu to watch a play. Ning Shu wasn't interested in the play. But thinking of the two little radishes, he agreed to go see the play tomorrow. Noble consort Xian told Ning Shu about the play. After hesitating, Ning Shu asked, "Imperial concubine, is there something wrong with the emperor's body? Why is he unwilling to let the imperial concubines in the imperial harem serve him?" Now, it had developed to the point where even the 15th day of the month was in the imperial concubine's palace. This made the imperial concubines in the imperial harem feel distressed. "There's something wrong with his body. You think there's something wrong with the emperor's body?" Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked. Noble consort Xian's face immediately turned red. She remembered the last time the emperor slept with her. He was very fierce and there was no problem at all. Then why is the emperor unwilling to enter the imperial harem? Noble consort Xian frowned and asked, "Could it be that the emperor is hiding a woman, a vixen?" Ning Shu, it really is a vixen. The next day, Ning Shu took her 2 children, Hua Qinwang and Xiao Qingyang, with a long line of palace maids following behind them, to the stage. When they arrived, there were already many concubines waiting. Ning Shu immediately bowed. Ning Shu held Hua Qinwang's hand and said with a smile, "Sit down. Nyang Nyang, you should act." Imperial concubine Xian handed the list of tricks to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took it and smiled at Hua Qinwang. "Qinwang, what do you like?" Hua Qinwang looked at it and finally chose a drama about King Wu defeating King Zhou. It was a story about overthrowing the tyrannical and muddle-headed King Zhou. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and glanced at Hua Qinwang. She must be thinking too much. How could a little radish like Hua Qinwang have this kind of awareness now? Ning Shu casually chose a play and gave it to Imperial concubine Xian. Then, the concubines all chose the plays they liked. As Ning Shu listened to the babbling and singing, her mind began to race. She thought about things and occasionally looked at Hua Qinwang, who was watching the play with great interest. While the concubines were watching happily, Hua Qing was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. The little fox sat on the table, bored. She used her claws to poke at the memorials on the table. Listening to the gongs and drums outside, it was very lively. She didn't want to stay in this boring study. Hua Qing put down the cinnabar pen and looked at the little fox's dispirited appearance. He patted her head and said, "Do you want to go and take a look?" The little fox quickly nodded and looked at Hua Qing with great desire. She kept blinking her eyes and acting cute, hoping that Hua Qing would let her go. "Isn't it just watching a play? Zhen will take you there." Hua Qing's body heated up under the little fox's gaze. Hua Qing quickly picked up the little fox, afraid that he would lose control under such a gaze. Now, the other party's gaze was enough to make him panic. It was simply torture. Hua Qing's eyes were deep. He looked at the little fox in his arms who was looking around. Was there a way to turn the little fox into a human? "The emperor has arrived." The eunuch's shrill voice sounded. No one thought that Hua Qing would suddenly come. The concubines' faces were filled with extreme joy. Hua Qing's arrival caused a commotion. The concubines quickly tidied up their clothes and adjusted the hairpin in their hair. In short, they wanted to be in their best state to welcome Hua Qing. Ning Shu was very curious why Hua Qing had suddenly come to the back palace. But then she saw the little golden fox in Hua Qing's arms and her heart suddenly had a bad feeling. She really didn't want to be in the same frame as the female lead. Whenever the female lead appeared, something would happen. "Qinxie pays respects to the emperor." Ning Shu bowed to Hua Qing. "Qinxie pays respects to the emperor." The concubines also bowed. "Qinxie pays respects to Fu Huang." Hua Qinwang obediently bowed to Hua Qing. Hua Qing looked Hua Qinwang up and down and said, "Even if your body is better, don't run around." "Yes, Qinxie will remember." Hua Qinwang was very obedient. He glanced at the little fox in Hua Qing's arms, bit his lip, and finally looked away. The little fox was held in Hua Qing's arms. Seeing these concubines flirting with each other, it felt very uncomfortable. Thinking that these people were all Hua Qing's women, the little fox cursed Hua Qing in its heart. It regretted coming to watch the show. The little fox's eyes widened. It bared its teeth and whimpered at these concubines. Hua Qing coldly grunted. He sat in the chair and said indifferently, "You guys continue to watch the show. Don't mind Zhen." Ning Shu sat next to Hua Qing. The little fox immediately bared its teeth at Ning Shu. Its eyes were filled with unfriendliness and disdain. Ning Shu looked at her indifferently. "Fuck, one day I'll skin you and make you into a scarf." The little fox's hair stood on end under Ning Shu's gaze. She was indeed a vicious woman. On the surface, she appeared gentle and considerate, but she was a hypocrite. She really pitied Hua Qing. These concubines in the harem were all here for glory and wealth. Which one of them truly loved Hua Qing? The stage was singing, but all the concubines' attention was on Hua Qing. Hua Qing didn't say anything. He stroked the little fox's golden fur. He didn't want to pay attention to anyone, but he couldn't resist the concubine's enthusiasm. He desperately tried to find a topic to talk about. "Your Majesty, this fox is really beautiful." A concubine wearing a pink palace dress said sweetly to Huaqing. Her smile was like a flower. Ning Shu looked at her. She was just a beauty. She was basically not favored. She probably had to muster up her courage to take a gamble. Humph, what an ugly smile. The little fox was annoyed. It gently scratched Huaqing's palm with its claws. Don't look, don't look. What's so good about this woman? This concubine has many furs, but none of them are as beautiful as this one. Beauty Lin continued. Ning Shu wanted to cover his face. He sighed in his heart. He had flattered the wrong horse. Chapter 238. This beauty wanted to praise the little fox's beauty, but she used the fur in her closet as a comparison. Not all the concubines in the harem were scheming, and there were some who were naive and sweet. When the little fox heard the word fur, all the fur on its body stood up and it shrieked at the beauty. Huaqing looked coldly at Beauty Lin and comforted the little fox. He said gently, "It's fine. With me here, no one will dare to do anything to you." The concubines were stunned when they saw Huaqing's gentle appearance. They had never seen the emperor so gentle. It could melt their hearts, but this gentleness was directed at a beast. Envy, jealousy, and hatred were scratching their hearts and lungs. With Huaqing's assurance, the little fox raised its chin proudly. It still felt angry, so it jumped down from Huaqing's body and onto Beauty Lin. It reached out its claws and messed up her hair. Beauty Lin screamed. Beauty Lin screamed. She was in a sorry state. The little fox was very pleased. Look, all of them were pretending to be nice all the time. Now they were all exposed. Humph, bad woman. She even wanted to skin it. She was simply vicious. Don't think that she didn't know what this woman was thinking. The little fox raised its claws and scratched at Beauty Lin's face. Immediately, several bloody wounds appeared on Beauty Lin's face. Beauty Lin fell to the ground in pain. She covered her face with her hands. Blood flowed through the gaps between her fingers. My face, my face." Ning Shu stood up and wanted to call for an imperial physician, but Huaqing spoke first. Beauty Lin has been disrespectful in front of the palace. She will be demoted to Yeting. This was only a beauty, so Huaqing didn't care at all. If it was the empress or other concubines with strong family backgrounds, he would definitely not do this. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. First, it was for He wanted her to be at ease and know that no one in the palace could hurt her. Second, it was to warn these women that this fox was his and he wouldn't let these concubines hurt The little fox raised its head and walked proudly towards Huaqing. She was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Don't think that she didn't know this beauty had a bad temper in private. She once saw this beauty scolding and beating a palace maid just because she did something wrong. Being banished to the cold palace could be considered retribution. The little fox jumped into Huaqing's arms. Huaqing tapped the tip of her pink nose and said, "You little thing." His affection for her was obvious. Ning Shu was speechless. Huaqing was willing to do anything to make the beauty smile. Looking at the smug look on the little fox's face, he was really a fox exploiting the tiger's might to the fullest. Her face was ruined and she was banished to the cold palace. Beauty Lin was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until a guard came to take her off that she reacted. She screamed in horror, Your Majesty, this concubine is innocent. This concubine was wrong. Your Majesty, please forgive this concubine." Beauty Lin's clothes were taken off, and her face was covered in blood. She looked particularly miserable. Everyone was on tenterhooks. They weren't happy because there was one less person to compete with. Instead, they felt a sense of sadness. To end up like this because of an animal was simply ridiculous. Ugh, ugh. Noble consort Xian, who was sitting below Ning Shu, covered her mouth and vomited when she saw the bloodied Beauty Lin being dragged away. Noble consort Xian wanted to hold it in, but she vomited even more violently. Ning Shu's eyes flashed when he saw noble consort Xian like this. He hurriedly said to Qingzhu, "Quickly call the imperial physician over. The noble consort isn't feeling well." Noble consort Xian looked like she was pregnant. "Find another imperial physician to take a look at Beauty Lin," Ning Shu said quietly. It wasn't a big deal. Ning Shu was willing to help. Qingzhu nodded and left. Everyone looked at noble consort Xian with envy. Hua Qing seemed to have guessed it too. He frowned and subconsciously hugged the little fox in his arms. The imperial physician hurried over. Before he could bow, Ning Shu said, "No need for formalities. Take a look at the noble consort's body first." "Yes." The imperial physician hurriedly took noble consort Xian's pulse. Hua Qing's face darkened. He was clearly unhappy with Ning Shu's actions. Hua Qing really regretted it now. He had impulsively taken advantage of noble consort Xian. If he hadn't been so tempted by he wouldn't have taken advantage of a consort. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, noble consort Xian. You're almost 2 months pregnant." The imperial physician withdrew his hand and said with a smile. Hua Qing's heart tightened. He didn't say anything. Ning Shu smiled at the surprised noble consort Xian and said, "How come you didn't realize you were pregnant?" "Your Majesty, my period was irregular. I didn't mind. I didn't think I would be pregnant." Noble consort Xian's eyes were watery. She hadn't been pregnant since she entered the palace. This sudden surprise almost made her faint. This should be the only time Hua Qing had taken advantage of a consort recently. She didn't think he would be so lucky. "Since you know, you should take good care of yourself and give Qingwang a little brother," Ning Shu said with concern. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern." Noble consort Xian touched her belly with a loving expression. She then said to Hua Qing, "Your Majesty, I will take good care of myself and give birth to a child." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." All the consorts suppressed their jealousy and congratulated noble consort Xian. Noble consort Xian was so happy that she almost cried. There was a joyous atmosphere all around. However, when little fox found out that noble consort Xian was pregnant, her entire fox, was stunned. Her heart was pounding. She was filled with anger. When she saw the smile on the Empress' face, she thought bitterly, "What a hypocrite. Your husband is pregnant with another woman and you're so happy. You want to kill someone, but you're still pretending to be smiling. What a hypocritical woman." It was simply disgusting. Little Fox was very sad. The Empress had Hua Qingwang before she met Hua Qing. But now, Hua Qing doted on her while he was pregnant with another woman. Little Fox felt betrayed. Her heart was very small and could only fit one man. But she also wanted that man to only have her in his heart. Hua Qing was the emperor and she was a pet. She took him seriously just because he teased her. Hua Qing panicked when he saw the little fox crying. Little Fox jumped out of Hua Qing's arms and looked at noble consort Xian, who was smiling like a flower. She was so sad, but the other party was so happy. Little Fox pounced at noble consort Xian and noble consort Xian's stomach was hit by Little Fox. Hua Qing frowned and looked at Little Fox. Little Fox looked at Hua Qing stubbornly. Seeing the shock and disapproval in Hua Qing's eyes, Little Fox's heart ached. She turned and ran away. They were all liars. She shouldn't have trusted men, Little Fox thought angrily. Hua Qing wanted to chase after Little Fox, but the situation was so chaotic that he couldn't just leave. Chapter 239. Imperial concubine Xian, who was hit in the stomach, held her stomach and screamed. It happened so fast that no one could react. Only when they heard Imperial Concubine Xian's painful moan did they see that Imperial Concubine Xian's dress was red. Quick, doctor, check on the Imperial Concubine and try to hold the baby. Ning Shu quickly said to the doctor. Imperial Concubine Xian was sitting on a chair. Her dress was stained with blood. Her face was very pale and she was crying. She reached out her hand to Huqing. Huqing hesitated and held Imperial Concubine Xian's hand. Seeing that Imperial Concubine Xian was very weak, Huqing said in despair, Emperor, please save our child. Huqing didn't say anything. He just nodded. Imperial Concubine Xian's face was getting paler. Even with the doctor's acupuncture, the bleeding couldn't stop. Ning Shu watched from the side and shook his head. Imperial Concubine Xian couldn't keep the baby. Emperor, Imperial Concubine Xian's body was very weak. She couldn't get pregnant. The baby was unstable and was hit hard. I am useless. Imperial Concubine Xian has had a miscarriage. The doctor knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Imperial Concubine Xian endured the pain and fainted. She didn't know anything. Huqing's face flashed with a strange joy, but it quickly disappeared. He coldly said to the doctor, do your best to nurse Imperial Concubine Xian's body back to health. No matter what medicine you use it. You must nurse Imperial Concubine Xian's body back to health. I will remember. The doctor saw that Huqing didn't blame him and wiped away his cold sweat. Emperor, it is windy in the garden. Take Imperial Concubine Xian back to her palace, Ning Shu said to Huqing. Huqing's face was a bit strange. He hesitated a bit before carrying Imperial Concubine Xian to her palace. Ning Shu saw Huqing's hesitant face and despised him. He was happy to hug an animal, but when he was asked to hug his woman, he acted like he was a germaphobe. Qing Wang, go back first. Ning Shu asked Qing Zhu to take the two children back. Hua Qingwang grabbed Ning Shu's clothes. Ning Shu asked, what is it? Mother, be careful. Hua Qingwang quietly said to Ning Shu, father smiled just now. Ning Shu was slightly stunned and asked, when? Her attention was all on Imperial Concubine Xian, so she didn't notice Huqing's expression. It was when the imperial physician said that Imperial Consort Nyang Nyang's child couldn't be saved that this son saw the corners of Imperial father's mouth curl up. Hua Qingwang frowned. Mother, you have to believe me. I really saw it. Imperial mother believes in you. Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's head. Quickly go back with Qing Zhu. Ning Shu caught up with Huqing and glanced at Huqing's side profile. His side profile was very cold, which made his facial features even more deep and charming. However, Ning Shu felt a chill in his heart. He actually smiled when his woman had a miscarriage. Soon, they arrived at Imperial Concubine Xian's bedroom. Huqing placed the unconscious Imperial Concubine Xian on the bed and then said to the Imperial physician, treat Imperial Concubine Xian well. Huqing stood by the bed, but his eyes kept looking outside the hall. Ning Shu said, Empress, Zhen still has matters to attend to. You stay here with Imperial Concubine Xian. If there is anything, send someone to report to Zhen. Ning Shu didn't even want to look at Huqing. She lowered her head and said, Emperor, Imperial Concubine Xian's miscarriage wasn't an accident. She was hit in the stomach by a little fox. Qinxie feels that an explanation should be given to Imperial Concubine Xian. The little fox harmed the Imperial heir and shouldn't be let off so easily. The other concubines in the hall looked at each other and didn't speak. They all looked at Huqing. Huqing's face twitched. He waved his sleeve and said, we'll talk about this later. Emperor. Ning Shu raised her head and looked at Huqing. Emperor, Imperial Concubine Xian's stomach is also your child. That fox killed your child. Why don't you seek justice for Imperial Concubine Xian and the child? It's just an animal. Just beat it to death. Shut up. Hua Qing couldn't help but interrupt Ning Shu's words. Then he realized that he had lost control of his emotions. He lowered his voice and said, "Zhen will compensate the Empress for this matter. As for the little fox, it's just an animal that doesn't know anything. Can Zhen's child come back if I beat it to death? Wouldn't Zhen be sad to lose the child? Compensate Imperial concubine Xian," but the culprit was completely fine. He was so cold. Even though Ning Shu had experienced several worlds, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. And Hua Qing actually wanted this child to disappear so that it wouldn't affect his relationship with the little fox. If he wasn't cold and heartless to other women, it seemed that he couldn't show his affection for the female lead. Ning Shu suppressed the anger in her heart and said faintly, "Qinxia understands. Take care, Emperor." Hua Qing turned and left. His back was a bit embarrassed. "Empress, are we just going to let it go like this?" Concubine Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu waved her hand. "You can go back. If you have nothing to do, stay in your palace and don't wander around." "Yes." The concubines retreated, but everyone's expression was very gloomy. If a concubine had a miscarriage before, of course, they would gloat. But now, everyone's heart was weighed down by a stone, and it was heavy with uneasiness. Basin after basin of bloody water was carried out. After a long time, the imperial physician came out of the side hall. Ning Shu asked, "How is Imperial concubine Xian?" The imperial physician shook his head. Imperial concubine Xian's body is severely damaged. It will be difficult for her to get pregnant in the future. Ning Shu sighed. The palace was really a gloomy place. Ning Shu said, "Try to nurse her back to health. No matter what medicine is used, it will do." Even His Majesty said so. The imperial physician nodded. Ning Shu walked into the bedchamber. There was a strong smell of blood inside. Imperial concubine Xian was lying on the bed with her hair disheveled. Her face was as white as paper, and her complexion was very poor. Her exposed shoulders looked very thin, making people feel pity for her. Ning Shu sat by the bed and took a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on Imperial concubine Xian's forehead. The little fox was lucky to have Hua Qing's lifelong love. But what about the women in the harem? How cruel was he to so many women in the harem? If he didn't like her, then he shouldn't have chosen so many women to enter the palace. Such a beautiful woman might be happier if she married someone else. "Empress, let me do it." Imperial concubine Xian's maid, Ning Shu, said. Ning Shu nodded and gave the handkerchief to Imperial concubine Xian's personal maid. "Empress, the smell of blood in this hall is very strong. Please move." The maid, Ning Shu, said. The maid's eyes were red as she endured the pain. Ning Shu said indifferently, "It's fine. I will wait here for Imperial concubine Xian to wake up." Qing Zhu sent the two children back and then came over. She stood beside Ning Shu and waited for Imperial concubine Xian to wake up. "Qing Zhu, pour me a glass of water." Ning Shu felt very thirsty. Imperial concubine Xian woke up at night. When she saw Ning Shu by her bedside, she was stunned for a moment. Then she hurriedly touched her stomach and cried, "My child, my child, my child." Her voice was like a blood-sobbing cuckoo, sorrowful and desperate. Chapter 240. Lady Xian was devastated. When her emotions stabilized, Ning Shu wanted to comfort her. But when the words came out of his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Could it be that she would have a child in the future? First of all, Lady Xian's body was injured, so it would be difficult for her to get pregnant. Secondly, Hua Qing had to keep his chastity for the little fox. He didn't even want to enter the harem. Lady Xian's body was very weak. After a heart-wrenching cry, her body trembled. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her hair was wet. How did the emperor deal with that fox? "My child is gone. I just learned of his existence, and he's gone." Lady Xian hammered her chest with her hand, tears streaming down her face. This was the plane's cannon fodder. They decorated the lives of the protagonists, but they were also flesh and blood. They could feel pain and sadness. Ning Shu sighed and said, "The body is the foundation. Without a good body, how can you take revenge?" Lady Xian looked at Ning Shu and sneered. She said sarcastically and sadly, "You must be very happy right now." "Why would I be happy? Something like this is not something to be happy about." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Lady Xian smiled sadly. "I don't have a child now. Your child is no longer a threat. Your Highness, I'm tired. I want to rest." Ning Shu said indifferently, "Let's not talk about whether the child in your belly is a boy or a girl. Even if it's born, it won't be a threat to me. I'm the Empress and my child is the eldest son. As long as I don't make any mistakes and my child doesn't make any big mistakes, my child will be the first in line to the throne. Besides, I still have the Marshal's mansion behind me." Xiao Xiao had such a good card in her hand, yet she ended up in the end. It was only love and jealousy that made her lose her mind. If Xiao Xiao had been more rational and ruthless, she wouldn't have ended up like this. If a woman wasn't ruthless, her status wouldn't be stable. Xiao Xiao could only blame herself for falling in love with an emperor. Not everyone was a little fox who could turn a cold and hard emperor into a soft and gentle one. Imperial concubine Xian was stunned by Ning Shu's straightforward words. Her body trembled even more violently, and she cried silently. It was even more heartbreaking than before. Her face was filled with despair, indifference, and sadness. Ning Shu said, "The emperor will give the Grand Preceptor's mansion an explanation. He will compensate you." Noble consort Xian was the granddaughter of the Grand Preceptor, who had assisted 2 generations of emperors. Although she had retired, she was still very influential in the imperial court. "Compensation? My child is gone. Can you return my child and let my child come back to life? I've been waiting for this child for countless years, but I still haven't felt his existence." Seeing that the imperial consort was crying, Ning Shu questioned. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. My imperial consort is too sad." "She didn't mean to offend Your Highness," Imperial consort Xian's personal maid explained hurriedly. Ning Shu waved his hand and didn't care. The personal maid said to Imperial consort Xian, "Your Highness, before you woke up, the Empress wanted to seek justice for you in front of the Emperor. She wanted to kill the little fox, but the Emperor didn't agree." Imperial consort Xian was stunned for a moment, and then she said, "Thank you, Your Highness. You and I are both women. I can understand your pain," Ning Shu said. "Have a good rest." Imperial consort Xian was helped to lie down by the maid. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the palace garden. Ning Shu and Qing Zhu said, "Go out and see what happened." "Yes." Qing Zhu went out for a while and then came back in. She glanced at Imperial consort Xian on the bed without saying anything. Imperial consort Xian said in a hoarse voice, "Tell me, what happened? I am just a person who is waiting to die. What can't I accept?" "Your Highness," Qing Zhu said to Ning Shu, "there are Imperial guards outside." "Imperial guards? Why are they walking in the palace so late at night?" Ning Shu frowned. Qing Zhu glanced at Imperial consort Xian and said, "I heard that the little fox disappeared in the afternoon. They haven't found her yet. The Emperor is worried, so he sent people to look for her." "Ha!" Ning Shu sneered. Imperial consort Xian clutched the quilt so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Ning Shu really thought that Hu Qing was as cold as a beast. His woman had a miscarriage, but he still cared about the little fox who made a mistake. "Imperial consort Xian, take care of yourself. There will be a good show to watch in the future. If you want to take revenge, you have to take care of yourself," Ning Shu said to Imperial consort Xian. "Even if you are sad to death now, no one will care." Ning Shu stood up and patted Imperial Consort Xian's cold hands. Get up. You will see what you want to see. Let's do it together. Farewell, Your Highness. This concubine will remember what Your Highness the Empress said today. Imperial Consort Xian looked at Ning Shu with a determined look. There was a burning light in her eyes, a flame of hatred. Ning Shu turned and walked out of Imperial Consort Xian's palace. Walking in the Imperial Garden, he saw Imperial guards holding lanterns and shuttling between the fake mountains and trees. Obviously, they were looking for the little fox. Ning Shu curled his lips. Since they loved each other so much, he would let them be together in the future. Your Highness, does the little fox know some sorcery? Why is the emperor like this? Qing Zhu felt strange. Sorcery? Perhaps. Ning Shu said ambiguously. When Ning Shu returned to her palace, where Qinhuang was still waiting for her, Ning Shu felt as if a fire had been lit in her heart. She felt warm. She didn't treat this child as her own. She just wanted him to stop running around and causing trouble with the little fox. However, this child returned her sincere feelings. Qinhuang, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Ning Shu asked the two children. Go to sleep. Seeing that his mother had returned, Qinhuang let out a sigh of relief. He said, there is always a commotion outside. I can't sleep. If he was waiting, then he was waiting. Why did he have to find an excuse? Ning Shu rubbed Qinhuang's forehead. Mother, is Imperial Consort Xian all right? Qinhuang asked. Does Qinhuang not have a little brother or sister? Ning Shu nodded. Qinhuang was a bit disappointed. He asked Ning Shu, I feel that Imperial Father has changed. He has changed so much that I almost can't recognize him. Love can change people. Ning Shu drank a mouthful of water. It's late. Go to sleep. Love? Qinhuang looked at Ning Shu in confusion. Mother, what are you talking about? What love? Your Imperial Father is like a young boy who has fallen in love. Ning Shu said with a smile. He had done something unbelievable for the person he liked. Qinhuang continued to ask, Imperial Father's love with who? Go to sleep. Mother is tired. Ning Shu didn't want to talk about this with Qinhuang. Chapter 241. Little Fox was caught by the guards. When she was brought to Qing, her fur was covered in grass and dust. When she saw Qing, tears fell from her eyes. Qing's heart ached. He quickly patted the dust off Little Fox and hugged her. He said in a trembling voice, You little thing, are you trying to scare me to death? Little Fox couldn't escape from Qing's embrace. However, she was angry and didn't make a sound. Liar, they were all liars. She had to be crazy to believe an emperor. He had 72 concubines in his harem. What was she? Little Fox felt very uncomfortable. You little thing, how dare you get angry at me and run away after causing trouble? Imperial concubine Xian had a miscarriage because of you. Qing said helplessly with a frown. He was clearly troubled by this matter. He regretted sleeping with Imperial concubine Xian and getting her pregnant. Qing felt guilty as if he had betrayed Little Fox. Little Fox's body stiffened when she heard that she had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage because she couldn't stand the smug look on the pregnant Imperial concubine's face. She had a miscarriage because she was too weak. Women in ancient times were very delicate and didn't step out of the house. Little Fox thought so, but she was still very afraid. She had caused the death of an unborn life. Little Fox was still very afraid. She quickly looked at Qing, thinking that he was teasing her. Qing sighed and stroked Little Fox's fur. He said, It's true. She really had a miscarriage. Her pregnancy was unstable and she miscarried after you bumped into her. However, her body was weak to begin with. Don't blame yourself too much. Little Fox began to cry again. How could this be? Hua Qing quickly wiped her tears and said, "This is my fault. I shouldn't have slept with her and gotten her pregnant. I know you are angry. I will take care of this matter. You don't have to worry." Little Fox was convinced. Who was Hua Qing? He was the emperor, the most powerful person in the world. Imperial concubine Xian was just a woman. Little Fox felt guilty because of her mistake. She immediately stuck out her tongue and licked Hua Qing's finger. She looked at Hua Qing with sincere and cute eyes. "You can't run around in the future. If you disappear like this again, we will tie you to my side and not allow you to take a step away from me," Hua Qing said sternly. Although Hua Qing's words were terrifying, the little fox's heart was filled with sweetness. She stuck out her tongue and licked Hua Qing's lips. Hua Qing's eyes deepened as he stared at the little fox's tongue. In the end, he looked away and said, "But this matter must be explained to the imperial consort. Otherwise, the empress and the imperial consort will not let this matter rest." The little fox's eyes widened when she heard that. It wasn't that hypocritical empress who had miscarried. Why would she need an explanation? These women just couldn't stand her and wanted to kill her. They look incomparably beautiful on the outside, but they are all beautiful snakes. Hua Qing will be stung to death by these beautiful scorpions sooner or later. Who asked you to be lecherous? Who asked you to be a stud? Who asked you to have so many women in your harem? The little fox nodded. She wouldn't be angry. Looking at Hua Qing's tired appearance, the little fox's heart softened. This man protected her, but he also had moments when he was weak. In front of her, he seemed to have all his defenses down and revealed his softest inner self. The little fox stuck out her pink tongue and licked Hua Qing's cheeks to comfort him. Hua Qing doted on her, so she should treat him well. "All right, you little thing." He hugged the little fox and didn't let her lick his face anymore. He endured it with great difficulty, but it seemed that the little fox didn't notice at all. It seemed like she especially liked this kind of intimate action. It was really painful and happy. The next morning, Hua Qing issued an edict to promote Imperial Consort Xian's position. Imperial Consort Xian was promoted from Imperial Consort Xian to Imperial Consort Xian. This position was close to that of the Empress. She was the number one position after the Empress. Not only was her position promoted, but she was also rewarded with many rare treasures and precious nourishing holy items. It was all done before the court. When Ning Shu heard this news, he thought that Hua Qing had already compensated the imperial tutor's residents in order to shut their mouths. The imperial tutor's residents couldn't say anything. After Ning Shu had breakfast, he went to see Imperial Consort Xian. No, it was Imperial Consort Xian now. Walking into the palace, Ning Shu saw palace maids tidying up the things that Hua Qing had sent over. In the bedroom, Imperial Consort Xian was sitting on the bed and drinking medicine. Imperial Consort Xian's expression was indifferent. She didn't feel anything about these rare treasures. She also didn't look happy about being promoted to Imperial Consort. When she saw Ning Shu come, she bowed respectfully to Ning Shu. "This concubine greets the Empress. At least your position was promoted," Ning Shu said. Imperial Consort Xian didn't say anything and drank the medicine in one breath. She looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Empress, can this concubine trust you?" "Of course you can." Ning Shu nodded. Imperial Consort Xian then shook her head. "You and the Emperor are the original husband and wife. Although this concubine has a high position, I am still just a concubine." Husband and wife. Imperial Consort, do you think that this concubine and the Emperor are a loving couple? Ning Shu said indifferently. "This concubine is no different from you. In the Emperor's heart, there is no difference. In the Emperor's heart, you are just a wooden and inflexible concubine." She wasn't as lively and cute as the little fox. Hua Qing didn't have any feelings for the original owner of the body. Hua Qing and Xiao Xiao were together because of benefits. In the end, they still fell apart because of benefits. This concubine doesn't understand what the Empress means. Imperial Consort Xian, Ning Shu asked. Imperial Consort Xian probably didn't know that the current Hu Qing liked a beast that had yet to transform into a human. After seeing Imperial Consort Xian, Ning Shu went back. Some things had to be done slowly. The little fox was so arrogant because Hu Qing pampered it. Without Hu Qing, the little fox was just a beast that couldn't even control its own fate. If the person it met at the hunting grounds wasn't Hu Qing, but someone else, it would have been shot to death and turned into a woman's fur. Hu Qing was the little fox's only reliance. It was a huge golden finger. Ning Shu walked to the door. After thinking for a while, she turned to look at Hu Qingwang. She pushed the door open and walked in. She saw that the little fox that was supposed to be in the imperial study was actually with Hu Qingwang. The little fox stood on a chair and looked at Hu Qingwang. Hu Qingwang pursed his lips tightly and stared at the little fox. When Ning Shu saw this scene, she was shocked. Could it be that Hu Qingwang was still playing with the little fox? Mother. Seeing Ning Shu walk in, Hu Qingwang quickly walked in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu glanced at the little fox and asked Hu Qingwang, "Qingwang, what are you doing?" "This son is practicing calligraphy," Hu Qingwang said. When the little fox saw that the two of them were talking and ignoring her, she suddenly felt very awkward. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. Chapter 242. The little fox originally didn't want to come to the Empress place. She didn't like the hypocritical Empress at all. She looked dignified and virtuous, but she was a black-hearted woman. Otherwise, why would she be the only one in the harem with children? Before the little fox transmigrated, she had read many novels and felt that the Empress must have given the other women something to prevent them from getting pregnant. The little fox felt quite guilty. After all, she quite liked Hu Qingwang, the fair and tender little boy. She felt like she was teasing a miniature version of Hu Qing. He was very cute. Today, she had come to apologize to Hu Qingwang, but he didn't seem to care about her. Then, the Empress came again. The little fox felt uncomfortable. Hu Qingwang used to like her a lot, but now he was ignoring her. The little fox jumped off the table and ran away. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked, "The little fox came to play with you?" "Auntie, this little fox is amazing. She can actually write." Xiao Qingyang handed the imperial edict to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took a look and saw the words, "I'm sorry," written in a crooked claw. It was extremely ugly. She is quite smart. If she wasn't, Imperial Father wouldn't have doted on her so much. Ning Shu threw the paper away and said without much care. Hu Qingwang raised his head and looked at Ning Shu. "Imperial Mother, why does Imperial Father like a fox and not this son? This son hates foxes. She killed this son's dog. This son is Imperial Father's son. Why doesn't Imperial Father like this son?" Ning Shu suddenly didn't know how to answer Hu Qingwang. Was he supposed to tell him that he wasn't the child of Imperial Father's beloved woman, so of course he didn't like him? That would probably make his little heart bleed. Ning Shu crouched down and put his hand on Hu Qingwang's shoulder. He looked into Hu Qingwang's dark eyes and said seriously, "Qingwang, Imperial Mother said that your Imperial Father is the Emperor. Don't crave the feelings of an emperor. Qingyang, go to the kitchen and bring some snacks over." Ning Shu sent Xiao Qingyang away. Xiao Qingyang immediately went to look for food. Ning Shu and Hu Qingwang sat in their chairs. Ning Shu asked Hu Qingwang, "Qingyang, what do you think is the most important thing for an emperor?" "I don't know." Hu Qingwang looked at Ning Shu with sparkling eyes. Ning Shu smiled and asked, "Qingwang, what do you think an emperor should be like?" 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Call the wind and summon the rain. Emperors should be worshipped by all, Hu Qingwang said. Ning Shu pinched Hu Qingwang's face and said, "That's right. The emperor should be worshipped by the people. The most important thing for an emperor is responsibility. The people support the entire royal family, and the emperor's responsibility is to make the people in the world live better." Hu Qingwang nodded as if he understood. Ning Shu knew Hu Qingwang didn't understand these things, so he asked Hu Qingwang, "Does Qingwang want to be king? An emperor worshipped by all the people?" "Yes, I want to be king. I want to replace my father as the emperor. I want to protect my mother and the things I care about." Hu Qingwang clenched his fists, and his face was red. As an emperor, you can't like or care about things too much. Your father likes something too much, so much so that he has lost his basic vigilance and calmness. Ning Shu looked at Hu Qingwang and asked, "What do you think your father is like now?" Hu Qingwang bit his lip and whispered, "He's a bit like an incapable emperor." Ning Shu nodded and changed the subject. "In the future, put a rat trap in the house. Little Fox often runs around, so she might have heard what we said." Ning Shu poked Hu Qingwang's head. "Think of a way yourself. Torture the little fox so that she can't complain to your imperial father. Let her suffer in silence. Qingwang, think of a way to avenge the little dog." "I will remember." Hu Qingwang nodded, and his eyes were heavy. At night, Hu Qing went to Imperial concubine Xian's palace. This time, little fox wasn't angry. She obediently waited in the royal study for Hu Qing to come back. Little Fox knew that Imperial concubine Xian's body couldn't serve her, so she generously let Hu Qing go. Speaking of which, Imperial concubine Xian was now Imperial concubine Xian. Little Fox suspected that Imperial concubine Xian knew that she couldn't keep her child, so she blamed it on her. Little Fox only lightly bumped into Imperial concubine Xian, and she had a miscarriage. The women in the harem were really vicious. Hu Qing went to Imperial concubine Xian's palace and sat for a while before leaving. Before he left, he said a few words of concern to Imperial concubine Xian. Imperial concubine Xian's face was cold from beginning to end, but Hu Qing didn't care. He just thought that Imperial concubine Xian was too sad. In addition, because of Little Fox, Hu Qing thought that he had already compensated her and gave her a noble status. Imperial concubine Xian looked at Hu Qing's back and bit her lip tightly. Her hand clutched the blanket tightly, and her body was trembling. "Imperial concubine, it's time to drink your medicine." A maid came in with the medicine. Imperial concubine Xian's face was cold. She took the bowl and drank the medicine in one breath. She angrily threw the empty bowl on the ground. With a bang, the broken pieces flew everywhere. "Damned beast!" Hu Qing came out of Imperial concubine Xian's palace and went to Ning Shu's palace. Ning Shu was surprised to see Hu Qing. What was he doing here instead of being intimate with Little Fox? "This concubine pays respects to your majesty." Ning Shu bowed with a smile on his face, as if he was surprised that Hu Qing came. Hu Qing saw the smile on Ning Shu's face and felt a little sick in his heart. He regretted coming here. If Hu knew that he came here, she would be angry. As the empress, you need to take care of the harem. Imperial concubine just had a miscarriage, so take care of her. Hu Qing said a few words, then found an excuse to say that he had a memorial to review and left. Ning Shu almost vomited on Hu Qing's face. He had never seen such a disgusting man. He really treated this mother like a housewife. Then they would be lovey-dovey and live a carefree life. He pushed a woman who had a miscarriage to her. Could she kill the emperor? Hu Qing returned to the imperial study and saw Little Fox waiting for him. Hu Qing's heart warmed. He felt that in this cold palace, only Hu was special. She brought color to his lonely life. Hu Qing was willing to pamper Little Fox, and he brought everything to Little Fox. Hu Qing hugged Little Fox and let her face him. He muttered to himself, "How good would it be if you were a human?" Little Fox stuck out her tongue and licked Hu Qing's cheek. She also wanted to be a human, but the transmigration god made her a fox. She didn't want a fox's body at all. Zhen will definitely think of a way," Hu Qing said firmly. Little Fox didn't understand what Hu Qing meant for a moment, but she still licked Hu Qing's cheek. Huang Sang's skin was really good. Licking it felt like eating jelly. The texture was really good, especially the lips. If she was a human now, she would have eaten this guy until there was nothing left. Poor perverted woman like her could only watch. Chapter 243. Ning Shu stayed by Hua Qingwang's side as he read. Ning Shu didn't want Hua Qingwang to study the 4 books and 5 classics. Hua Qingwang wasn't like those pedantic Confucian scholars who passed the imperial examinations. It was better for him to read Sun Tzu's Art of War and learn how to govern. Ning Shu originally wanted to find a teacher for Hua Qingwang, but when she thought about how Hua Qing was on guard against her and the marshal's mansion, she gave up on that idea for now. Qing Zhu walked in and whispered into Ning Shu's ear, "Nyang Nyang, the marshal's mansion sent news." The marshal discovered that someone had placed something that shouldn't be there. The marshal has already destroyed it, but he didn't want to alert the enemy. The marshal said for Nyang Nyang to be careful and not let the cat out of the bag in front of His Majesty. Ning Shu nodded and told Hua Qingwang not to stay. She went out with Xiao Qingyang for a stroll. Hua Qingwang and Xiao Qingyang left with a sinister smile. Ning Shu looked at the 2 children's sinister expressions and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "Nyang Nyang, the marshal said that His Majesty is looking for a Taoist priest, an outsider," Qing Zhu said. "The marshal suspects that His Majesty is going to eat pills now." Ning Shu immediately shook her head. Hua Qing was still very young and didn't know how to eat pills to maintain his health. Hua Qing was full of energy and didn't need to eat pills to overdraft his body's energy. The ancient emperors loved to eat pills because they wanted to be able to sleep with their concubines when they were old. Why would he suddenly look for a Taoist priest? Ning Shu's eyes darted around and she thought of something. It was the little fox. According to the plot, the little fox should have transformed into a human by now. However, as soon as Ning Shu entered this world, she destroyed the mermaid pearl that allowed the little fox to transform into a human. Since the little fox didn't get this item, it naturally couldn't transform into a human. Hua Qing couldn't hold it in anymore and wanted to find an expert to transform the little fox into a human. It seemed that the plot was still rushing forward and wouldn't look back. The little fox was destined to transform into a human. There was no way for the male and female leads to have sex. What kind of love could there be without physical interaction? "Tell grandfather that he doesn't need to care about the Taoist priests," Ning Shu said calmly. Hua Qing could do whatever he wanted. However, Hua Qing's act of hiring a Taoist priest still attracted some criticism. Many ministers in the imperial court told Hua Qing not to indulge in these foreign techniques, but Hua Qing ignored them. As long as he could turn into a human, he could pay any price. Hua Qing really wanted to see what looked like when she turned into a human. She should be beautiful and lively, in sharp contrast to the women in the harem. Even her little temper was so cute. Little Fox didn't know about Hua Qing's painstaking efforts and continued to wander around the palace every day. Hua Qing also didn't tell her that he would give her a surprise when the time came. However, the little fox had been feeling very unlucky recently. She felt like someone was messing with her. While she was walking, a bucket of feces would fall on her, and even the bucket would fall on her. When she finally overturned the bucket, there was no one around her. Feeling wronged, the little fox went to find Hua Qing with the smell of the 5 grains reincarnation item. Feeling wronged, the little fox directly jumped onto Hua Qing and purposely rubbed against him. Hua Qing endured the stench and didn't mind the little fox. The man and the fox went to take a bath together. Seeing Hua Qing like this, the little fox's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt that Hua Qing was the best person in the world to her. It was fine if it happened once, but it didn't stop. The little fox cried pitifully at Hua Qing. Hua Qing angrily said that he wanted to find out who dared to treat his like this. Ning Shu knew about this and hurriedly told the 2 boys to stop. If they continued to cause trouble, they would be caught sooner or later. Hua Qingwang was refreshed. He even walked with the wind. Ning Shu was more concerned about when the little fox turned into a human. When the little fox turned into a human, all the women in the harem would be completely abandoned. From then on, Hua Qingwang only had the little fox in his heart. Ning Shu asked Qing Zhu to pass a message to the marshal's residence, telling them to be careful. Hua Qing hadn't come to the harem for a long time. The women in the harem stared in the direction of the imperial study until they were blind, but Hua Qing still didn't show up. During this time, something big happened. Beauty Lin, who was disfigured by the little fox and was banished to the Yi court by Hua Qing, caught the little fox after a plan and stabbed the little fox in the stomach. When Hua Qing found the little fox, Beauty Lin was stabbing the little fox like a madwoman. The little fox was screaming in pain and its body was covered in blood. Hua Qing's eyes were bloodshot. He pulled out a guard's knife and chopped off Beauty Lin's head. Beauty Lin's head rolled far away. Her scarred face was hideous. Hua Qing hugged the bloody little fox and asked the imperial doctor and Taoist priest to save it. Woo-woo. The little fox cried at Hua Qing. The little fox felt like it was going to die. It was in so much pain. Hua Qing's tears fell. He said in panic, "You will be fine. You will be fine. I won't allow anything to happen to you." Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing's decadent and crazy appearance. His body was trembling. It was as if he had lost the entire world. He collapsed and panicked. He smiled coldly. Ning Shu stood beside the pale-faced imperial noble consort Xian. Although she had undergone meticulous treatment, her body was still very thin. She gave people the feeling that a gust of wind could blow her away. Her chin was much sharper. Imperial noble consort Xian was shocked to see Hua Qing revealing his emotions. It was as if he wanted to destroy the world. "Let's go back. The emperor won't let us stay here." Ning Shu stood at the entrance of the imperial study. He looked at the tightly shut door and turned to leave. Imperial noble consort Xian bit her lips and followed Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the pale-faced imperial noble consort Xian and said, "You did this? This concubine doesn't know what concubine is talking about." Imperial noble consort Xian's pale face revealed a smile. "This concubine has nothing to do with this. This was done by Beauty Lin." Imperial noble consort Xian said indifferently. Ning Shu didn't say anything. Everyone knew who did this. At least Ning Shu was gloating. There was only one word to describe it. Serves them right. The little fox was heavily injured. The imperial physician told Hua Qing that there was no hope. Hua Qing immediately covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scared the imperial physician. Hua Qing, who was angry and anxious, ordered the guards to kill the imperial physician who said that the little fox was incurable. No matter how much the imperial physician begged, he couldn't change his fate. With the previous example, the other imperial physicians only focused on stopping the little fox's bleeding. They didn't dare to speak. At this moment, a Taoist priest came out and told Hua Qing that this was the best time to transform the little fox into a human. If this dragged on, the little fox wouldn't be able to survive. Hua Qing immediately acted as a Taoist priest. No matter what, he had to save the little fox's life. Hua Qing pulled his hair in pain. Looking at the little fox who was about to die on the bed, he hated that he couldn't take the little fox's place. Such heart-wrenching pain. He didn't know why he was so deeply in love. Now, Hua Qing realized that he had really fallen in love with the little fox. Furthermore, it had to be her. No one else could take her place. Thinking that the little fox might leave him, Hua Qing wished that he could bury the entire palace with the little fox. Beauty Lin, that bitch, let her die too comfortably. She should be tortured to death. Chapter 244. Because of Hua Qing, the entire palace was in a gloomy atmosphere. Everyone knew that the emperor's most beloved pet was almost killed by the concubines in the cold palace. Now, the emperor wanted to kill whoever he caught. Everyone was in a state of panic. Ning Shu didn't care. If the female lead died so easily, how could she be called a favored one with great luck? Imperial noble consort Xian was worried about her gains and losses. She found Ning Shu and asked, Empress, do you think that beast will die? No. Ning Shu said indifferently. Imperial noble consort Xian frowned and said unwillingly, it's injured so badly. How can it not die? Ning Shu took a sip and said leisurely, the emperor will do everything to save her. Can the emperor fight with the king of hell for a person? Imperial noble consort Xian said somewhat indignantly, Imperial noble consort, hearing you say this, why does this concubine feel so awkward? His Majesty treats that beast so well that it's unimaginable. Let's see. Ning Shu said, I heard that the imperial tutor's body hasn't been well recently. I have 100-year-old ginseng here for the imperial tutor to recuperate. Imperial noble consort Xian hesitated and said, Grandfather is old. Although he isn't feeling well, he doesn't need ginseng. Thank you, Empress. Ning Shu didn't care about Imperial noble consort Xian's rejection. Imperial noble consort Xian and the imperial tutor would agree to her suggestions sooner or later. Hua Qing had locked himself in his palace. He hadn't attended court for almost a month. This was something that had never happened before. The ministers were so anxious that their hair fell off. Every time he attended court, Eunuch Qiu, who was by Hua Qing's side, would tell him that the emperor wasn't feeling well and wouldn't be attending court. The ministers and concubines couldn't see Hua Qing, so no one knew what was happening in his palace. Hua Qing like this made everyone nervous. They didn't know what he was going to do. Ning Shu guessed that it was because of the little fox's transformation into a human. Hua Qing was really going to become an emperor who didn't want the country and wanted the beauty. Hua Qingwang found Ning Shu and asked, what exactly is father doing? Why is he abandoning the matters of the court? Ning Shu looked at Hua Qingwang, who now looked like a little adult, and could not help but say, Qingwang really cares about the country and the people. Mother, I'm serious, Hua Qingwang said seriously. Ning Shu nodded, Imperial mother is also serious. You don't need to care about what your imperial father does. In the end, Hua Qingwang sighed and left. Ning Shu laughed when he saw the look on his face. Nyang Nyang, Shaoanzi, who serves His Majesty, is here. Qing Zhu walked in and informed Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately said, let him in. Shaoanzi walked in and bowed to Ning Shu. Then he said, Nyang Nyang, master said that this servant will come to inform Nyang 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 tonight. Nyang Nyang will be rewarded. And, thank your master for me. Ning Shu had Qing Zhu take out 2 silver ingots. Shaoanzi accepted it and then bowed and left. Qing Zhu and Ning Shu asked, Nyang Nyang, what is Shaoanzi talking about? You will know tonight. Ning Shu already had a guess. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said to Qing Zhu, go and invite Imperial noble consort Xian over. Yes. Imperial noble consort Xian quickly came over. When she saw Ning Shu, she bowed and asked, Nyang Nyang, why are you looking for me? Tonight, we will go and see His Majesty and see if he is hiding a mistress. Ning Shu said indifferently. Imperial noble consort Xian sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. Ning Shu looked at Imperial noble consort Xian's frail body and said, your body doesn't seem to be well. I am not an imperial physician, but I can see that your body is severely damaged. I don't care about my body anymore. I am just struggling at death's door. It doesn't matter if I am well or not. Imperial noble consort Xian said indifferently. Ning Shu didn't agree, you shouldn't ruin yourself for a man. Imperial noble consort Xian looked at Ning Shu in shock and said, I am sad for my unborn child. Ning Shu and Imperial noble consort Xian waited like this. When it was almost midnight, the entire palace was silent. Shaoanzi finally came. Ning Shu said, Nyang Nyang, please follow me. Ning Shu smiled and said to Imperial noble consort Xian, let's go and take a look. Shaoanzi brought Ning Shu and Imperial noble consort Xian to Hua Qing's bedroom. Imperial noble consort Xian asked Ning Shu softly, Nyang Nyang, what are you doing? It's not what I am doing. It's what the emperor is doing. Ning Shu said indifferently. Soon, the group arrived at Huaqing's bedroom. Eunuch Qiu was waiting for Ning Shu at the door. When he saw Ning Shu, he bowed and said quietly, "Nyang Nyang, please follow me." "Be quiet." Ning Shu nodded and followed behind Eunuch Qiu. Imperial noble consort Xian hurriedly followed Ning Shu. Eunuch Qiu found a secret place. This place could hear the situation in the bedroom and avoid being discovered by the guards. Ning Shu listened to the situation inside and heard Huaqing's voice and a woman's voice. Ning Shu understood. The little fox had transformed into a human body. The voices inside continued. Huaqing said, having you is like having the world." A crisp female voice sounded, "Huaqing, have I really become an adult? I can't believe it. It's true. My Huaqing's voice was filled with boundless affection. "Huaqing, what are you doing? Why are you kissing me? Don't you know how I feel about you?" Huaqing's voice was filled with suppressed desire. Not long after, she heard ambiguous voices coming from inside. It was mixed with Huaqing's words of love and the little fox's suppressed moans. As expected, Ning Shu had come to confirm the situation. It was similar to what she had expected. Even without her shark pearl, there were other ways for the little fox to transform into a human. After knowing the result, Ning Shu was no longer interested in eavesdropping. He quietly left. Imperial noble consort Xian immediately followed Ning Shu. Her face was filled with shock and she hadn't recovered yet. After they had walked far away, Ning Shu asked, "Nyang Nyang, what is going on? His Majesty is really hiding a woman. Where did this woman come from? Hasn't this woman always been here?" Ning Shu said indifferently, "You can ask Shaoan about this. Then you can consider the plan I told you." Imperial noble consort Xian was shocked. She seemed to have thought of something but didn't dare to confirm it. She shook her head and said, "This is impossible. Impossible. Anything can happen." Ning Shu said to Imperial noble consort Xian, "It's getting late. Let's go to bed." Imperial noble consort Xian couldn't sleep. Her mind was filled with the woman rolling around with Huaqing. Nyang Nyang, she was injured so badly. How could she have survived and become a human? Imperial noble consort Xian's eyes were filled with intense hatred. Ning Shu said, "It should be the work of those Taoists." Chapter 245. Although the little fox had transformed into a human, Huaqing did not let the little fox out and kept her in the bedroom. Ning Shu could not understand. Could it be that Huaqing had imprisoned the little fox for her entire life? According to the little fox's temperament, if he made her stay in the room and not let her out, wouldn't that be asking for her old life? But not long after, a palace maid found the corpse of an animal in the imperial garden. The animal had been skinned, revealing its bright red flesh. Flies were flying around the corpse. Ning Shu looked at the corpse. Its body was similar to the little fox's, so it should be a fox. Huaqing rushed over. When he saw the corpse, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He immediately roared, "Who is it? Who killed my little fox?" Huaqing's expression was very sorrowful. He frowned and coldly asked Ning Shu, "There is such a vicious person in the palace who actually killed my little fox. Empress, you must find the murderer. I want to skin him." "Fuck, didn't your little fox already turn into a human? If this fox was really a little fox, you wouldn't have such an exaggerated performance now." Huaqing wanted the identity of the little fox to disappear. "Empress, I want you to find the murderer." Huaqing said through gritted teeth. Ning Shu said. Ning Shu bowed and respectfully said, "This concubine understands. This concubine will find the murderer." Ning Shu emphasized the word murderer. Huaqing even had people make an exquisite little coffin. Then, he put the fox's corpse in the coffin with a sorrowful expression. Ning Shu almost rolled his eyes. So fake. He clearly had a coquettish expression, but he still had to twist his face and make a sorrowful expression. Who are you trying to disgust? After the fox was buried, Hua Qing began to go to court. The ministers were dissatisfied that he did not go to court a while ago. Hua Qing sat on the dragon throne with a sickly expression. He told the ministers that he was sick a while ago, so he did not go to court. Hua Qing's bedroom was still heavily surrounded by guards. No one was allowed to enter, causing the atmosphere of the entire palace to be very solemn. The little fox was dead. The concubines in the imperial harem were so excited that they almost set off firecrackers to celebrate. This troublesome fox was finally dead. They had to thank the person who dared to commit such a heinous crime by daring to kill the little fox. Ba. Compared to the excited concubines in the inner palace, imperial noble consort Xian's pale face was ashen. She angrily asked Ning Shu, "Empress, what is the emperor trying to do?" "You've already thought of it, so why are you asking me?" Ning Shu wasn't angry at all. He said to imperial noble consort Xian, "Do you agree with the plan that I told you previously? Do you want to cooperate with me? His Majesty already doesn't want all the women in this harem. The harem is like a figurehead. Why should we still care about this little bit of affection between husband and wife?" Ning Shu faintly said. This was the correct way to torture a scumbag man. Destroy a man with a woman, not a woman against a woman. Imperial noble consort Xian bit her lips tightly. She was struggling. Ning Shu continued, "Don't be anxious. You can think about it slowly. However, I think that after a while, that fox spirit will openly appear in the harem. She will be the favorite of the harem. Maybe the emperor will even disperse the harem for her. When that time comes, we, the women who serve the emperor, won't even have a status after we die. We won't be able to enjoy the incense offerings of our descendants." "Empress, I agree. I will send a letter to the imperial preceptor's residence." Imperial noble consort Xian took a deep breath. Her eyes were firm as she spoke to Ning Shu word by word. Ning Shu smiled. At night, Hua Qing came over. He went straight to the point, "Empress, it's going to be the autumn harvest soon. I will be leaving the palace to harvest the grain with the commoners. I'll just take a look at this year's harvest. Harvest the grain together." To put it bluntly, he was going to put on a show and have fun in front of the commoners. Ning Shu said, "Emperor, do you want me to go?" In this kind of situation, the emperor and the mother of the nation should be together, wearing coarse hemp clothes to harvest the grain. Ning Shu knew that Hua Qing wouldn't bring her along. Hua Qing saw the anticipation and excitement on the empress' face and immediately said, "Empress, you don't need to go. You'll be back soon this time. The palace can't be empty. Also, have you found the culprit I asked you to find?" "I'm investigating, but I don't know who did it. I don't have a single clue." Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing with a distressed expression. An unnatural expression flashed across Hua Qing's face as he said, "No matter what, you must find out." Ning Shu had a dumbfounded expression. Hua Qing left after saying a few words. He didn't talk to Ning Shu for more than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing's hurried back. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Her place wasn't some scary place. Why was she so afraid of the little fox getting angry? Nyang Nyang, His Majesty hasn't rested in Nyang Nyang's palace for a long time." Qing Zhu said to Ning Shu somewhat anxiously. Ning Shu drank a mouthful of tea. "His Majesty won't come to the inner palace in the future. Don't worry about it. Sleep." The next morning, Ning Shu took the concubines of the inner palace to the palace gates to see Hua Qing off. They sent Hua Qing to harvest the rice. Ning Shu found that there was an additional little eunuch with red lips, white teeth, and creamy skin beside Hua Qing. Even though she was wearing the clothes of a little eunuch, it still couldn't hide her beauty. Her eyes were also lively and beautiful. Although they were large almond eyes, the ends of her eyes were slightly raised. There was a kind of charm and incomparable beauty. Hua Qing saw that Ning Shu's gaze was on the little eunuch and unobtrusively blocked in front of the little eunuch. Ning Shu said, "Empress, Take care of the inner palace. Zhen will be back soon. Ning Shu bowed and said with false concern, Qinxie will remember. Qinxie and my sisters will wait for His Majesty to come back. Be careful, His Majesty. As soon as Ning Shu finished speaking, she heard a slight cold snort. Ning Shu pretended not to hear it. Hua Qing got on the carriage. Eunuch Qiu shouted to set off. The long line headed towards the palace gates. The little eunuch didn't get on the carriage. Instead, he followed the carriage. His eyes kept rolling around, appearing very curious. Ning Shu watched the long line leave the palace gates. Only then did he turn and head back to his own palace. After Hua Qing left, the concubines were even more bored. They dressed up beautifully, but the emperor didn't even look at them. Ning Shu let his concubines go back to their own palaces. If they had nothing to do, they could embroider by themselves. Otherwise, they could find entertainment by themselves. Perhaps it was because Hua Qing hadn't entered the inner palace for a long time. Everyone didn't have any favor. For a time, the relationships between the women eased up. They gathered together to chat when they had nothing to do. If they didn't find something to do, they would go crazy from boredom. Imperial noble consort Xian's gaze was fixed on the palace gates. Ning Shu asked, that little eunuch is the little fox, right? It's so strange. How did a fox turn into a human? Extremely beautiful. She is indeed a fox spirit. Imperial noble consort Xian said coldly.